for James Bracey to lead out the Gloucestershire side, which he is now doing. Patel and Ackerman joined them. Leicestershire about to resume their first innings reply to Gloucestershire's 159 all out on 103 for 2. Rishi Patel is 60 not out of just 70 balls. Colin Ackerman 4 of 29. He was careful yesterday. He wanted to be there this morning because, frankly, Ed, it doesn't look a bad day for batting.
No, it certainly doesn't. I think it's a day where if you're in the field, you're already worrying about it being a bit of a long one. Given what we saw yesterday, there were no excuses offered up by Chris Dent for the 159 all out. I think there could be some mitigation for the way that not all of the Gloucestershire bowlers, but some of them bowled last night. And I think really when you look at the attack and the experience that it has, you know you're going to get those periods where lines and lengths aren't hit in the same way as they would be by experienced bowlers. But to be bowled out for 159 with a batting lineup which should have been full of confidence, and that was not so good.
Dom Goodman bowls the first ball of the day to Colin Ackerman, who lets it go through outside the off stumps. The usual weekday format in terms of updates. I have a half-hourly one to do for BBC Radio Leicester, so you'll hear me just chirp up. I'll just switch occasionally into a sort of news update mode. Ed, for BBC Radio Bristol, anything happening?
Oh,
so in the south
full commentary of every ball of every game.
But updates wise, in terms of, no, okay. In goes Goodman and bowls. Again, good lift, good carry outside off stump from the tall youngster, but a little bit too wide, and Ackerman again lets it go through. We were remarking on the fact that the Leicestershire put the heavy roller on again this morning. Also went on between innings yesterday, so that should be that from Leicestershire's point of view in terms of use of the heavy roller, but they clearly fancy batting a long time. Goodman already wants a field change. He's bringing in his deep square, who did seem a little bit defensive. First couple of balls of the day bringing him into mid-wicket. Runs in and bowls to Ackerman. It's a good delivery on off stump. Ackerman just has to adjust and play it with a slightly angled bat down into the gully, or deepish gully area, backward point. Miles Hammond, the fielder. That's what Miles Hammond's name, his four names, MHH, and H. The second H is Holstead, isn't it? Splendid.
Hull Head, I think.
Hull Head.
Yeah.
Hull Head. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. You can tell us about that after I've done the update. In goes Goodman and bowls. Ackerman is studiously forward, playing it back down the pitch to. Did we say he was 6'5"? I did look him up, didn't I? He was 6'5", I think.
It was 6'5".
Known inevitably as Lenny.
Yes.
By his teammates. I'm right in thinking Len Goodman passed away recently. The strictly judge, I'm not absolutely certain about that. In goes Goodman outside off stump and allowed to go through into the gloves of Bracey by Ackerman. Here comes the update. Hello, well, players just got underway. Absolutely glorious day down here in Ayleston, as of course it always is in Leicestershire. Not a cloud in the sky, and not a cloud in Leicestershire's sky, really, at the moment, because they're in control of this game. They're resuming their first innings on 103 for 2. They bowled Gloucestershire out yesterday for just 159. We're going to add a few byes to that now, as well as that one goes down to the boundary. 4 more byes added to the Leicestershire score. So they only trail now by 52 runs. They've got 8 wickets in hand. Rishi Patel is 60 not out. If he gets another 50 in this innings, he will pass 1,000, the first Leicestershire player to do so in a season in the county championship for, well, quite some time, in fact. So all to play for the Foxes, but it is a game they must win if they are to retain hopes of winning promotion. They're 107 now for 2. And we were also remarking on how good Ben Cox looked behind the stumps for Leicestershire, and on the struggles of poor James Bracey, not helped by some fairly wayward bowling, and that was an illustration, Ed.
Well, I mean, that ball has just kept on swerving away. It was a very wide delivery outside the off stump. It would have been a comfortable wide in one-day cricket, and then it just continued to swerve away. I mean, Charlesworth, that was going to Charlesworth's right at first slip by the time it got to James Bracey. I think that one would fall into the category of difficult take for sure. Josh Shaw is going to bowl, and he bowls now to Rishi Patel, who defends on the front foot into the leg side, and there's no run. It's probably a take which
17 buys out of 19 extras.
Yeah,
Just as
I think you would say 8 of those from memory. I could certainly say I don't think Bracey had a chance with. There were 2 balls that Actor in particular fired such a long way down the leg side that I don't think anyone was taking it. But he did look a little bit, as Shaw bowls outside the off stump, Patel leaves alone. It did look a little bit as though he had the weight of the world on his shoulders, did James Bracey, knowing that he's captaining the side, that he left a ball in Gloucestershire's innings that hit the top of off stump as well, that it was another really difficult day for Gloucestershire in the Championship this season, and I think there's a lot on the young man's mind at the moment. Shaw is in, and that's left alone again by Patel through to the keeper. And as I was saying at the start, really, the massive disappointment was to be bowled out for 159. It wasn't so much that Leicestershire were 100 odd for 2. Of course, they would have wanted to have bowled a lot better, and we saw a long conference between Dale Benkenstein, Robbie Joseph, Gloucestershire's bowling coach, and Luke Charlesworth and Zaman Akhtar in particular. Shaw is in to bowl, and once more Patel lets it go off a full length outside the off stump, because really Shaw and Goodman showed actually what still could be achieved by landing the ball in the right areas on this surface. There was always a bit of movement out there, particularly through the air, and then just the occasional one which bounced variably. Goodman managed to get a ball to lift on Hill, caught the shoulder of his bat, and it flew away between the slips and gully. Shaw bowls a bumper this time to Patel, and he ducks underneath it. We haven't seen a great deal of joy with the short ball. Well, Leicestershire didn't really need to bowl short.
it's a point Tom Scriven made. You know, they weren't too down at lunchtime. They stayed patient. They absolutely kept landing it in the right areas. They retained control of the scoreboard, and they got their rewards, and that was the key for them yesterday. And I said, did the ball change help? Might have done.
Yeah, I think that was the,
did,
you know, here comes Shaw, and again Patel with another leave to complete that over. 107 for 2. Was that a maiden from Shaw? So it was. So 8 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 12 from Shaw. He got the wicket of Budinger yesterday, and Goodman picking up the wicket of Hill in the end after that ball I mentioned, which flashed through the gully. He managed to get one which was caught by Dent in the gully. And I talked to Chris Dent as well about the ball change, and he said, well, yes, it probably was a bit newer, but at the same time these things happen, and you have to deal with it better.
Those conspiracy theorists among you, as Goodman comes down the slope and bowls to Ackerman, who plays it firmly back to Goodman, who takes it in his follow-through on the bounce, athletically. It was as change as a consequence of Dent jamming down on a Yorker length delivery. Can't remember who it was from. It was probably from right, but it was certainly from the top end, and it was the first over after lunch. It might not have been right then. It might have been Salisbury, but it seemed to take a chunk out of the ball somehow. Goodman is in, bowls slightly short, worked wristily by Ackerman into the leg side. Would have been a single off the first 2 balls, but They brought in the deep square, who I was going to say Tector, but I'm not sure it is. He hasn't got a number on his back, but which usually means Tector, but I'm not sure it is. Whether it might be the 12th man. It doesn't look like Tector from
No,
here.
I was thinking that as well, but
So it could be another of the 12th men. In goes Goodman. Bowl. Nice little bit of bounce on that one, but up on his toes. Ackerman drops it out towards sort of gully where Hammond, I beg your pardon, Dent is lurking with elastic bandages on both arms. A nicely weathered Gloucestershire cap.
no, it's funny, isn't it? He looks sort of Tector-like, but not quite.
No, it's not. Yeah, somebody else has emerged from the dressing room. In goes Goodman, chopped at by Ackerman. Top edge flies over the slips down to third man. Went for the cut, and it was a little bit wild, a little bit wristy. Got lucky, Colin Ackerman there, who was on 4 off 38 balls and may have been starting to get just a little bit twitchy and feeling he ought to be getting on with it. Well, perhaps that's the start he needed. Unlucky for Dom Goodman and for Gloucestershire. It flew high over the slips. None of them had, tall though they are, the slightest chance of getting there. And I suppose Ackerman would say it was just about a risk worth taking. Goodman is in to him. Lovely delivery that drifts past the outside edge. I think he played at that one. A little bit hard to tell. We're at sort of fine leg for Goodman bowling from the Bennett end. And I think he played at it. Let's have a look at the no, let's say he didn't, because I think looking at the replay just brought his bat back in. He started to. It was a tempter from Goodman, but Ackerman brought the bat back and lifted it back out of danger. In goes Goodman and bowls foolish on driven for 4. And Goodman kicks furiously at the air, understandably so, because it was the last ball of what had been actually a pretty decent over from the young man. But that's sometimes, as we've said, what you get from a young bowler finding his way in the game. Not quite as consistent as they would like. Just overdid it at that last ball of the over and concedes 4 from it. So concedes 8 from the over. The first unluckily, second good put away by Ackerman, who's into double figures all of a sudden. On to 12. Leicestershire 115 for 2 after, what, 3 overs of the day.
It was a really stylish put away from Ackerman. That back leg went flying up in the air. And he really gave that a good thump. It was a half volley, and it deserved to go, but you still got to put it away. In comes short to Patel, who plays up to mid-on, and there's no run. I think again showed there, Goodman, whilst, and actually he did stray in line as well because it was on middle and leg. You might just about have got away with an off-stump half volley with the field that he had with the cover in place, but it also shows that you can't get too greedy in terms of your lengths on this. I don't think it does enough off a full length, but if you really do try and pitch it up and really desperately go for a swinger, as Shaw bowls to Patel, and that's the sort of length that you want to be hitting, but again, Patel not drawn into a shot. But if you really do try and pitch it up, that's when you started to see, particularly Patel yesterday, start to unfurl the drives, and the ball was just making a different sound off Patel's bat. I really noticed that when I went down for just a couple of overs down to ground level, and you can really hear the sound of Patel's shots reverberating around the ground. Shaw straightens up his line and forces Patel into a defence. The ball goes out to backward point, where Hammond does the fielding. I think that is Tector at cover. Now.
Very slim. It doesn't look quite as tall. Maybe it is.
Yeah, I think it was just the height.
I'm just looking around to see if there's anybody, if there's another Tector-like figure without a name on his shirt. But everybody else seems to have numbers, so perhaps it is. But
his stance wasn't quite looking the same either, but now it very much does look like him. Shaw is into Patel, who comes forward and blocks this one away up to Luke Charlesworth fielding at mid-off. Would have been great to have been a fly on the wall in that particular conversation I was talking about.
I was kind of leaning, trying to hear, but I couldn't hear.
No,
what was
you won't.
being said.
You won't hear Dale Benkenstein from a distance.
No.
He's a softly spoken man.
He's
Dale
close up. He's
Benkenstein.
face to face. He's quite softly spoken,
Yeah.
isn't he? So no chance from a distance, alas.
In goes Shaw, elbows jutting to the side, and there's the shot that he was after, but he doesn't get the nick. It was a flashing drive from Rishi Patel off a ball that was by no means a half volley, and Shaw was setting him up, I think, for that. He was hanging quite a few outside the off stump, and yes, okay, you could say he hasn't made Patel play a huge amount, but I think that is what he was bowling for, the loose drive. But he's missed it, and it's gone through to Bracey, and that just makes you feel so annoyed as a bowler. In goes Shaw, and this time, of course, Patel leaves, and there was a cry of annoyance, I think, from Shaw there after that when he realised that it was too wide and that Patel wasn't going to stray twice in a row. So he let it go. It completes, though, another good over from Shaw. He's hitting the right spot this morning, as he did with his new ball spell last night, it has to be said as well. And he's actually doing exactly what I said he had to do yesterday, being the senior member of this attack now. 5 maidens out of 9.
Well, they'll know, Leicestershire, if they see off that initial burst, then the likelihood is they'll get slightly less consistent attack to follow. In goes the impressive so far, Goodman. Ackerman is leaning forward and off stump, is blocking it out into the offside. Zafar Gohar, who you were speculating this morning might get through, might have to get through a fair amount of work today. Fields in the covers.
I think it'd be interesting to see how Leicestershire go after him. I think when rather than if he comes on, they might just decide to try and whack him out of the attack and give Gloucestershire real problems.
Goodman is in outside off stump, cut for 4. Well, there was nothing fortunate about that one from Ackerman's point of view. It was that extra little bit of width. Didn't bounce quite as much from Goodman. And Ackerman is that sort of slightly windmilly, wristy cut. It
doesn't hold back, does he?
For a very correct batsman, it isn't. No, he absolutely throws the kitchen sink at it, but it isn't quite the correct shot. That it doesn't quite look as orthodox as when he's driving, for example. And he got it away behind point, down to the meat boundary for 4. So Ackerman, 3 boundaries this morning. In goes Goodman, bowls, and he'll feel he missed out a bit there, Ackerman, because it was almost a leg stump half volley. It was probably a bit straighter than that. Made me middle and leg, clipped it out towards mid-on, but mid-on in the end made the stop a little bit messily, but ultimately successfully. Akhtar out there.
It's strange to see him fumble, actually. He's a very good fielder, particularly out on the boundary in one-day cricket when we've seen him.
Goodman is in. Ackerman is driving. He's going to get slightly fortuitous runs there. He's got it down to the same point almost as where he cut the delivery 2 balls ago, but that was a slightly loose-ish looking drive, and it rather squirted away down towards the wide 3rd man boundary. It was
partnership.
Yeah, dragged back by Miles Hammond in the end. But Ackerman, well, Patel is yet to score this morning. He's looking just to play himself in, and struggling a little bit with that miss drive and a miss at Shaw, but he has faced Shaw. Shaw has been the pick of the bowlers. Goodman in again to Ackerman. That's a better, straighter delivery, and Ackerman treats it with respect. Forward he goes, pushes it back down the pitch towards the young seamer. But Ackerman has gone from 4 to 18. 3 boundaries and a 2. While Patel continues to have a good look. He was 60 off 70 at the start, wasn't he? So he's faced 12 delivery, well, 2 overs of Shaw, essentially. Goodman is in, bowls slightly short and on leg stump, turned by Ackerman with plenty of time. Down towards long leg, so we will have a change of ends for, well, at the moment we have a change of ends, because it means that Ackerman keeps the strike, so you never quite know what will happen in the next. But the first odd, literally, run of the day, so to speak, odd number, 122 for 2. 50 partnership was compiled at quite a decent pace, really. The run rate is still well over 4.2.
Yeah, Patel in particular accelerating yesterday, and as I say, it was the first time that you really felt that somebody had found their timing in the middle from both sides. Gloucestershire are having a look here. They're saying, well, Leicestershire got a ball change in around about the 30th over. We're not quite there yet, after 29. So let's see if we can try our luck with a ball change.
It went through the gauge 3 times, but Miles Hammond, that experienced campaigner, said, look, just turn it slightly. And he did, the umpire, Naeem Ashraf, and then it sat on the gauge, so it is going to be changed.
Right, well, there we go.
So 29 overs. Better make a note of it, because it was blooming critical yesterday, wasn't it?
Stick a bit of mud in the seam or something. I don't know. There's really all sorts of stuff you can do to try and make sure that it doesn't go through that gauge. But it's Luke Charlesworth this time who is jogging out, and really the important thing is if you can get a ball changed and the ball is in better condition than the one that you had, it's important not to waste that as well. You've got to make full use of it. So there was still a bit of swing out there this morning. There seems to have been swing fairly constantly through the game. Goodman was getting a fair amount of outswing on a couple of his deliveries. I think Shaw was getting a bit of away shape as well. But I think what Gloucestershire, one of the things that the attack lacks is somebody who can move the ball both ways, and that's what Tom Price can do when he's bowling with the new ball. I think Shaw and Goodman, they can swing the ball away, but then the change-up is kind of the one that just goes straight on, rather than that real ability to swing one back in, I think, conventionally. So it doesn't ask the same amount of questions of a batter as just moving it one way.
Watch it hoop now. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. See what Shaw can do with it.
Probably turn it to be even worse than the previous one. Here comes Shaw. He bowled to Ackerman for the first time this morning, and Ackerman's gone lunging for a ball which
didn't really get up.
Yeah, it certainly seemed to. But from the way that Ackerman has played it, it looks as if it might have died in the pitch a bit as well, because he seemed to be through his shot a bit early, as well as potentially not getting up as much as he thought it might. And maybe if the ball is just a little bit harder, more likely to get that little bit of variation. It was a strange looking piece of cricket. Shaw is in, and there's appreciably more carry there through to the keeper. Whether it's just the placebo effect of bowling with a changed ball or not, I suspect probably not, because Shaw's been bowling quite nicely this morning, so his confidence oughtn't to be too low.
It's too soon for the effects of the heavy roller to wear off, you would have thought. 20 minutes. So one's suspicion gravitates towards the ball.
In comes Shaw to Ackerman, who's turned around a little bit by that one. He manages to, almost French cricket style, keep it out towards backward point. But already there's a different feel to this over. Even though Shaw's been bowling pretty much on the same spot, there's just a bit more happening.
Definitely.
Zaman Akhtar's loosening up.
Fancies this ball.
I think
Didn't
he
want the other
probably
one.
does, yes. A few boundaries carries off Goodman's bowling, so it might be a shortish opening spell. Shaw bowls to Ackerman, who comes forward and plays calmly out to cover, and there's no run. And I mean, Actor will be absolutely desperate to get out there and bowl this morning, I would think, after what was not an opening spell last night that he would look back on with great fondness, although as it turned out he could have had a wicket, because I was down at ground level. I didn't notice that it was a dropped catch, but apparently Tector had put a catch down at backward point of his bowling, as Ackerman is hurried up by that one. You can see it's just a different movement there from Ackerman. It wasn't the comfortable forward movement, it was slightly hurried as he deflected it down towards gully where Dent is fielding. So I guess what you would say is, whilst a lot of the byes were Actor's responsibility, if he had ended up the day with 1 for 28, he might not have been quite so disappointed. Shaw is in, and that's a dreadfully wide delivery, which, yep, it is called a wide by umpire Hartley, and I don't think anyone has any disagreements about that. 123 for 2. We saw one wide in the Leicestershire innings. It's Tom Scriven, very uncharacteristically, bowling one which hooped significantly away, as that one did as well, having started very wide, and that's probably about the first bad ball Shaw's bowled this morning. In fact, I think it's the first run he's conceded. Shaw bowls, Ackerman plays again in defence, plays it late out towards backward point, and despite the wide, that still ends another tidy searching over from Shaw. 10 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 13. Still no runs off the bat scored off him this morning, but Gloucestershire have yet to get their first wicket. 123 for 2, and Leicestershire trailing by just 36 runs. There have been some early wickets elsewhere. Michael Jones out for 6 for Durham, 22 for 1 in response to Sussex's 266. Glamorgan have lost Byram for 1 in that crucial encounter between 2nd and 3rd in Division 2. Glamorgan 22 for 1 in reply to 284.
Goodman outside off stump, left by Rishi Patel. Did come back a bit, shaped back in, and Goodman, as he walks back, or starts the walk back to the top of his run, has his hands on his head.
Well, that's good to see, because I haven't seen Goodman do that much. Obviously, I haven't had the chance to watch him masses, because he's still very new in terms of his career, but that one did move back, and it's good to see that, as well as the away swing, which seems to be his natural movement.
Grips the ball carefully as he turns, and knees pumping, comes in and bowls to... They're still scoreless today, Rishi Patel, who is forward, playing it back past the bowler, but only as far as mid-off. 20 runs added this morning by Leicestershire. Ackerman has scored 15 of them, and there have been 5 extras.
Just had another look at that Glamorgan score. How often do you see somebody opening the batting as a night watchman, and it's the opposite other batter who gets out?
Goodman is in, outside off stump, drifts past the outside edge of Patel's slightly tentatively proffered bat, defensive bat, and then he turns, Rishi Patel, and just indicates with his right hand that something there for Dom Goodman, and definitely this ball has not necessarily rejuvenated. They were bowling pretty well anyway, but it's certainly boosted the hopes of the Gloucestershire bowlers and fielders. In goes Goodman, bowls. Patel defends without too much foot movement on off stump. Waits probably just about on the back foot still. Drops it out into the offside. There's no run.
It does feel as if that does happen more than it should, but I think maybe there's sort of a sense of, if you've got the chance to open the batting at first class cricket as somebody lower down the order, that you take that extra little bit of care and really determined not to lose your wicket.
Goodman is in, outside off stump, trying to tempt Patel into one of those big booming drives, but Again, he's circumspect in the extreme. Lifts his bat, lets it go through. Good morning to Mike, who's watching on the stream again today. Hoping that Leicestershire can build a sufficient lead to bat only once in the game. Morning to Fango down in Melbourne. Brunty. Usual suspects following Leicestershire's fortunes. In goes Goodman and bowls. Nice and straight. Patel stretches forward, plays it out to mid on off slightly the inside part of the bat, and it is the end of the over. Patel, 18 balls faced now without getting up and running in terms of moving his score on, but he won't mind that. 123 for 2 after 31. Leicestershire, they are closing in on that Gloucestershire first innings score of 159.
So this Fango Fox, one of those people. It's a bit like Grumpy Git for Somerset, the serial correspondence. And what is the significance of Fango? In comes short and bowls, drags the length back a little bit, and Ackerman on the back foot defends to mid off.
Well, Matt will have to let us know. I genuinely don't know, actually. Why Fango Fox? The Fox bit we understand.
Is it a suburb of Melbourne or something? I don't know. I
don't think so.
Just you remember the correspondence.
Yes.
The regular correspondence as you go around the country, and
yes.
It only just struck me actually. What does it mean? 2 slips in a gully. Short bowls to Ackerman, who drives but won't be able to beat cover. Tech to Fields.
I'm expecting a communication any moment explaining.
Was that actually one of the first attacking shots that we've seen offshore? But the only other one was the swing and a miss from Patel a couple of overs ago. But as you say, he's not going to be able to bowl forever. No,
it does feel like Leicestershire just play Shaw carefully, and looser deliveries will follow.
In comes Shaw. Ooh. Bowls a ballooning, harmless bouncer, which Ackerman just about ducks underneath, and I think Shaw is potentially, at least from this angle, it looks as if he might rather have got away with one that was over Ackerman's head, but he's got away with it as one for the over, or first one for the over I should say. 2 bounces allowed.
Explanation about to arrive, apparently.
123 for 2. Shaw races in past umpire Hartley and bowls a short wide ball which has been cut, and it will go for 4 as the first runs off the bat off Shaw today. It's gone down to third man rather than backward point, but it doesn't really matter. It was there to be hit, and again that was that cut shot that you were describing. It doesn't matter, I guess, where it ends up, but it sort of a almost helicopter-esque cut shot that brings Ackerman another boundary. He moves on to 23, so he's added 19 to his overnight score now, and Rishi Patel has yet to add a single one to his. 127 for 2. Shaw moves in once more and corrects things with the ball full and straight, and Ackerman is brought forward to play the ball towards a straight mid-off.
He's coming to the end of his 4th over of the morning, isn't he, Shaw? So he's just been a little more wayward in this one. You would assume he'll have to bowl sort of at least 5 or 6 in each spell.
Last ball of the over. Shaw bowls. It's clipped fine by Ackerman. Nice leg glance. And that is another 4. So 2 boundaries in that over. 131 for 2. Ackerman on to 27. And Leicestershire trail by 28.
Update for BBC Radio Leicester. Hopefully between overs. But yeah, that just bore out what I was saying rather about Shaw. Just lost his direction a little bit in that over. Pretty good as far as the Foxes are concerned. They haven't lost a wicket this morning. They began the day on 103 for 2. That was replying to Gloucestershire's first innings score of just 159. They've moved on to 131 for 2. Nearly all the runs, in fact, scored by Colin Ackerman, who began the day 4 not out. He's moved on to 27 not out. Rishi Patel began the day on 60. Well, he's still on 60. He's only faced 18 deliveries, but he looks very determined to play himself in and go on to score the extra 50 runs he needs to go past 1,000 runs in the county championship this season. That would be a real landmark by the young batsman. 131 for 2. The Foxes, they trail now by just 28. As Goodman comes down the slope and bowls to Patel, who has got his first runs of the day, and rather classily as well. He went on the back foot, slightly wide delivery, just punched it away, didn't put his full weight into the shot, just timed it really nicely, got it through the cover. Zafar scrambled to his left, reached out. I thought he might just get there, couldn't quite do so, and Patel just had enough timing on it to see it cross the ropes in front of the popular seats on the west side of the ground. Nice shot from Rishi Patel, and that will make him feel a little bit better. I don't think he was probably feeling too bad anyway, to be quite honest.
But, he seemed to be quite happy in general.
Yes.
There's only that one loose shot not scoring.
He waits with bat raised as Goodman comes in, bowls outside off stump. Decent amount of bounce, but not quite the zip, if you like, of his first 3 or 4 overs. This is number 5 for him coming down the slope this morning. So Bracey will have to start thinking about a possible change before too long. We saw Zafar, in fact he's still warming up now at mid-on. Not Zafar, Akhtar at mid-on, warming up again as Goodman bowls a very short bouncer. Patel ducks underneath it, but that was in his own half of the pitch almost. And what is that? Oh, just a sign for 2 to come from umpire Ashraf, just holding out the old 2 fingers to umpire Hartley. It's just sometimes
the right way round.
Yeah, indeed. They just sort of some umpires. They always do it, don't they? After
Yeah,
full, just to check.
some of them. It's more of a kind of a vertical signal, and others it really is out to the side.
Goodman is in. Patel is driving pleasantly, but didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. And mid-off can scramble across to his left to make the stop. It's young Charlesworth, is it out there? No.
Sure.
19. Shaw is...
Oh, is it not?
No, Shaw is 5, isn't he? Who's 19?
Oh, that is Luke Charlesworth.
It is
then.
Luke
Yes,
Charlesworth.
it is, yeah.
It is, beg your pardon. It's t'other Charlesworth. Ben is 64. Luke is 19. Stockily built young man. In goes... Ooh, in goes Goodman. Bowls a bouncer and does not play that at all well, Rishi Patel. It didn't really get up too much. Went into his side as he looked to fend it away, and it hurt. And he's taken his helmet and bat, and he's put his helmet off and put his bat down and wanders across to Ackerman. He got a consoling pat on the back from James Bracey as he walked past him. It just didn't get up in the way he thought it was going to from Goodman, and thumped into his side, and he's going to have a bruise there. It's winded him as well.
Yeah, it has. It's seemingly caught him in the fleshy part of his left side.
Just got a bit tangled up there. He's waved the physio away. So I think it's his pride that seems to be as hurt as much as his corporality, so to speak. Acting 12th man, Sam Evans also appeared, offering gloves and trying to buy a little bit of time, I think, for the batter, but he seems fine.
Sure, it is to continue, and Ackerman has played a strange-looking shot there up towards mid-off. It was sort of a wristy off drive, which you don't see too often, and it's fielded up there for no run. I think the main action this morning appears to have happened at the Oval, where Surrey have slipped from 343 for 4 to 357 for 8, and it's Ed Barnard who's done all the damage. He's got 5 for 49. Shaw in and flicked wide of mid-on by Ackerman for the simplest of singles. Only mid-on, saving the single on the leg side with deep mid-wicket out to the boundary. 136 for 2. Didn't know whether that signal that we're going to get some more concerted short stuff attempted by Shaw at the back end of his spell. I don't know. It is something that Gloucestershire do more and more now. They didn't used to do this so much.
A few teams do it, yeah.
Yeah, they're more inclined to go to the short ball strategy if they're not picking up wickets. But it's time it's full, and Patel drives fluently but picks out mid-off, and there's no run. So yeah, 357 for 8, and Barnard has got 5 for 49, and they've just had a run out as well of Tom Laws, and it's very rare to see Surrey's lower order collapse like that, but maybe it's not the worst signs for Surrey. If there's something out there for Barnard, there might be something out there for them in their pursuit of a title defence. Shaw is in, and an away swinger which goes through to the keeper. Score remains 136 for 2. Lancashire have lost a third wicket this morning, that of night watchman Will Williams. Second wicket for Sanderson. Lancashire 68 for 3 in reply to Northamptonshire's 232. That would really appear to be absolute last chance for Northamptonshire when it comes to survival. Shaw bowls a bumper, and Patel drops the hands on that and allows that to go through to the keeper. It's the menu.
Lunch.
I wondered what it. I wondered whether it was the explanation, or whether it was the.
No, I have the explanation. I will give you the explanation between overs when you finish commentating on this over.
Shaw round at the end of his mark, and then sprints in again, and Patel is dabbing to backward point, and it's fielded there by Akhtar, who, on fielding it, hands his cap to umpire Ashraf, who is standing at point there, and that signals the first bowling change of the morning. A really good opening spell from Shaw, but nothing to show for it in the wickets column, and it's 136 for 2. As Leicestershire are behind now by only 23 runs. Might I be impertinent and ask if there's a pudding section as well?
I've no idea, but that is what they've just sent across the mains for now, so there may well be in due course, but at the moment it just requires your input in terms of mains, if you'd like to consider.
Right,
and while you're considering, I'll tell you why Fango became Fango Fox. Akhtar from the Bennett end. It's a little longer, looser run out, well, straight-ish, but turned off his hip, a little bit lower than his hip by Ackerman. I think a bit of glove was involved as well. There might have been a bit more bounce than he expected, and indicates there was. Shaw came in from long leg to field. Ackerman takes his single, moves on to 29, 137 for 2. Apparently, Matt, as Fango is more properly known, Fango was always his nickname as a bowler at his cricket club. Started as Fang because he says he has quite big canines. Like Dracula, I guess you would say.
They can be so cruel, these club nicknames.
In goes Akhtar, and pleasant on defensive push from Patel out to mid-on, and there is no run. But as a consequence, his unfortunate daughter Tilda, who is a very good prospect as a young cricketer herself, now gets called Fangette when playing at the club. So poor old Tilda. Goes Akhtar, bowls and goes past the outside edge, I think, there of Patel's bat. Patel rehearses a leave, but it's not the shot that he played for sure. I think that just bounced past the outside edge. Just let me have a quick look at the replay. He would probably argue he just tucked his bat inside his pads, but I think it was a slightly delayed reaction. I
I
think the
think
ball has snuck past the outside
anytime
edge.
the leave is rehearsed, it's usually a bit of a giveaway.
Akita is in and bowls. Fuller this time. Patel digs it out. It was a straight-ish one, and it looked like it might be there for to drive, but it was a little bit too straight, and he ended up steering it out to Charlesworth in the covers. Luke, that is. .137 for 2.
These nicknames, especially in club cricket, they always seem to end up being based around physical features. It's cruel.
Hector is in, bowls down the leg side and turned nicely by Rishi Patel, but only as far as fine leg. It bounces down below us. Josh Shaw runs across and fields, and it is just a single to Rishi Patel, only his second scoring shot of the day. 65, he moves on to off 102 balls. He was 60 off 70, so 5 off 32 this morning for Rishi. When I started playing, and there's a generational reference which will mean nothing to 99% of the people listening, I suspect, as Akhtar goes in and bowls, squares up Ackerman on the back foot a little bit, thick outside part of the bat, runs it out to backward point. I was known as Ted, who was a sort of comedian, well, really from the early 60s, so Ted Ray. But there you go.
Right, okay.
Complete bewilderment on to my left from Ed, who's never heard of Ted Ray.
I haven't really. I don't think so. I mean,
50s and 60s, big name in comedy.
Right. I mean, I'd say I tend to quite like my older comedy, but perhaps not 50s and 60s. Maybe a little bit later than that. But
it might have been even earlier. It might have been, I don't know, during the war or something.
Jack Taylor was on the field, and I must say I didn't notice that he was on the field, but he's gone off, so that solves that particular conundrum. And
double change then.
Yep, Luke Charlesworth is going to get his first bowl of the morning, looking for his first scalp in first-class cricket. Charlesworth bowls with a grunt of effort outside the off stump, and Patel leaves alone. We had James Wharton, the Yorkshire batter, on stream, and he was saying with a beaming smile on his face that his nickname was Knuckle Dragger. Such long arms. That sort of thing.
They have some good nicknames. One of them, who is it? It's not Ben Code. It's Matt Fisher. I think he's known as Codhead.
Okay.
Yeah, and he actually marks his run, Codhead.
Luke Charlesworth bowls as a handsome drive from Patel through the covers. It's going out towards the longer side, so it might not quite get there. It would have been 4 comfortably on the other side of the ground, but it will be 3.
Oh.
And I say it will be 3, but the ball's almost managed to escape the clutches of 2 fielders trying to back it up, but in the end the ball is brought under control, and it's 3 to Patel. He's under 68.
Again, it's a slightly messy piece of out cricket, wasn't it? Yeah, one-off. Hasn't quite been a one-off. It's just sort of indicative of a side that's not quite at it.
Just 2 slips, no gully for Luke Charlesworth, who bowls outside off. Ackerman allows it to go through to the keeper. So 2 slips, but no, well, I say no gully, and also no fielder down on the 3rd man boundary. So there's a big gap between second slip and the 2 slips. Quite narrow, and then a fairly backward point, but certainly not a gully. As in goes Luke Charlesworth and bowls full to Ackerman, who pushes forward firmly and will get a comfortable single to the left-hand side of Dent, who's fielding now at mid-off, having vacated his gully position. Ackerman on to 30, 142 for 2. With 2 fielders quite straight on the leg side, mid-on pretty straight, and a very straight mid-wicket who's not particularly short, but 2 fielders very much for some reason in that area. Charlesworth bowls, it's driven slightly aerially by Patel for a moment, but he will get a couple of runs. It wasn't particularly close to the backward point fielder, but just wasn't quite as in control of that as the previous drive in the over. Patel moves to 70, 144 for 2. Deficit is just 15. Leicestershire already, from a Gloucestershire point of view, looking rather ominous out there. And you just wonder whether, I don't know, is Zafar gonna be able to change the dynamic, or is it just gonna have to be a case of probing away with the seamers over and over again? He finishes the over, does Luke Charlesworth, with a close to Yorker length delivery, which is blocked up to mid-on, and that is the over completed. 144 for 2, and that over went for, I think, was it 6 in the end? 3, a 2 and a 1.
It was 33 off the first 10 of the day, which suggests the score at the start of the over.
It was 138.
Was 100, okay. So they've just sort of ticked over in the first, 50 minutes of play, Leicestershire, and they'll be perfectly content with that situation. Akhtar down the slope, bowls to Ackerman, straight. There's a half shout for leg before, not noticeably from the bowler, or noticeably from the bowler. It was definitely from behind the stumps, and there's no signal from umpire Ashraf as the single is completed. Therefore it must have been a fairly hefty inside edge, you would have thought, on 2 pad. Ackerman on to 31 of 66 deliveries. Bracey says to his deep square, go backward of square, just a few feet to your right, as Akhtar is in to Patel. Oh, foolish delivery. He was expecting I think the short ball, as a consequence, got an inside edge that went between the batsman and the stumps. I mean, it was a good few inches wide of the stumps. It ran out towards sort of wide, long leg. And he takes one, but he's waving now at the... it's cracked his bat, Rishi Patel, so he waves to the pavilion, to Sam Evans, to be ready to bring him out a replacement once he's back on strike. Moves on to 71. Akhtar again into Ackerman. Good on off stump. Ackerman is forward, blocking it out to mid-off. Picked up by Hammond. No longer in the gully, just the 2 slips now. Messrs Charlesworth B. And alongside him
Price
is O. Price. Brothers. Have they... no, they can't have done. We can't have had a situation where we've had 2 sets of brothers in the same side. In goes Akhtar, bowls down the leg side, clips the pad, or clips the thigh pad, trickles down towards fine leg, but Bracey is smartly across to cut it off before it can go past him.
I think it'll be tricky to get all 3 of the Prices, Taylors and Charlesworths.
Oh, the Taylors too, of course,
in.
yeah.
I think it will be.
That would surely be unique.
Tricky, just in terms of the balance of the side. Then
one cannot imagine it has happened before, but you never know. Good line and length delivery from Akhtar. Is defended on the back foot by Ackerman, fielded by the bowler in his follow through. Evans appears below us, carrying 3 bats, from which Patel will make his choice. Interestingly, although they're obviously of the same manufacturer, they have different colours on the back. Usually they're uniform from a manufacturer. Akhtar is into Ackerman. Another good delivery that's very straight, and Ackerman goes back and blocks it back up the pitch on the onside end of a good over from Akhtar. He's been better today so far. A couple of overs at his bowl. Still has a 0 in the wickets column. None for 32 from 9. 146 for 2. Leicestershire 13 short of beginning to build a first innings lead.
it certainly wouldn't be impossible, though, when you think about having the 3 brothers who are more bowling inclined, Luke Charlesworth, Matt Taylor and Tom Price, but Tom Price, as he's certainly shown this season, can more than bat. And then you've got Ollie Price and Ben Charlesworth, who are top order bat. So yeah, it wouldn't be
It's
impossible.
Well, before the end of the season, make it happen.
Make
it happen, Gloucestershire.
Yeah, well, I probably shouldn't say, but if they lose a couple of games and they go to Sussex last round of the season, it might almost be worth it. If
Should we
everybody's
pop down
fit.
the bookies and see if we can get a few quid on it?
Why not?
Any county side playing 3 sets of brothers.
Here comes Luke Charlesworth, starting his 7th overall, and he's caught Patel again. The second time he's looked rather uncomfortable this morning. It managed to catch some padding that time as it made a bit of a thud, but he looked to whip that one through the leg side and then squared up, struck on the thigh pad probably.
Hopefully, from his point of view, it was dangerously close to being sort of more central.
It went out into the offside anyway. It wasn't a slow ball from Luke Charlesworth, who steams in once more, and this is punched off the back foot by Patel wide of mid-off. There'll be a throw at the stumps from Dent, because Dent is not a man who's ever going to allow a single to be taken to him easily, but they're through pretty comfortably as Dent's throw at the striker's end misses. 147 for 2.
Cosy used to do that, Mark Cosgrove, mid-off. Even if the batsman had gone nowhere, the throw was always used to hurl the ball at the stumps.
Ackerman on 31, waiting for Charlesworth, and he pokes this one into the covers for no run. Yes, I had to look at the replay of that ball, which caught Patel uncomfortably, and yes, I think the protective equipment did its job. We'll put it that way. The thud was not that of the thigh pad, but of another firmer piece of equipment.
It's not been a straightforward sort of first hour for Rishi Patel.
No.
He's still there.
Here is Luke Charlesworth down the leg side. That's the ball which crept in a few times yesterday, but Bracey can take this one away to his left. And again, you've got to say, as happened with Actor on his debut, bowling on your debut is very different to how you can often bowl in your second game, and it was Actor's bounce back game. That was the game against Leicestershire where he was so impressive, 6 for 93 in the game. Luke Charlesworth bowls, and forward goes Ackerman and plays the ball comfortably to mid-off. Dent fields again. You were talking yesterday about genuine number 11s, and probably should have thought of this man, Mohammed Abbas.
Abbasi, bless his heart. Yeah. Well, yes, we say that, but I used to sort of bank on him to hang around for 20 balls. He'd never score any runs. He'd usually be 1 or 2 or 0, but he'd usually be there.
Charlesworth is in, and Ackerman covers up. And again, it's Dent called into action at mid-off, and there's no run.
But
I think
go on, what are you gonna say?
No, I think particularly now, maybe nowadays with Hampshire, I've seen him bat a little bit this season, and yeah, he doesn't look like a man who's ever going to particularly hang about.
But he had at the time when he was with Leicestershire, his Test record was he had very, very few runs, but his average innings was about 28, 30 deliveries.
Yeah,
you know,
that's the thing. You'd think about somebody like Hannon Dolby as well, who rarely scores runs, but he's not an easy man to get out.
You know, if you've got somebody going well at the other end,
Yeah.
he can hang around. Saman Akhtar is in, bowling to Rishi Patel. That's a better shot from Patel's point of view. It was a leg stump delivery that he just went back to and calmly turned away through the vacant square leg area. Just Gloucestershire beginning to switch to a slightly more defensive field. Backward square is out on the boundary, miles away from the bat. You could say it's an attacking position in a way, in that he's there for, I suppose, for the sort of top-edged pull or something like that. Akhtar is in. Ackerman defends on the back foot on the off stump this time, out into the offside, but you do feel it. He's as much there to save runs as catch a mistimed pull slash hook. 148 for 2, Ackerman 31. Patel has moved on to 73, 13 to him in the first hour of play. As I say, the key thing from Leicestershire's point of view is that he is still there. Zaman Akhtar is in. Bowles, leg stump, clipped neatly away. That full delivery by Ackerman should be 2. And there are going to be 2. Tector is that man out there on the deep square. Had to run too deepish mid-wicket. By the time he did so, Ackerman and Patel had comfortably completed those 2 runs.
Spectators are basking in the sunshine. I don't think there's been a single clap for the 150.
No. Well, you don't get a bonus point these days, so
No.
I suppose that might have mitigated against it. In goes Akhtar, driving edge, caught, brilliantly caught. That second slip, what a catch that is, diving away to his right, probably only about a foot above the ground by the time it was plucked out of the air. Wow, super catch, because Ackerman went for it hard.
Yeah, Ollie Price again, he's superb in the slips. We saw him catch 3 in that semi-final. One in particular, high above his head. So impressive.
They were doing very well, but just as you come to me, they've lost their first wicket of the day. It's out of Colin Ackerman, who had added 29 to his overnight score of 4. Went for a big drive at Zaman Akhtar, got the edge and was brilliantly caught at second slip by Ollie Price. So they'd put on a partnership of 79, Ackerman and Rishi Patel. Patel has been a little bit restrained by his standards this morning. He's gone from 60 on to 73, but it's important that he is still there. The Foxes have moved on to 150, albeit for 3 now. They are now just 9 behind Gloucestershire on first innings.
Absolutely stunning catch. I've frozen the pictures right at the point that he takes it. Both feet off the ground, one hand out to his right.
Yeah, it was actually a bit higher than I thought it was when he got there to him. But yeah, that is a super catch. That's a great piece of framing.
I think I'm gonna post that on the old social media.
Perfectly
actually.
legitimate so to do. Ackers goes for 33. Cross with himself for going for that one, but a little bit of deserved reward. I think Zaman Akhtar has been much better this morning than he was last night, and he's off the mark in terms of wickets taken. So 150 for 3. The Foxes 7 wickets in hand, and now a debutant to the crease for them. Amir Amin comes to the crease. He's had plenty of time to have a good look. He took a wicket yesterday. To everybody's, well, a slight surprise, I think you have to say.
He does have a decent first-class bowling record, does Amin, but you never quite expect somebody coming in off about 5 gentle paces to really cause too many issues.
So this is his day job, so to speak. This is where he needs to come up with a weight of runs. The left-hander from Pakistan. Umar Amin waits as round the wicket comes Akhtar. Leaves outside off stump and taken by Bracey, diving in front of first slip. 3 slips in now and a gully for the new batsman, understandably enough. Did just shape away from him a little bit. Umar Amin. 33. 34 next month. October. Next month, October. In goes Akhtar, bowls to him, fullish and rather jammed back out with a far from vertical bat. Slightly reached for that one. So success in the over for Zaman Akhtar, and he gets a warm, slightly desultory round of applause from some of the Gloucestershire faithful. 150 for 3 is the score. I mean, from Rawalpindi in the Punjab.
So same as Shoaib Akhtar, the Rawalpindi Express.
Played 4 tests, 16 ODIs, 14 T20s, but not for a while.
Yes, I was having a look at his international games as Luke Charlesworth bowls to Patel, who guides towards what is a vacant point region, but he didn't quite hit it hard enough to beat Ollie Price. He'll be brimming with confidence after that catch. As I say, I think it was it? I can't remember who it was. This is frustrating me now, but there was a slashing drive in that semi-final which went up really high, and Price stood tall to catch it, as this is driven by Rishi Patel, but finds the hands of cover, and there's no run. He took 3 catches. One of them was a bit more straightforward. I think it was Hill, but
Budinger, Patel or Hill is your choice.
I don't think it was Budinger, because it was definitely...
Who's the bowler, do you
I
remember?
think it was Patel. No, I don't, but I remember it was a right-hander.
Because it was off his brother if he did.
From this end. And I think Tom Price bowled from this end.
Right, because the other 2 were taken off David Payne.
Here comes Luke Charlesworth. He bowls. This is tucked into the leg side, straight to that fielder at straight mid-wicket. Goodman, no run.
Budinger, didn't he sky one up? No, that must have been it.
No, I think
not.
Budinger sort of hung the bat out, and,
okay.
that was, I think that was the straightforward one. I think Hills was the one that he had to move a long way to his right, another one which would have been a potentially easier catch for a 3rd slip, and then that one off, I'm pretty sure it was Patel, which was an extraordinary catch that he made look so easy. Luke Charlesworth is in. This is driven by Patel. He was looking to drive that one through the covers, I think, but it ends up trickling up to mid-on, and there is no run. I think I'm going to go for the... hang on, is that all one? That's not all one thing, is it? It's not all one. I was going to. I didn't know whether I'm separating those top 2 out.
They are 2 separate
Yes, good.
things.
I think
yes,
I'm going to go for
absolutely.
the bacon joint.
Okay.
Please. In comes Charlesworth, edged, gone, caught at first slip, and that is a first-class wicket for Luke Charlesworth. It is Rishi Patel, a man who has been in such form in the championship, and what a piece of bowling that is to get your maiden wicket. Pitched it up. It swung a bit, it catches the outside edge of Patel, and the catch has been pouched at first slip by his brother, and that is a great way to claim your first wicket. 150 for 4.
Well bowled, young man. That is a moment that he will, I suspect, never forget. And it's a good wicket as well. Rishi Patel looked determined to go on, try and get to yet another century this season. Threw his head back in dismay when he saw it had taken the edge. I think it was Price actually.
It was, wasn't
slip.
it?
Yeah.
He was. Well, actually,
I wrote down Ollie Price.
It's. I'm gonna have another look, but Ollie Price is running in on the replay from Gully.
Okay, so it was maybe Hammond then.
I think it was Ben Charlesworth.
Okay.
They've put Ollie Price up on the board, but it's 100% definitely not him.
Right.
Because, as I say, you can see him running in from the gully.
And you have
Yeah,
you are perfect. You called it.
I mean, I was going to
perfectly.
say, I thought I'd completely messed up the call of Luke Charlesworth's first wicket then.
No.
But it was caught Charlesworth, bowled Charlesworth. Phew, gosh, that got my heart going.
Well done.
I thought, because I did think maybe I got it wrong, because as it often happens that if there's only one slip, it is Ollie Price, and then you might get, like you say, somebody like Hammond might field in the gully, but it was Ben Charlesworth who caught it, and that does change the tone of the morning a little.
Very much so. 2 wickets on the same score. Suddenly it feels different. Two new men at the crease.
Here is Luke Charlesworth bowling to the new man, Mulder, and that has been guided with soft enough hands by Mulder that it falls well short of gully. But again, I think Luke Charlesworth would be quite happy to see the outer half of Mulder's bat used. And 2 wickets fall for no runs. Leicestershire trailing by only 9, so they're still right on top here, but Gloucestershire have fought back a little in the last few minutes, and also you could tell the emotions there from Luke Charlesworth. The whole side were really up for that wicket, and the hope would be from their point of view that that's exactly the boost that they need to see them through the rest of this morning.
Zaman Akhtar looking to follow up the double breakthrough. Round the wicket he goes to Umar Amin, who defends on the back foot, steers the ball out to point where it's fielded by Tector, and there is no run. What a moment for the Charlesworth family. As I'm sure Mum is and Dad are perhaps are listening or watching on the stream, and for Ben to make the catch off Luke. I think that picture ought to go in the hall somewhere, shouldn't it, if there is one. A picture that is available. I'm sure somebody will have snapped it. Great moment. In comes Akhtar and bowls edged, caught! Well, Umar Amin goes without scoring. He went for the big drive, got the big edge, comfortable-ish catch at second slip. Well, suddenly 3 wickets fall without a run being scored, and the morning which had looked so comfortable for Leicestershire suddenly has taken on a very different hue indeed. Amin, like Patel before him, threw his head back in dismay at what he'd done. It was out there, but it wasn't really to be driven. It was one to leave, really, but Umar Amin went for the shot, got the edge, and it flew more or less straight to second slip, where Ollie Price didn't have to dive at all, went straight into the breadbasket, and he clung on. 150 for 5.
Yes, it wouldn't have looked too great after I've just praised Ollie Price's catching, and having just posted that first catch pic on social media, if he'd then dropped one which was absolutely right in the breadbasket. I mean, just, you couldn't ask for a ball at a better height as a slip catcher. It went quickly to him, but you can't be dropping those, and Ollie Price didn't. I was going to mention if Umar Amin were out in the middle for a bit longer, I was going to say that I think this is just his 3rd professional game of cricket in 2023, and his other 2 came in the Bangladesh 50-over Cup. And I think you might like this. It came for Dhaka Leopards, his last game, against one of the best team names I've ever seen, the Legends of Rupganj. And he scored 128 not out in that 50-over game, and his side lost by a run. So that must have been a fairly entertaining game of cricket.
So 3 wickets, no runs in 8 balls, I make it. I may be wrong about that, but I'll check the calculations. So Louis Kimber, who probably wasn't in his whites 10 minutes ago, is out there in the middle alongside Vian Mulder as Zaman Akhtar goes in and bowls. Good bouncer to him, and he ducks late, and he ducks with his head, the crown of his head pointing straight back down the pitch, and that just went over the top of his helmet.
Gosh,
Louis
I thought
Kimber.
that was going to beat him.
That was going to absolutely square on the top of the head. So happily, he's a tall young man, is Mr. Kimber, managed to just get underneath the bouncer, but a good bouncer. Gloucestershire feel they're very much back in this, and they are. 150 for 5, still 9 ahead as Zaman is in. Bowls outside off stump. Kimber just calmly leans forward but leaves his bat raised, lets it bounce through.
It's chalk and cheese, isn't it now? Body language, and well, not necessarily just body language, but just the energy out in the field. Pretty much every Gloucestershire fielder now, after each ball, is applauding, and there's just it is understandable. There is just a different energy now, and it is. Was it 3? I think it's 3 wickets in 11 balls.
11 you have. Oh, okay. In goes Akhtar and bowls to Kimber. Again, too wide to persuade Louis Kimber to play at it. Lets it bounce through. Sleeveless sweater on Louis Kimber, surprisingly. I think. Given that there is not a cloud in the sky. And it is beautifully warm out there. Gentle breeze. Big breeze behind Gloucestershire at the moment, though. 3 slips and a gully go down as Akhtar is in. Bowls to Kimber, who is going to get off the mark. It comes off a thick inside edge as he squirts it away towards deep backward square. Long leg goes running around to field. It is Luke Charlesworth who gets there, gets his throw away, and Kimber is up and running. And Leicestershire finally off 150, and they'll be relieved to be so. 3 wickets on the same score. Ackerman brilliantly caught by Ollie Price off Zaman Akhtar for 33. Rishi Patel solidly caught by Ben Charlesworth off his brother Luke. Luke's first class wicket for 73, and then Ollie Price again. 5 catches to Price on this ground then in fairly short order off the bowling of Akhtar without scoring Umar Amin.
Well, he's such a useful cricketer, Ollie Price. I mean, it's not just in terms of runs, but he's got so many ways that he could affect a game. Luke Charlesworth is in, and this is pushed into the ground by Mulder, and Luke Charlesworth alertly one-handed to his left, stops the ball in his follow-through. I think Shaw would have got across anyway, but you know, he can come on and bowl a bit of off-spin as well. Can Ollie Price, and just be somebody that has the ability to buy a wicket that way, somebody that has terrific hands in the cordon, and then scoring runs with the bat. Luke Charlesworth passes the edge of Mulder. He didn't chase after the ball, but I think he felt that that was a ball that he had to play at and cover the line of off stump, and the ball has escaped his attempted defensive shot. I mean, it's got to give you a huge boost, not just Luke Charlesworth getting the wicket, but that brilliant catch by Ollie Price. If that doesn't lift you as a side, almost regardless of whatever else is going on in terms of the game situation, then nothing will. Charlesworth is in, it's a full ball, it's played pleasantly by Mulder, past mid-on for 4 runs. It was just it wasn't really a kind of a forcing on drive, but the ball just seemed to travel a lot quicker off his bat than I thought it was going to be. I thought that Goodman had a chance to get across there at mid-on, but in the end, no chance, and that's a very pleasing way for Vian Mulder to get off the mark. 156 for 5. I think it was really... It wasn't sort of a long half volley by Charlesworth either. He bowls a very full ball this time, and Mulder is digging out, trying to find runs through the leg side, but can't do so. This time Goodman is able to field. Up at mid-on. Leicestershire behind by just 3 runs, so despite that wobble there, at the moment it's a wobble, still a lot of work for Gloucestershire to do to get back into things. Luke Charlesworth is into bowl, and this is clipped by Mulder down to fine leg. Not sure he got... Obviously he didn't get a huge amount of bat on it because it went down fine, but I thought he was looking to go more... I mean, again, he's rehearsing the shot that I thought he was trying, so that kind of bears out what I was thinking. I thought he was trying to get that one more through square leg through mid-wicket rather than down as fine as that. But he gets 1, and it's 157 for 5. So it'll be Kimber to face up to Luke Charlesworth for the first time. Does so now. That's a full toss, and it's been thumped but stopped by Charlesworth in his follow through. Won't be best pleased with that finish to the over, but he gets away with it. He's got 1 for 41 from his 9 overs, but he's got a moment that he will never forget. A first-class wicket, and pouched by his elder brother at slip. 157 for 5, and the deficit for Leicestershire just 2.
Vivian Mulder in pretty decent form in the One Day Cup with the bat. In the county championship, 314 runs, 1 century, averaging 24. He's better than that. As in goes Akhtar, bowls and left by Mulder. Bounced back, seemed off his, I thought it came off the body, so it did come off the body. It came off the thigh pad, bounced through the slips, went down to the boundary, but of course having hit a part of him as he was looking to leave. No runs added to the total.
It's funny, isn't it, where the line between evasive action and not, because in the end he sort of tried to tuck his body in, which you could have interpreted as maybe evasive action, but sort of the difference between a full ball and a short ball almost.
Akhtar is in better length, just dabbed on the front foot by Mulder, out towards mid-on. Then he sees that Josh Shaw's rather on his heels at mid-on, calls for the quick single. Kimber responds. Shaw comes running in, doesn't pick up the ball cleanly, so what could have been a bit of a scramble ends up in being a fairly comfortable, well, a very comfortable single.
There are a few, particularly the bowlers for Gloucestershire fielders, that you can run singles to like that.
Akhtar into Louis Kimber, slightly short of a length. Kimber on the back foot just turns his wrists on the defensive push, runs it out towards Shaw, who is now the only fielder theoretically saving one on the on side. The two others are at long leg and deep backward square. Looks like Goodman's starting to warm up again at a wide mid-off position. As Akhtar is in and bowls. That one just shaped back in, judging by Kimber's body language. He sort of got in position to play on off stump, ended up sort of just readjusting and playing straight back down off middle.
I think whilst I've been focusing on the first wicket for Charlesworth and praising Ollie Price's slip catching, I've perhaps not had a word for Zaman Akhtar. It's really pleasing to see the way that he's bounced back today after what would have been a tricky evening yesterday.
In he comes, bowls, line and length, and Louis Kimber is forward, solidly enough, pushing the ball towards mid-on. Shaw gets across from that wide-ish position to field.
And he is somebody that, not just in that championship match against Leicestershire, but also I think in his time in the One Day Cup, he's certainly shown what he can do. And when he gets into a rhythm and he's accurate, he's a handful. But yesterday wasn't his day. So far today has been a very different story.
And he comes, bowls, Kimber just on the back foot, just flinches a little bit. Is it again a little bit of shape perhaps back in, and he has to react quickly to keep it out. He does drop it out into the offside, but as Ed has been saying, Zaman Akhtar, a very different proposition this morning to that faced Leicestershire last night, taking on board that discussion that went on at the close of play between the Gloucestershire Brains Trust and both Akhtar and Charlesworth, actually.
Yeah.
Both of them. If it was an ear-wigging, but it went on for quite a long time. Well, maybe more about technicalities.
Here comes Luke Charlesworth into Mulder, who tucks into the leg side, but it'll be fielded by Zafar Gohar at mid-wicket. And the fact that Goodman was warming up there, I must say my map of the morning probably had Zafar having a bit of a bowl before lunch, more than just the I can't even say that word this morning apparently, obligatory, there we go, 1 over of spin before lunch. I thought he would get a little bit of a spell just because he'd kind of have to. Charlesworth bowls wide of off stump. Mulder leaves and then rehearses a slash away through the offside, which I suspect if you're Leicestershire, you're probably thinking, well, I know how well he plays that shot, but at this stage, it's probably a good thing that he didn't go for that. And did just leave it alone. But yes, you're right. So far, it's certainly been a win for whatever was said. Both Dale Benkenstein and Robbie Joseph out there having a long discussion last night. Charlesworth in and striking Mulder on the pad, but it looks leg-side-ish to me. And I think that's what Peter Hartley thinks as well. I won't know whether there was inside edge on it or not because it didn't come through for a run, but it didn't look particularly right to me. So you do have the available technology to have a second glance at it. Yeah, that's, I mean, it swung in actually, swung in a decent amount. Charlesworth is in, and there's the slash outside the off stump that Mulder rehearsed earlier in the over. He went for it and he missed it, and it goes through to the keeper. And it wasn't perhaps quite where Luke Charlesworth would have wanted it, perhaps a little bit wider than he might have hoped, but at the same time, when the ball is swinging about, those wide balls so often bring wickets. Not quite at that time. 2 slips and a gully. Luke Charlesworth is in full and straight, and Mulder plays out towards point, and there's no run. He's not slow, Luke Charlesworth, when he's getting his tail up, which it does seem to be at the moment. It's the first time I've watched him in the flesh. Just calendar doesn't really allow much of an opportunity to get off and watch much of Gloucestershire's seconds, and then of course when they're playing at Bristol it inevitably means that Gloucestershire's firsts are away. This is down the leg side, and Mulder misses his attempted leg glance and then rehearses a pickup which would have sailed into the nets, but anyway, it's going to go down as a dot ball, and it's also a second maiden over for Luke Charlesworth. 1 for 41, 2 maidens and 10 overs bowled, but again, I think I was going to look back actually and see the figures for Actor since about his 4th or 5th over, which I'll try and do during this over, but you'd have to imagine that for Charlesworth as well, the difference between his figures today and his figures last night would be noticeable.
And as predicted, Dom Goodman is going to come on for Akhtar at really, isn't it? At the Bennett end, and he's going to be bowling to Louis Kimber. He was ready to go. Kimber seemed to be ready, but the gentleman just moved behind the sight screen slightly, merged from behind the sight screen, so understandably. I think Bracey was also busy sort of directing traffic a little bit. It was all happening a little bit too quickly. Goodman is in, bowls to Kimber, a little bit squared up, and he's going to pick up 4 off a thick outside edge, along the ground all the way between second slip Price and Gully Hammond. It runs down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. So again, that little bit of extra bounce from the tall Dom Goodman. Louis Kimber joins Vian Mulder on 6. And Gloucestershire know how dangerous a player Mulder is. Certainly unbeaten half-century in the semi-final to steer Leicestershire home, or to the One Day Cup final anyway. Goodman is in. Kimber is looking to force off the back foot. It's in the air for quite a long time. Bounces well short of extra cover. Zafar scrambles across to his left to make the stop, but again not entirely convincing from Louis Kimber. Mulder wanders down, has a word with him. That unbeaten half-century was one of 4 half-centuries made by Vian Mulder in the One Day Cup this season. All, curiously, ended up not out.
Mm. The finisher.
Yeah, once he gets in, he makes sure he makes it count. Goodman is in. Kimber leaves outside off stump. Little bit of shape back in. A lot of Lennies shouted in approval around the Gloucestershire fielders. Good Lenny. I would imagine that Goodman, you just have to take it, don't you? Accept the nickname for what it
I'm
is.
sure he would. He's
Could be worse, couldn't it? Could be worse.
He's an incredibly nice man, is Dom Goodman.
Goes running in and bowls to Louis Kimber. Again, it stops a bit in the pitch, I think, that one. Kimber went back to a short of a length delivery, looked to turn it on the leg side, and was in position sort of far too early, really. Waited for it, tried to turn it away, almost got something of a leading edge, just popped it up into the air for a couple of inches, and then dropped down at his feet.
It's quite hard to imagine Dom Goodman having a real problem with anything, but I'm sure there's something that sets him off.
Right.
There's something that sets all of us off. I don't know whether it's somebody putting the jam on the wrong order.
Goes Goodman, and he's driven for 4 by Kimber. He was not I'd say driven for 4. No, he's not. He's going to be cut off running back. He's about a foot inside the ropes there at deep extra by Actor. So it actually will be just 2-2 Kimber. It wasn't. Oh, he was not at the pitch of the ball there. He doesn't mind hitting the ball in the air, though. He trusts his eye. And he trusts the bounce to a certain extent, which might be a slightly risky thing to do on this pitch. Again, he didn't quite come on in the way that he thought it was going to. Moves on to 8, 164 for 5. In goes Goodman. Bowls short, in control of that pull through the mid-wicket area. Didn't try and overhit it. It was banged in hard by Goodman. Kimber in position early, just paddle pulled it round almost, really. Just made sure he was right on top of the bounce. Out towards mid-wicket he goes. Deep square goes running up quickly to get to the ball. Tector, so just the single for Kimber. He keeps the strike, moves on to 9, 165 for 5 off 45. We're coming up to the top of the hour, so we should get another, what, 7 or 8 overs maybe before 7.
Yes, I think the rate it's going.
Eight's pushing my luck there, isn't it?
Yeah. Jack Taylor's back out on the field up at mid-on. I think it's Chris Dent who just disappeared down below us. Yeah, I don't know, perhaps in his time at Exeter University, Dom Goodman got really strong ideas about jam, cream, order on scones.
Oh, I suppose
or
if, yeah,
perhaps
Devon, then, yeah.
particularly dislikes people who put their milk in the tea before the...
Let's have a look, see if he's got any dislikes. His hobbies are hopping around Bristol cafes with a set of Perudo, a dice game, apparently. Perudo, P-E-R-U-D-O.
Never heard of it.
Loves an almond croissant for breakfast.
Oh, yes. I like him more and more. This is revealing.
Okay.
It really is. These little bits in the who's who. Here's Shaw starting a new spell, and he hangs one outside Kimber's off stump, and there's no shot.
Best performance as a pro prior to this season was helping the Wakefield Wall, Josh Shaw,
Oh, yes.
block out for a draw against Hampshire at the Aegeus in 2021. That went on for a long time, didn't it?
12.5 overs, I think it was, that those two batted together.
That might have involved the aforementioned Mohammed Abbas as well at one
Yes,
stage.
I think he was bowling, as was Liam Dawson on a final day pitch there. 2021. Short bowls, it's worked to mid-wicket. By Kimber, there's no run. His first-class wicket, I believe, was James Hildreth. Not a bad man to have as your first scalp.
Oh, updates time. So I shall rudely nip in ahead of Ed, if I may. The Wakefield Wall, Josh Shaw. Turns. Runs in, bowls to Louis Kimber, who rather hops forward as he leaves that one outside off stump. Lets it bounce through to Bracey. Little bit of a change in atmosphere at Grace Road, because having been 150 for 2 and in pretty much complete control, Leicestershire lost 3 wickets on that very score. Colin Ackerman for 33, brilliantly caught, diving at second slip. Rishi Patel, who'd made 73 and looked to be on course to bring up 1,000 for the season, he too was caught at second slip, and so too was Umar Amin, the Pakistan international making his debut for the Foxes. Did not manage a single run. He went without scoring, 150 for 5 at that stage. Vian Mulder has come in. He's with Louis Kimber at the moment. They're beginning to rebuild slightly. They've added 15 so far for the 6th wicket, and they've taken Leicestershire ahead. They are now leading at Gloucestershire on first innings by 6, but with a lot to do to build a substantial first innings lead. They're 165 for 5. Missed just one delivery on commentary that was defended by Kimber on off stump. Shaw is in down the leg side, poor delivery, doesn't get anything on it though. Kimber tried to flick it away, picked up by Bracey to his left behind the stumps. I'll finish this over off and then we'll get back to Ed. Leicestershire want to get through to lunch now without losing another. Obviously they want to do that, get through to lunch without losing another wicket, but these two represent their best chance of really well, we haven't seen Ben Cox, another debutant. We'll have his pads on at the moment.
Certainly bat deep enough, Leicestershire.
They do right as well. No mean hand with the bat. Shaw bustles in, bowls, fullish, a little bit of shape to it, and Kimber is carefully forward, dropping the ball back past Shaw, fielded, running across from mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over, 165 for 5. At the moment, though, given that, 62 for 3 on the morning's play, it's very balanced. If anything, it's Gloucestershire's probably morning, just about.
Well, I think they'd be very pleased with the way that they have managed to bounce back in the last, what is it now, even half an hour, something like that, because there was a danger already. It just looked as if things had begun to drift, as Goodman is not going to run. Well, he's going to run in, he's just not going to bowl, because again something has either disturbed Mulder or Goodman has just lost his run. Anyway, we'll do it all over again. That won't help the over rate. Goodman in. This is punch towards backward point and well fielded by Miles Hammond at backward point.
Mickey says on the stream says that Goodman should be known as Benny rather than Lenny, because Benny Goodman was the king of swing jazz band leader, and it kind of works.
That is a better one, isn't it?
But I suspect that might be beyond, generationally beyond the Gloucestershire. They probably haven't heard of Benny Goodman.
Don't know. I wonder if there's, if there's a fan of that type of music in Gloucestershire's ranks. I'm not sure who, as Mulder tucks a single towards deep forward square and moves on to 7, 166 for 5. I don't know who out of the Gloucestershire side's personality would particularly suit that sort of thing. I know that a big group of them went to see Sam Fender a week or so ago. Yeah, I thought I'd just reverse things after the after that, whatever his name was, Ray earlier. Here comes Goodman and bowls, and Kimber plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Yeah, I think they went off to the Reading Festival.
Oh, okay.
After Gloucestershire's
Cutting edge
playoff win against Lancashire. Quite a few of the youngsters in particular. Josh Shaw went too, as I can remember. The Price brothers going. Goodman is in. This is an on push from Kimber that won't beat Shaw. Across to his left hand side. Kimber remains on 9. So yeah, that might be a bit more for their thing, but I don't know. Surely there's got to be somebody who's more into the swing and the jazz and that sort of thing. You get a squad of 20 odd people, surely somebody within it must. Goodman bowls, that's a full toss, and Kimber is it wasn't a great piece of cricket all round really, apart from the fact that Shaw managed to field the ball at mid-on. It was a full toss outside the off stump, and it almost looked as if Goodman had, I don't say slipped, but it just didn't seem to come out right at all, and then Kimber's tried to get it away through the covers and has played it rather horribly up to mid-on, so that's a ball that goes down as a dot, but yeah, it's a rather different kind of dot as Goodman is into Kimber, and that just keep a fraction low. Kimber's managed to get bat on it anyway, and it squirts down to the gully, but in that over, a little bit of interest with what happened at the end there for Goodman. 1 for 48 from his 12 overs. Leicestershire 166 for 5, lead by 7. I did have a look back at Actor's figures, and this really does tell the story. And 4 overs for 23 he bowled up front, but that doesn't include the 8 byes that went way down the leg side. But in his next 8 overs, 2 for 15. So that's actually even more of a stark difference than I thought there might be. It shows what he's been able to do.
At the moment, only 7 runs difference between the sides. As Shaw runs in and bowls straight at Vian Mulder, thick outside part of the bat, and they call for the quick single. The throw from Tector misses, but both batsmen had sort of overrun the crease by so much that although the backup was a little bit late in getting there, no chance of a second run as a consequence. Had the throw hit from Tector, I think Kimber, who's actually, although he looks quite tall and lopey in the way that he runs, he's actually rather quick between the wickets and made his ground comfortably enough. Waits with bat raised as Shaw is in, bowls to him. He's looking to force off the back foot, goes behind square, more or less straight to Tector at backward point, and there's no run. Not quite timed again by Louis Kimber.
He's a Lincolnite, isn't he?
Yes.
Kimber?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes,
I was getting, well, I know that their whole family played for the club in the centre of Lincoln, for Lindham, but or at Lindham I should say, because I've umpired his, I think, youngest brother.
Shaw is in. Kimber steps forward, leaves, it swings away outside off stump.
But of course I'm by birth a Lincolnite myself.
Fine city.
It is, yeah.
Said that with conviction.
Yeah, well, actually, you know, Lincolnshire doesn't get a huge amount of credit, and some of that is potentially justified. But Lincoln is beautiful, especially up on the hill, and you can make the walk up steep hill, take in the shops.
Shaw bowls. Oh, lovely delivery. Bounces and leaves. Louis Kimber squares him up. Goes past his outside edge. Super delivery. A little bit too good, almost, because it beat everything. 167 for 5. Shaw with that big sweatband on his left forearm that I mentioned yesterday. Just wipes his brow. Hot work out there. But he's doing it well. 1 for 23 off 13.4 overs for Josh Shaw. Gloucestershire sort of bowled themselves back into this game. Still got plenty of work to do though. He runs in and bowls. Foolish, slightly slower delivery. And Kimber looking to drive, but he was on the back foot and didn't time it. Ran it out towards Charlesworth at mid-off, standing quite wide, and there was no run.
I'm sort of wondering now if you were to say to Leicestershire you can have a 100-run lead. You said to Gloucestershire a 100-run lead. Who would be the side that would not take that now.
Shaw in, Kimber leaves, good carry and bounce through to wicketkeeper Bracey, end of the over, 167.5. I think Leicestershire's ambitions might be for more than that. I think they'll be looking, I think 150 they might take, but 100 I think with these two at the crease and with the batting that is to come, and given that the ball is approximately 48 overs old, has been changed, I think they'd have ambitions for more. What does Louis Kimber want? A change of helmet, it would appear. He asked permission of the Gloucestershire skipper James Bracey. Removes his current helmet. Sam Evans comes out with a choice for Louis Kimber. He selects one. Don't often see that. He hasn't been hit on the helmet or anything. Perhaps just the size was a bit restrictive.
Well, you do like your choices of things at Leicester with lunch approaching as well.
Yes.
One option is simply not enough for the good folk of Leicestershire to have a selection of helmets. There was only one water bottle though. That was very disappointing. He might have wanted water at room temperature rather than cold water, maybe. I know it's Novak Djokovic, isn't it, who demands his water be room temperature rather than, because it
chilled. Yeah.
It does hydrate you better at that temperature rather than chilled. So there is method in it, but yeah, you might have fancied some sparkling water even. Refreshing on a hot day. Here comes Goodman starting a new over. And he bowls very full, it's driven firmly, and it has been stopped by Zafar Gohar at cover, sprawling to his right.
Good to stop that.
That was a good piece of fielding. I didn't think he was going to get that, actually. It almost looked, from the way that he'd moved, I almost thought he'd dived over the top of it already, but actually he hadn't. He'd got his hands down, even though his body was forming the sort of harbour bridge over the top of it, but no run. Total remains 167 for 5. Goodman already starting his run in, and he bowls, and that's left by Mulder through to Bracey. I think it's also interesting. I just posed that question just because I wondered if you offered Gloucestershire that, would they say, okay, we've forced our way back in from a position where Leicestershire looked as if they were going to get past Gloucestershire's total, only losing 2 wickets, and actually there's still plenty of batting, not just out there but to come. Goodman in, forward, Mulder carefully playing up to mid-off, and maybe actually it might be a sort of a case of, at the same time, Gloucestershire saying, well, look, we've taken 3 wickets for no runs and we're getting lower down in the order. I don't know. I think it would be an interesting marker. And then the other question which follows on from that is how significant might that number be? Goodman bowls forward, goes Mulder, pushing to wide mid-off, but can't pierce the field. And it may be the case that a 100-run lead, given the wickets that we've seen fall in the match, actually would be really significant. At the same time, there's a school of thought which says, well, there's the live grass on this pitch is only going to continue to die through the 4 days. There's Goodman bowls, and once again Mulder is having to cover up a full straight delivery, targeting the stumps, and finds mid-off. So maybe Gloucestershire would say, okay, we would back ourselves to bat a lot better second time around and build something up. I don't know. It's added a lot of layers of intrigue to the game, which certainly didn't exist when Leicestershire were 150 for 2, we'll put it that way. Goodman bowls now, and Mulder with a slightly angled bat, is playing this towards mid-off. I think Dom Goodman was quite as enamoured of the technical correctness of that defensive shot from Mulder as previous attempts, but he never really looked like missing it. And it is a maiden over from Goodman. His third, 1 for 48. And Leicestershire a lead of 8 runs, 167 for 5.
3 more overs perhaps before lunch interval, 2 of which, well, I say 2 of which, the first of which will be bowled by Josh Shaw, were he and then Goodman not to take a wicket. Perhaps the last will be bowled by the spinner, but one suspects not. 2 slips and a gully still in place for Louis Kimber, or still behind Louis Kimber, as Shaw, elbows jutting, runs in and bowls to him on off stump, fullish. No big stride from Kimber, just solidly forward, blocking the ball out to mid-off. Where Charlesworth, Luke that is the fielder.
Not particularly great news for Leicestershire supporters. The game between Worcestershire and Glamorgan, where Glamorgan are now 76 for 5 in reply to Worcestershire's 284.
Yeah, well, having lost away when they should have won at Worcestershire and then at home when they were well beaten. In goes Shaw and bowls. Kimber defends, thick inside part of the bat, runs out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run again. Then they couldn't really complain too much, I don't think, the Foxes, if Worcestershire go on to secure promotion at their expense.
I think Leicestershire and Sussex as well, I think, really the draw would probably be the best result in that Worcestershire-Glamorgan game, but if one side are to win, I think it's Glamorgan that would probably be preferable from their point of view to Worcestershire.
Shaw is in, goes past the outside edge again, with slightly short of a length delivery, or shortish of a length, and Kimber sort of walking forward a little bit. Was well beaten really there. Looks a little bit at the moment, so he's struggling just for a spot of timing and rhythm to his batting. Louis Kimber might have half an eye on getting to the lunch interval. 11 minutes or so away now. Shaw is in and bowls short, pulled, and well, got hardly any of that. Bit of a top edge. Oh, and that's going to be extra runs as well, because Bracey, as he ran out towards square leg, fielded the ball, picked it up, hurled it at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Perfectly legitimate tactic on the part of Bracey, because Kimber was struggling a little bit to get there, just about had got there, but behind the stumps, and Shaw was behind the stumps. He'd got back behind the stumps, the ball rather squatted. The throw bouncing well before the stumps went through his hands and ran down towards sort of long off with Luke Charlesworth in hot pursuit, but as a consequence Kimber adds 2 extras to his single that he was fortuitously acquiring and moves on to 12.
It was a tricky one because you had to cover the stumps and then also back up the throw at the same time. So
it was tough.
I think it was one of those ones where, I don't know, could Actor from mid-on have been that second fielder?
Difficult to blame anybody, really. One of those things, that one. In goes Shaw, cut, and half stop, diving away at backward point by Tector. Might just have got enough on it to stop it going all the way to... No, he hasn't. He did get half a hand to it, but it was a nicely timed shot by Vian Mulder. And, well, he does time it beautifully once he gets in, Vian Mulder. Tector flung himself to his left as it bounced away and got something on it, slowed it, but couldn't prevent it. He picked himself up and chased after it, but couldn't prevent it crossing the ropes at a sort of wide third man / backward point for 4. So Mulder also now into double figures, on to 12. Shaw is into the South African, who's advancing down the pitch. He bowls full and is clipped down to long leg for 4. Really nice shot, well, fine leg really by Mulder, perfectly legitimate. I mean, he must have seen him moving there. Shaw tried to, I don't know, bowling behind his legs possibly, something along those lines, because as he came forward he also moved across Mulder, but Played it with a exquisite piece of timing, really. Leg glance, bit of a flourish, down to fine leg for 4. So consecutive boundaries for Vian Mulder. Shaw looks distinctly unhappy as he walks off towards wide long leg and then looks back resentfully, rather, doesn't he?
He got a call from Bracey there. Bracey was definitely saying something to him. I don't know whether that was...
I'll give the last to Zafar.
Yeah, it might be that the call is that Zafar's going to get an over. But that'll be a frustrating over there for Shaw, because at least a couple of the runs in that over were not down to him, really. I think it was I'd have to look at it again, but it looked like just the cut shot that went for 4 was off a ball, which I don't think there was as much wrong with it as Mulder made it look. Goodman is in, bowled him! He's pegged back off stump, and that is a 2nd wicket for Goodman, and it is a 6th wicket for Gloucestershire. And just as I was about to say, that previous over felt as if it might be Leicestershire turning the recent tide. They've got another one.
That came back, hit the top of middle, actually. Look at it leaning back there. That really did come back. Kimber sort of, wow, comprehensively cleaned up there. Wow. Great delivery from Goodman. It's been impressive.
Sort of came out of nowhere in some ways. Not because we haven't had wickets, but all the wickets they've been caught, really, haven't they? They've been caught in the slips, and well, yeah. In fact, all the wickets today have been caught in the slips. I mean, Budinger was bowled yesterday, but just weren't really quite expecting one to go through somebody's defences like that. But he's stayed quite a long way leg side of the ball as Kimber is. His feet don't really move from his kind of... He's got a slightly open stance, and then so his feet don't really move from there. He's still...
No.
He never closes himself off at all. He's still very open, very front on, and you can see the entirety of off stump past his body, and you can see the edge of middle as well. So he's left a lot of his stumps for Goodman to try and hit, and that's exactly what he's done. I think he was bowled almost more middle and off rather than off.
Yeah, it was the middle leaning back for sure. But Goodman, well, really has been Gloucestershire's morning now. 4 wickets. And Leicestershire's lead is now just 19. 4 wickets in hand. This is awkward for Ben Cox, isn't it? This is not what you would like on your debut for a new county, however experienced you are.
Neither lunchtime hawk, as I think Stuart Broad was once in the back end of his batting career. Send out
Lunch hawk. Ooh.
Chris Wright as a lunchtime hawk. Cox to face as Goodman comes in with 3 slips in the gully, and he starts him off with a attempted bumper, which Cox sways out of the way of, and then he sort of stares back up the pitch as if to say, really? I don't know. Perhaps he was looking at where it landed. The way he's prodded at it, it's almost as if he felt perhaps it shouldn't have taken off like that. But
Good aggressive stuff from Goodman.
Yeah,
That's like what I've seen of him.
It's
One of these taller, bang it in hard.
It's interesting,
Hit the
isn't it?
seam.
It's the second time we've seen a bowler start off. It was Actor who started Kimber off with a bumper as well, which wasn't too far of hitting him. Cox is playing an attempted back foot drive away from his body, and it's fielded at backward point by Zafar Gohar. And I can see again why Goodman was showing some body language as if to say, I think I'm on top of you there with that particular shot being played. Looked like the shot of a man who was really wanting to get off the mark. Goodman is in now and bowls outside off, and Cox lets it go through to James Bracey. Whereas the one thing that wicket has done is mean that there's probably only going to be one more over now before lunch.
Yeah.
It has taken just that
Definitely.
couple of minutes out of proceedings, so Goodman might as well take his time here, really, because they're only
Might
going to
just
get one
more.
through.
Yeah.
After that, Zaffa might get it, but the wicket falling, might be that Shaw's going to get it instead, as Cox once more shoulders arms to another decent delivery from Dom Goodman.
He's taken number 63 as Ben Cox. Now, whether that was his number at Worcester,
I think
have
it was.
no idea. There you go.
I had to check that, but it sounds quite familiar. See if I can double check that. If I were to look through this disorganised notebook, I might find it. Goodman in, forward comes Cox and plays to the fielder at mid-off. And that is the end of the 51st over of the innings. It's another wicket maiden, this time Goodman, his 4th maiden overall, and 2 for 48 are his figures. I think it's at least 2 maidens he's bowled on the bounce now, has Dom Goodman. So he's settled into the groove.
Well, it will be short rather than the spinner, who's going to conclude proceedings in the morning session, and he's going to be bowling to Vian Mulder.
My brain was so sure, but no, Cox was 10 at Worcestershire.
Short is in and bowls on leg stump. Will just waits for it and calmly turns it towards slightly wide of square leg. In from the boundary trots Zaffa, and the single is taken. Update coming from BBC Radio Leicester. Oliver Benjamin Cox, so it's O.B. Cox for Leicestershire supporters who aren't familiar. Obviously Ben, his second name, Benjamin. Born in Wordsley, Stourbridge, Worcestershire, 31 years of age. Waits with bat raised, 3 slips and a gully go down as in goes the bowler. There's an appeal for leg before, but although the slips went up, have to say that Shaw's appeal was very much in reaction to that. Here comes the update. Hello, well, after a very good first hour for the Foxes, not so good second hour. They've lost 4 wickets, 3 of them with a score on 150. Colin Ackerman for 33, Rishi Patel for 73, and the debutant Umar Amin without scoring. Louis Kimber and Vian Mulder then added 28 for the 6th wicket before Kimber was comprehensively bowled by Dom Goodman for 12, bringing Ben Cox to the wicket. Another debutant for the Foxes, and he's just got off the mark with a lovely straight drive for 4. They needed that, Leicestershire. Vian Mulder is still there, though. He is 17 not out. Cox has now 4. 183 for 6 means that they now lead by 24. What a lovely shot that was from Cox. It was there to be put away, but full half volley on off stump just outside, and he just leant into it, stroked it away to the very straight long off boundary.
It's not an easy shot to play after you've just lost, what, 4 for 29.
Shaw is in, outside off stump. Puff of dust from the feet of Cox there as he hops across his stumps and leaves his bat raised. Yep, 31. 1 club man up to this point, now a 2 club man. Regarded as one of the neatest keepers in county cricket, says his biography. Not written by him, but I think that's a fair comment. He looked
I think so.
Gloriously neat yesterday. He's played 143 first-class games. As Shaw runs in and bowls to him, again outside off stump, again he leaves. 228 first-class innings, 5,361 runs, with a best of 124, just the 4 centuries, 30 50s, and he averages 27 in first-class cricket. Displaced in the Worcestershire side by Gareth Roderick, and although he played one-day cricket, still wants to play all forms. Well, here's his chance to quietly make something of a point, perhaps, to his former employers. Shaw is in. Two in bowls down the leg side, completely squares up. Ben Cox comes off almost a leading edge. He was looking to the leg side. It ran towards Gully, who picked up and threw at the stumps. Mulder having sort of galloped a couple of paces down the pitch is sent back by Cox, who doesn't want to risk a run out to the last ball before lunch, which will be taken with Leicestershire on 183 for 6. So that represents a big turnaround from 150 for 2. They lead, but not by half as much as they would have been hoping for, and by rather more wickets than they would have been hoping to lose. Well bowled Worcestershire, certainly in the second hour, and to a certain extent in the first hour as well. They said kept control of the scoreboard as Leicestershire did yesterday, and they have bowled themselves, Ed, rather back into this game.
Yeah, I was thinking that when we were talking about the first hour versus the second hour, and in some ways you could say that Josh Shaw has been Gloucestershire's most consistent bowler, and yet he's the one bowler that's not picked up a wicket this morning. The one wicket that he took was last night, but as a unit Gloucestershire have bowled so much better today than they did yesterday evening, and it's been really gratifying to see whilst of course Josh Shaw would desperately love a wicket, it's been really great to see that it's been the younger members of the Gloucestershire attack that have come through this morning. Mentioned Actors, real bounce back after a tough start yesterday, 8 overs 2 for 15, his more recent work. Goodman, a couple of wickets as well, causing consistent problems. And then probably it has to be said from a sentimental point as much as anything, the highlight of the morning being Luke Charlesworth's maiden first-class wicket, and it being caught Charlesworth, bowled Charlesworth, and that really was a highlight for Gloucestershire fans, and it has been good to see that they fought back after a tricky day yesterday.
We'll be back with you at the Uptonsteel County Ground, or from the Uptonsteel County Ground, in around about 35 minutes' time. What promises to be an intriguing afternoon session on this nicely balanced now LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Gloucestershire. taking lunch in a position that isn't quite as good as they would have hoped it could have been when they were 150 for 2, replying to Gloucestershire's first innings of 159 all out. They then lost 3 wickets with the score on 150. Top scorer Rishi Patel with 73. They then lost Louis Kimber with the score on 178, comprehensively bowled for just 12. Vian Mulder is still there, though. He's 17 not out. He's been joined by debutant Ben Cox. Recent signing from Worcestershire is 4 not out. They take lunch on 183 for 6. They have a lead of 24. They'd have hoped for much more, but they will still have big ambitions of building that lead up past 3 figures with Mulder and Cox at the crease. 183 for 6 at lunch. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. The afternoon session on the second day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Gloucestershire. Leicestershire about to resume their first innings reply to Gloucestershire's 159 on 183 for 6. Looked like it was going to be a rather stronger position when they reached 150 with just 2 down, but a really good fight back by the Gloucestershire side. Zaman Akhtar, Luke Charlesworth, Dom Goodman all bowled really well. Josh Shaw did as well, actually, in the hour before lunch, picking up 4 wickets between them and reducing the Foxes, as I say, to 183 for 6. A lead of 24. They'll be hoping to extend that, well, I would suggest seriously into 3 figures, because they still have plenty of batting to come. Van Mulder is still at the crease. He is 17, not out. Ben Cox, new signing from Worcestershire on loan until the end of the season, then taking over or becoming a full-time employee of the club in October. He's at the other end. He's 4 not out. Also to come the all-rounder Tom Scriven. And I think it's fair to describe him as a bowling all-rounder, Chris Wright. Matt Salisbury as well. So they do have power to add the Foxes, but if these two are parted early, Gloucestershire will really have hopes of restricting that first innings lead to very manageable proportions, where it is now at 24. Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Bristol and Gloucestershire, myself Richard Ray for BBC Radio Leicester, your commentators for the game. We have not seen a cloud in the sky above the ground, well, barely a wisp throughout the day. Post lunch he comes in and bowls to Mulder, comes back in a touch to the South Africa international. He defends, jabs it out into the offside. Running in is Zafar. We haven't seen him with the ball in terms of bowling as yet, and they'll be hoping that Gloucestershire, that is, that they don't have to go to him. We haven't seen an over of spin in the game. We don't know whether the pitch might turn. It very rarely does here. So understandable enough as Zaman is in. Late leave from Mulder. Lets it go through. Lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Threatened to bring it down. Didn't bother doing so. Let it bounce through to Bracey. Good crowd in at the far end. In the shade. In the green seats in front of the Turner Centre. Wisely perhaps in the shade. Others basking in the late summer sunshine here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Akhtar is in and bowls slightly short of a length on off stump, and Mulder up on his toes, defending and then rehearsing a firm punch through the offside, a punch that he did not play. And wanders down, prods at the pitch, has a chat to Ben Cox.
There's an umbrella up on the far side of the ground to protect from the sun.
Yes,
I think it's been taken down now, actually.
That's
gone
going to
into
say
the shade.
Pretty much in the shade of the Turner Centre over there now. In goes Akhtar, bowled, and that is cut away, chopped away to the wide third man boundary. Oh, good work down there. Running around the boundary. I think it's Hammond down there, it is. He had about 15 yards to make up to his right, running along the boundary rope. Managed to do so.
It's Dent.
It's Dent,
yeah.
I beg your pardon. And 2 taken by
Surprised to see him down there.
Van Mulder.
I suppose they've only got the 2 slips in at the moment, but they obviously feel that a lot of runs are going to go down there, because Dent is probably their best outfielder. Yeah.
Akhtar is in and bowls onto the legs of Mulder. Comfortable there, just goes back and turns it calmly to square leg. There isn't a square leg, just Tector running in from deep backward square. Mulder takes 1. Moves on to 20. Ben Cox has 4. Seeing Cox at lunch, he almost a sort of set of mutton chop whiskers he's sporting at the moment. In fact, it's a sort of...
Oh, was that him?
Yeah.
I almost didn't recognise him.
No, he's sort of blondish hair. But, yeah, almost a set of mutton chop. He's got a leg gully in now, Actor, as he comes in and bowls to Cox, who is comfortable on off stump, defending back down the pitch on the offside. Actor sort of half feels in his follow through. And that is the end of the over. First post lunch, 3 runs from it. Leicestershire 186 for 6, lead now by 27.
Yeah, it is absolutely fierce, the heat down there this afternoon. I've just been, even just for about 10 minutes, standing down there chatting to some very proud parents, chatting to Mum and Dad Charlesworth.
Oh,
indeed.
bless.
Yeah, and it's great to have a chat to them after quite a moment in the morning session, and Graham Charlesworth saying exactly what one of our Twitter correspondents, Mark from Madrid, said. How many people can have taken their first class wicket and had it caught by their brother? Probably not many. It is going to be Luke Charlesworth to bowl. Mulder facing on 20, and Charlesworth is in, and he bowls a very full ball, which is squeezed out to mid-on by Mulder for no run. I was able to say that neither of the Price brothers had done it, because I can remember both of their first class wickets, but further back I'm afraid I couldn't tell you the Taylor brothers. It was before my time covering it. Price's was bowled, Tom, sorry, that is, and Ollie's was caught behind, squeezed between James Bracey's shins. Charlesworth bowls as is stroked through cover point by Mulder. It's running out towards the boundary. It's not going to be cut off, and that is a very nice shot from Vian Mulder. Just eased it into the gap, and it's 24 he's got now, 190 for 6, and whilst Mulder is still there, Leicestershire still feel very much on top here, despite the wobble that they've suffered. Lead of 31. And I think, yes, not surprised in a way that Gloucestershire have put a deep point out there now, because he has scored a lot of his runs through that area. Luke Charlesworth bowls. This is clipped fine by Mulder, but it will be stopped down on the long leg boundary, and that moves the total up to 191 for 6. He scored a lot of his runs in that half century in the semi-final through that sort of cover point through to wide third area. Just give him a little bit of width, and it doesn't matter whether it's short or full. If he lines it up, he's going to crack it away through that region. Cox on strike on 4. Luke Charlesworth bowls to him and strikes him on the pad. Looks pretty close. Up goes the finger from Peter Hartley. It just looked right, that one, unlike Charlesworth's earlier shout. And Cox is out for 4, and Gloucestershire get what they were looking for. The early wicket after the lunch break, 191 for 7.
Looked out, and Cox, having seen the finger raised, walked off without demur. You don't expect him to protest or look upset, but there was nothing really to look upset about there. And Luke Charlesworth does it on his own this time, didn't need his brother's help. Well bowled, young man. Second first-class wicket, and Gloucestershire's fight back continues. They have been an impressive quartet of seamers today. Tom Scriven then looking to emphasise his all-rounder status, if you like, having been very impressive with the ball. 4 wickets yesterday, first-class best. Can he produce a similar effort with the bat in support of Vian Mulder, who needs someone to dig in and stay with him and build a partnership? 191 for 7. Lead just 32.
Yeah, I just had a look at the replay of that LBW. I mean,
Suggesting it's a bit...
Well, I think it's one that you would send up, and then it's a question of whether... I think it's it's one of those maybe umpires call jobs, but I don't know. I can live it looked, and again because we're looking at it not from the same point of view as those of you watching it on the stream, we don't get that view. We're just watching the live action, and we're looking at it from long off rather than right behind the bowler's arm. So it's, if it were a little leg side-ish, it's going to look a lot straighter to us than it did to you watching on the pictures. I can still see why it was given out, even from the pictures. Scriven is facing, and he's clipping confidently through wide mid-on first ball and getting at least a couple of runs. Might think about 3 here, as it's going to be stopped by Shaw running back from mid-on, but it's a long throw, and indeed they can turn 2 into 3. 194 for 7. I mean, he's not got a big stride in at all as Cox there, so it's not got that far to travel. It struck him probably, I mean, I don't think height is an issue at all. It struck him on about middle and leg. It is angling in, but I don't know. I think I'd probably still give it. This has been cut by Mulder over the top of the slips and down for 4. There was a flailing hand from Ben Charlesworth at first slip that could not get there. And it is 4 runs, 198 for 7. The game continues to move on at a pace.
Interesting. An eventful over.
Yeah, so what do we have?
Charlesworth wicket.
11, 12 runs,
4.
I think.
198 for 7. It was 183 for 6 at lunch. So, yeah, good start, says James Bracey to Luke Charlesworth.
It was just about catchable, probably, that one. It was just right between Price and Charlesworth at a nasty height. He'd have struggled to do more than get a fingertip on it, but it wasn't quite as high as I thought it was to start with.
Maybe Mulder's just going to go on the offensive a little bit.
You can see Ollie Price, he's rehearsing the sort of move up and to his left.
Well, Zaman Akhtar has got that leg gully in again as he comes in and bowls to Tom Scriven. Ooh, comes back in and hurries him on the back foot. Arguably stays a bit low, dug out at the very last second by Scriven. Pushed out into the offside.
These two are forming quite the bowling partnership. Akhtar and Luke Charlesworth, and it certainly looked as if that one, yeah, that has stayed down. It's not an easy ball to play.
No. Managed to keep it out. It's Hammond at that leg gully position as Zaman Akhtar runs in and bowls outside off stump, steered nicely away by Scriven down to the wide third man boundary for 4. There is no third man now, and all that Zafar can do is jog and back to the wide third man boundary and pick it up. So Scriven 7 off 3 balls to him. He was on top of the bounce. He was pretty much in control of that shot. And he gets a congratulatory word from Vian Mulder. Twiddles the bat in his hand, Tom Scriven. 167 championship runs coming into this game. As in goes Zafar, bowls to him, comes back in, bounces a little bit. Suddenly, it's doing a little bit the pitch and taking his bottom hand off the bat. Not sure if he got any actual bat on that as it bounced off him, or part of the bat, part of the pad, part of the midriff perhaps, bounced off into the offside. Zafar Gohar, the fielder, coming in, but hit the seam and got it to move back in. Certainly the effects of the heavy roller have now. You would anticipate to come off. In goes Zafar, bowl short, pulled in the air. It's going to go just wide of Hammond as he runs back towards backward square. Went for the pull, got a top edge. It looped fairly gently, it must be said, and Hammond very nearly in the right position, but not quite. Scriven picks up a lucky single, but Zafar's bending his back here, and he's getting bounce and movement, and that hurried Scriven. He went for the shot and lucky to get away with it. Moves on to 8. 200 up. Should have mentioned that, and about a batting bonus point for Leicestershire, which actually hasn't gone
Not
up
yet. 250.
Oh, 250 now. Gee, I should remembered that by now, of course.
It's been like 200 for so long, though.
Zaffa is in. Top edge, could be caught, is caught at long leg. It was the bouncer again. Mulder went for the pull, got a top edge. It flew down to Luke Charlesworth at long leg. He was bang in the right position, just had to move a few feet to his right. Took it around about waist high. And Gloucestershire's comeback continues apace. They've picked up the main man as far as they're concerned. Mulder can't believe what he's done, especially after that previous delivery to Scriven. But Actor does it again. He picks up his third wicket, and suddenly Leicestershire are 203 for 8.
Well, yeah, as you say, especially after the ball earlier on in the over, the plan was very much set. But I must say, I didn't expect Mulder not only to fall into the trap, but potentially even to just not control the pull shot full stop, because you would have thought that somebody who is so good on the back foot and playing those sorts of deliveries wouldn't have an issue. The all-rounder in Scriven coming in lower down the order, you could understand, but really didn't see Mulder falling that way. But well bowled Zaman Akhtar. He bowled a beautiful bouncer that almost clonked Kimber on the head to his first ball, and he's just, even if it's not been bowling full, he's found his radar today, and that was another terrifically directed bouncer, and it was a fairly simple catch in the end for Luke Charlesworth, as simple as catching a red ball out of a blue sky and bright sunshine can ever be, which I'm sure is not simple at all. He's done well to judge that catch, and you would not have wanted that going down given the man whose wicket it completed.
So the lead is just 44, and well, I say just, perhaps it's a significant lead if the pitch is, once the effects of the heavy roller wears off, continues to offer the bowlers a certain amount of assistance. Remember, this ball getting on for 55 overs old. Chris Wright comes to the crease to replace Leon Mulder. Going to be tricky for him. Wright, who began the season really well with the bat. Akhtar is in, bowled him, gone straight to Chris Wright, who stayed on the back foot, was a little bit too quick, hit off stump. I don't think it got up too much because the off stump is leaning back, but it wasn't knocked out of the ground, suggesting it hit it sort of fairly low down, possibly halfway. But we'll have a look at the replay. But either way, it's 2 in 2 for Akhtar, and Leicestershire subsiding really from 150 for 2 to 203 for 9.
A great ball again to start a new batter with, especially one coming in down the order. But like you say, I think it must just have stayed down a fraction. And when you're a tall man like Wright is, and a tall lower order batter, a ball that stays down like that first up, especially when your feet aren't moving quite as they might be later on in the innings, is just an absolute nightmare to have to face. And I mean, I don't think it's really appreciably stayed.
A little bit, just looking at it, hasn't really got up, has it?
Enough,
about 3/4 of the way up the stump, I would say. And when you're on the back foot, and Akhtar coming down the slope with his tail up, if you like, and it was a little bit too quick and awkward for Chris Wright to keep out. So Matt Salisbury comes out to join Tom Scriven. Scriven's only faced 5 balls for his 8 runs, but well, Salisbury will do his best to get in line, I think, but of Leicestershire's strongish lower order and tail, he is probably the weakest link, it's fair to say. 1 run in 4 innings so far this season for Matt Salisbury.
So Scriven might be playing a few shots then?
Yes, I suspect he might.
So Akhtar will be on a hat-trick, but will he get the chance to complete it this innings, or will he have to wait until the second innings for it?
A good question.
It's Charlesworth to bowl, And it's Scriven to face. Luke Charlesworth in, and Scriven drives. He'll take the single towards point, with Tector moving across. So Luke Charlesworth will get his go at the number 11, 204 for 9. Lead is 45. I didn't miss a no ball there,
surprised about that. No, I don't think so.
So I just saw Peter Hartley moving towards the stumps. I didn't know whether he was showing where the feet landed or whatever.
No change in the scoreboard other than the single.
3 slips and a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg. Luke Charlesworth bowls to Salisbury, and he lets that one go through to the wicket-keeper. But some life and carry as there's been in this pitch since the start. At least, if it hasn't been carry, it's been life, and at the opposite. There's been enough in this surface pretty much throughout. There was only that one stage when Rishi Patel in particular was going along very nicely that you just wondered, has it started to flatten out? But it doesn't seem to have done. Luke Charlesworth in bowls, left alone once again by Salisbury. He's staying disciplined, and Charlesworth has not been able yet to tempt him into forcing the ball away somewhere through the offside or chasing after one. And I suspect that Charlesworth might be thinking about... He's bowled a few Yorkers actually as Luke Charlesworth. I wonder if he's thinking about trying to set one of those up at some point in this over. He's in now, and he bowls, and Salisbury's played forward, not chased the ball, but the ball does run past the outside edge through to James Bracey. 3 slips in the gully, a real stagger there. They're pretty close together, and they've got Dent at 3rd slip in pretty close. Not going to have a huge amount of time to react to an edge at the pace Luke Charlesworth's sending it down at, which has not been inconsiderable. He comes in now and he bowls, and that's edged and caught behind. Bracey takes the catch to his right hand side, and Zaman Akhtar will have to wait until the second innings for his hat-trick ball. Gloucestershire have mopped up Leicestershire's tail in short order. The lead is 45. Luke Charlesworth 3 for 54 on debut. A debut to remember for him. Zaman Akhtar finishes with 4 for 46 from his 14 overs. A wicket for Josh Shaw and 2 for Dom Goodman as well. But that has been an extraordinary fight back from Gloucestershire after a batting performance to forget yesterday and a little bit of an erratic start with the ball, but they have taken the last 8 Leicestershire wickets for 54 runs.
Extraordinary is the word, or perhaps we should have seen it coming after what happened yesterday, which wasn't completely dissimilar from 73 for 1, Gloucestershire to 159 all out. So wickets, as was pointed out overnight, will fall in clusters on this pitch, or with the way the pitch is behaving, but you have to bowl well, and Gloucestershire have bowled well unquestionably today, certainly so much better than they did yesterday, and they've bowled themselves back into this game. Unsurprisingly, they've summoned the heavy roller, which will be going on this pitch for the 3rd time in, well, it went on between innings yesterday, so in less than 24 hours it's going to have had 30 minutes of, 8 minutes you get with the roller, so 24 minutes of heavy rolling. And consequently, the Gloucestershire openers will be hoping it just settles down for at least long enough for them to get themselves in. So, well, we're going to pop the kettle on. Should have been an update. Perhaps they think, yeah, they're thinking this is lunch at BBC Radio Leicester, which of course it isn't. So I'm guessing the next one will be at 2 o'clock when we'll have plenty to tell them. But just for the next 5 minutes, we'll take a quick break while we can, and be back with you for the next chapter in the extraordinary story of this game. Well, a short break between innings at the halfway point of the game. Umpires Peter Hartley and Naeem Ashraf very keen to get on with things. I've already got the players back out into the middle. The heavy roller trundles off. The Leicestershire sort of coaching staff who've been warming the bowlers up. Not that they'll need much warming up. Pick up all the various bits and pieces and head off the ground. Leicestershire gather in a little circle, and the two Gloucestershire openers head out into the middle, knowing that they only have a deficit of 45 runs on first innings. Looked like it was going to be an awful lot more than that when Leicestershire reached 150, just 9 behind, with only 2 wickets down. But what a fight back by the Gloucestershire seam attack. Will wickets continue to tumble, Ed?
Yeah, that is the question, isn't it? I mean, on the face of it, not very much seems to have changed. It still seems to be that the ball is doing enough through the air, and things get easier for batting, but equally, it could go completely the opposite way. Really exciting game of cricket. And it will be Chris Wright to start off Gloucestershire's second innings, bowling to Ben Charlesworth, who turns the ball away towards Ford Square. There is no run. And when Charlesworth beat and Dent opened up Gloucestershire's first innings, never mind when Leicestershire were 150 for 2, I would never have seen the game going this particular way when Gloucestershire were 49 without loss.
No.
Or even 77 for 1 when Ollie Price was out. Wright is in, and Ben Charlesworth plays into the leg side.
Well, basically this time yesterday we'd had 1 wicket, hadn't we, really? That of Ben Charlesworth. And then just after lunch it all went bonkers. 19 wickets in 3 sessions since.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how Ben Charlesworth plays this. He hit, I think it was 5 boundaries in 7 balls at one stage off Mulder. Not that he necessarily went out there looking to smash it by any means, as Wright bowls and Charlesworth works to leg again, fielded by Amin at mid-wicket. But you know, I'd just be really interested to see Gloucestershire's approach, because they tried their best to hang in there in the first innings. They really tried to grit it out. Dent 51 from 141. Ollie Price took 62 balls for his 11. Harry Tector 57 for his 18. They didn't give their wickets away. Right bowls, Charlesworth inside edge onto pad, and the ball trickles out into the offside. The first moment of heart in mouth time for Gloucestershire supporters. But will they just decide, actually, no, if we're going to go down, we're going to go down being positive, and actually we might, I mean, not positive as such, of course, you can be positive in defence as well as positive in attack, but might they just say, well, look, we erase this deficit, and the pressure goes on to Leicestershire. Right in over the wicket, bowling to Charlesworth, who comes forward, gets a good stride in and plays the ball to mid-off, and there's no run. But equally, they might just say, well, we need to just dig in better, even if that does mean that we're 10 off 60. We'd be 20 off 100 if we have to be, but we just stay there. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Which way Gloucestershire goes, stick or twist. 3 slips in place. Wright approaches now and bowls, and Charlesworth is behind that one and knocking this one up to mid-on, and it is a maiden over to start with from Chris Wright. Ben Charlesworth negotiates the first over. Of course, you still want to see off the new ball, but to be honest, the ball has kept doing stuff even though it's got a bit older. But again, ball change in the first innings was important, and in the second innings it took a little bit longer, I guess. But you never know whether the old ball would have done what that one seemed to, just providing a little bit of as much. Just maybe it seemed as if it might have been a bit harder than the other one. There was more life, more bounce, I should say, I think, with it once it was changed.
Yeah, the changed balls have taken 17 of the 20 wickets that have fallen, basically. So maybe Leicestershire are going to have to wait. Who knows? Maybe they've picked one that does plenty from the start. Vian Mulder is going to go around the wicket to Chris Dent. Bowls outside off stump. The ball does zero, nothing, nada. Just, I suppose it dies slightly into the gloves of Ben Cox behind the stumps, allowed to progress uninterrupted by Dent, who made a very battling half-century in the first innings. And same again would suit Gloucestershire down to the ground. He waits with that slightly open stance, bat raised, steps across as Mulder bowls outside off stump, steps across and leaves his bat raised. 3 slips, no gully. Rishi Patel at first, Colin Ackerman as ever at second. It will be strange next season not to see Ackers at second slip after 7 years of seeing him there. Louis Kimber at third. Otherwise, backward point, Budinger. Mid-wicket, extra cover and mid-off and mid-on. Mulder is in, bowls very wide. Probably straightened a little bit, but must have been close to being called a wide by umpire Ashraf. It wasn't. Mulder gets away with it. Over 8 is suddenly -4, so Leicestershire.
Whoa.
Where'd that come from? I was going to say, I don't remember it being that at the end of Gloucestershire's.
No, I mean Gloucestershire got bowled out in such a time that maybe it hadn't been updated.
Goodness me. Mulder is in. That one swings back in and is left by Dent, and it was close enough for, well, it didn't have to be that close for Rishi Patel to give it the big ooh behind the stumps, but Mulder's hands started to go into the air.
It was -1 at lunch for Leicestershire on day one, that I remember. And I remember being a little bit surprised that it was -1, just because
they got 30
they got
in,
30
didn't
in,
they?
yeah.
And
And normally with allowances for this and that, it's normally
I am
sort of level, but
slightly scratching my head about that, but I often am about over 8. Mulder is in, Dent is playing, and he's getting off the mark. Just waited for that one, deflected it wide of Budinger, has to chase it back towards the electronic scoreboard. And Dent can turn for a comfortable 2.
wouldn't surprise me if Gloucestershire were at least 1 down on theirs as well. I mean, they bowled all seam. So, whilst I think Goodman probably gets through his overs the quickest of the 4, but you've got 3 of the 4 fast bowlers who are coming in off quite a decent length run. Goodman's is a bit shorter, but I'd be very surprised if Gloucestershire weren't in the minuses as well.
Mulder staying round, bowls. Dent is forward on off stump, and a similar result. Slightly different shot. He's going to turn for the second as Budinger chases back, slides on his knees, but has to sort of steady himself, and in doing so, Dent can take the second comfortably. So, Gloucestershire have reduced the deficit already to just 50. They are 4 without loss, all 4 runs to Chris Dent after 2 overs.
Yeah, but I think it was noticeable also how the runs like that from the Gloucestershire batters, Charlesworth and Dent, I think, both scored plenty of runs down through that 3rd position in the first innings, but actually, as the ball got a bit older, stopped really. It felt as if everything was going out in front of the wicket to one of the fielders there. Right bowls to Ben Charlesworth, and that's worked to mid-wicket once more. Right, getting mostly in movement so far to the left-handers, and Charlesworth has so far, with those sorts of deliveries, worked them fairly comfortably to leg. The one ball which got him in trouble in the first over was the one which was pushed across the left-hander by Wright, looking to bring the slips into play, but it's nearly chopped on. In comes Wright past the umpire and bowling, and Charlesworth again comes positively forward, but won't get off the mark as it's stopped out there in the covers. And with Leicestershire still keeping alive as I think you put it, outside promotion bid, they've got a conundrum here, because if that -4 is right, then that's going to take a bit of time to make up, and then the risk maybe giving away runs in order to do it. But as Wright bowls to Charlesworth, who comes forward and taps this one to mid-off, and fielded there. They have to decide at what point they do that, and how much they're desperate to get it right back up to level and maximise, as it were, every point that they might be able to get out of this match if they can set up a victory. So it's got to be something for Lewis Hill to potentially be a bit more concerned about than James Bracey. Not that you want to be losing points at all, ever, as this is hung outside the off stump by Wright, and Charlesworth is letting it alone. With Gloucestershire not exactly in the promotion hunt, with only 3 rounds left themselves, and with Worcestershire and Glamorgan looking as if one of those two sides is very likely to come away with a victory. I think even mathematically it would be an impossibility even were they to win this game. They might worry about it a bit less, but it's still not a great look to be losing points down to the over 8. Charlesworth is bringing out a more attacking shot this time as he looks to drive, but picks out the fielder at mid-off. It wasn't a full-blooded forcing drive, just a controlled shot, which he might have been hoping for a single through that wide mid-off position, but couldn't quite pierce the field. Leicestershire have got a fielder at cover, so they're not just saying to Charlesworth, go on, drive everything. Right in, bowls, left again by Ben Charlesworth. So 12 balls he's faced from the bowling of Wright, and hasn't scored, but the opening pair intact after 3 overs. Gloucestershire 4 for no wicket, trailing by 41.
Right, searching for the 40th wicket of his season. This is his 200th first-class game,
yes,
incidentally.
I
Chris
think
Wright.
I mentioned that when I was doing my solo effort yesterday morning.
Well done.
And I'd forgotten it until you reminded me again then.
He'd like to, I'm sure, mark it with a win, but he's got plenty of hot work to do. Round the wicket goes Mulder and bowls to Dent, and as he did 3 times, I think, in the first over, he lets that one go through outside off stump into the gloves of Cox. I think even Louis Kimber may have shed his sleeveless sweater. He prefers to wear one if, in most circumstances. Even he today, I acknowledge, it isn't necessary. Mulder is in and bowls. Good leave by Dent. Bounces nicely. It was a perfectly safe leave. The exclamation from Patel was all about the sort of extra bounce, I think, that Mulder got there. Dent wanders forward and prods at the pitch, but does no more than that. Oh, bat barely touches pitch. I think the heavy roller, he knows, which has been on it, have a slightly more effect than that. Mulder is in bowl, straighter this time. Dent, everything behind it, drops it out into the offside. Salisbury jogs into field before throwing it across to Scriven, who will have a discussion with Wright, who examines the ball carefully. Something of an expert, you would think, on the red ball, Chris Wright, given he's had 200 first-class games, and has bowled with many hundreds of different red balls.
I wonder if he's the ball chooser. It so often is the senior man, isn't it?
You'd think so. In goes Mulder, bowls outside off stump, sort of a little bit of shape back in, but well wide really, and allowed to go through again by Dent. Content to let Mulder expend his energy under the relentless sun.
Yeah, I believe that is right, isn't it? One member of the bowling
Usually,
side
yeah.
goes and chooses the new ball. Obviously the umpires are the ones responsible for choosing the changed balls, but the new one I think can be picked from a bunch.
Mulder bowls. Fuller this time, driven very pleasantly by Dent. He's got that one in front of Budinger, who gives up the chase, and it crosses the ropes at just backward of point. It was full, outside off stump. He didn't try and overhit it, caressed it away really, Dent. Sounded like he gave it a real thump, but he didn't really, just made sure it connected nicely. He knew that if he got it past Budinger, he was going to pick up 4. He moves on to 8, all 8 of Gloucestershire's runs in their second innings so far to Chris Dent, 8 off 11. Mulder is in, bowls to him on off stump. He is solidly forward, defending that one out into the offside. Salisbury picks it up, and it is the end of the over. 3 negotiated by the Gloucestershire openers without alarm, one has to say, and the game continues to follow a sort of similar sort of pattern. Once the heavy roller's been on, the pitch plays pretty reliably. And it's only once that perhaps wears off, the effects thereof, that it does start to make life a little bit more difficult for the batters. So on that basis, Messrs Charlesworth and Dent have to sort of cash in a way.
Yeah, you could definitely make that case.
There's a sort of logic there.
Yeah. Charlesworth is waiting for Wright, who moves in, and Charlesworth is right behind that, head over the ball, and playing it right back from whence it came.
Treat it as the power play.
Yes,
the 10
right.
over power play. See if it can be 70 for none or one.
Ray Ball.
And see what happens. See what happens.
Ray Ball attack the first 10 overs of the innings.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose in some ways it's what England do. It's just that they then continue for the next however long they're batting, usually about 90 following that, because one way or another they've been bowled out for 450 or they've been bowled out for less than that. Outside the off stump from Wright, and Charlesworth leaves. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what my particular brand of cricket would be, actually. I think I'd be more sort of laissez-faire about my cricket side. I certainly want 11 all-rounders for a T20 match, but then that's basically what England do nowadays anyway. In goes Wright, bowls now. Charlesworth drives, and Wright, as he always seems to, is looking to knock the ball onto the stumps at the non-striker's end, but he tips it wide of the mark. And Dent would have had plenty of time to get back anyway. It was one of those which needed a big deflection, so Wright had to take quite a lot of pace off the ball. But Charlesworth is still yet to get off the mark. Not a man usually perturbed by going periods of time without scoring runs. Right to the crease he bowls, and once more Charlesworth is just working this one in defence out to mid-wicket, and Amin does the fielding. Wonder if we'll see any more of those. I mean, I think we have to describe them as dobbers from Amin.
Yes.
In this innings, that really is the good old-fashioned dobber off that number of paces.
If we do, then things will not have gone entirely to Leicestershire's plan. 1 fields, but I guess you never know.
He might, though,
Might be
be
just
the
his
way
sort
to
of-
improve the over rate whilst bowling seam. Wright is in and beats Charlesworth as he probes outside the off stump, and the ball swerves a little on Cox, who again makes what can't be the easiest of takes as he was lunging towards Rishi Patel at first slip look pretty comfortable. And the first time that ball has beaten outside edge in this innings. Maybe just the first sign that Charlesworth might have had enough of being on naught as well, following a ball which, in normal circumstances, and certainly from his work this innings, he would not have followed. Wright is in and bowls, and once more he's trying to draw Charlesworth into an indiscretion outside the off stump, but this time Charlesworth will not be drawn. 8 without loss, and still no runs off the bowling of Wright.
Well, you can hear the ground announcer informing the crowd that the Friends of Grace Road are now open for business, purveying their range of cakes. It's a hot day, isn't it? Not sure cake could be. I'm sure they'll all be delicious anyway.
Cake and ice cream?
Yeah, something along those lines. What's it called? Affogato, something like
yes.
that. Coffee and cold coffee and a piece of ice cream in the same dish.
I came up with a quiz the other day.
Round the wicket bowls, and Dent is everything behind it again. Just turns his wrists on the defensive shot.
It's
pushing out to mid wicket.
Italian for drowned. Is the meaning of it? I was very pleased with myself that I got the answer.
I shall make a note of that. It's good to know. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. And having been in complete control of the game after an hour's play this morning, when they reached 150 with just 2 wickets down, chasing 159 to start establishing a first innings lead, well, Leicestershire, believe it or not, are bowling again. They lost their last 8 wickets for just 54 runs shortly after lunch. Their last 4 went in an absolute clatter. Ben Cox, Vian Mulder, Chris Wright and Matt Salisbury. 204 all out was the Foxes' final effort. Yes, a first innings lead, but not half as much as they would have hoped. 54 it was in the end, and Gloucestershire have set about wiping that off. They're 8 without loss. Ben Charlesworth has yet to get off the mark. Chris Dent has picked up those 8 runs for his side. The Foxes are going to have to bowl well on what is, as you say, a sweltering afternoon down here in Ayleston. Blocked by Dent out into the offside, dealing well with Mulder's in swing. Three slips, otherwise fairly conventional field. Looks like Tom Scriven at mid-wicket. In goes Mulder and bowls. Dent is getting Scriven into action. He has to run behind squares. That one is turned off his legs by Dent. Momentary hesitation between Messrs Charlesworth and Dent about the possibility of a second. Wisely they eschew the notion and settle for that one. Dent on 2-9. I would anticipate that that pitch that is sort of directly in front of us, which is sort of 3/4 prepared, is probably for the England Women International that is coming up on, I think, September the 14th.
That'd be another hybrid then.
There's 2 on the square, I think, so it possibly is, because it's next to the other hybrid. In goes Mulder. Bowls, goes past the outside edge of Charlesworth's bat. Stretched forward on off stump. Whether it held its own, whether he simply played down the wrong line from this angle, we'd have to have a look at the replay. Either way, the outside edge was beaten. Dent sort of wanders forward and advises his young teammate. Wright has also got something to say about field placement to Hill, given the way Charlesworth and Dent are playing. Mulder is in. Oh, that did straighten. Could see it from here, and it beat Ben Charlesworth all ends up. I think that missed the outside edge by a good couple of inches. That one definitely straightened. So perhaps the effects of the heavy roller, if there are any, are already beginning to wear off. But that one certainly did plenty, and Charlesworth prodding forward missed it by miles.
Yeah, I mean, the first one I had a look at, and that was basically just straight on. It was
played down the wrong line.
Yeah, he played down the line of off stump, and
there.
exactly because everything else had been basically an in-swinger. But as you say, that one very much did nip away from him, and that I think was always going to be the danger after having shown him all those in-swingers, but you knew that he had that ability. And it seems that when he moves the ball away, it also seems to bounce more. Wright bowls well wide of off stump, bowling his first ball to Dent this innings. Dent sways out of the way, and it goes through to keeper Cox. I don't know why that is. Must be something to do with his particular action when he bowls it, but it seems to make it even more deadly because you get used to the bounce, and it's quite skiddy in swing to a left-hander, but then the away swing is actually quite sharp and also just does seem to bounce more. It's a pretty deadly combination. In comes Wright, bowls to Dent, who comes well forward and plays this one out to mid-off. They've got rid of the cover for Dent, which is interesting because
they want him to drive.
Yeah, you would have thought that you would want Charlesworth to drive as well, but they've decided to go with an open cover. Where's the fielder down at third? I couldn't see him.
Yeah.
Right, so obviously he's got some runs down there, I guess, is Dent. Wright bowls, another grunt of effort, and Dent, though, doesn't need much effort to leave that one alone. Just holds the pose. He is very much a picture of calmness at the crease when he's out there, is Chris Dent. He's not a man who's prone to sudden movements. Minimum of effort, maximum output as far as his stroke play goes. As Wright is in, and that's in a half of the bat found as it goes out towards mid-wicket. Just a little bit of a kick there from Chris Dent. He doesn't give very much away at all at the crease, but I think he was maybe a little bit irritated by something that he did. That ball was only at the slightest of hints, but his between ball routine is so set in stone that it's odd to see him do anything particularly different. Wright bowls. Dent has been bowled. He's chopped it on, looking to cut, and he's chopped it onto his leg stump, and it is a wicket for Wright. It is a first wicket for Leicestershire, and it's a huge one. The one man in the first innings who managed to spend a really appreciable time at the crease for Gloucestershire has gone, and he's gone before Gloucestershire are even in front. They trail by 36, and they've lost Chris Dent.
Wasn't it, by Dent standards, a great shot, really. Wright has been swinging it back into the left-handers, and that one just sort of came back in a little bit. The length was right for the shot, but it did shape back in. He went through with the shot, thick inside stroke bottom edge onto the stump. So he'll be disappointed. Chris Dent. Pitch again. It wasn't to do with the pitch, I don't think. It's swing such as it was, plus mindset, I think probably as well, might be now having something to do with it. So game moves on. So how many wickets is that today now? What are we up to? We're two down overnight, Leicestershire, so 9 now in not much more than a session and, well, an hour.
Is it 9 for 100 and...
Well, if you take 8 for 54, I suppose.
Well, I suppose actually, yes, we can take it from there, can't we?
You could say, yeah.
That's probably the better point to
take it from. 9 for 63.
Yeah. Extraordinary stuff. Ollie Price out at number 3. Gloucestershire having fought their way back into the game with the ball. They cannot afford to let this slip now after all that hard work this morning and into the afternoon by their young, inexperienced bowling attack. The batting needs to step up now. Ollie Price facing as he is in his right bowling, and this is just about going to be squeezed into a gap onto the offside for a single. That seems to be what it takes to score off Chris Wright, a slightly nervy looking forward defence that trickles off some part of bat, was it onto pad and out into the offside. Certainly was nowhere near the middle of the bat, but as a consequence Price has got off the mark to his first ball. 10 for 1 after 7 overs. Gloucestershire and Leicestershire have settled basically right back into doing what they did in the first innings, just giving very little away. Even the one boundary that we've seen, I think you would say, well, okay, you take the odd boundary like that, you take the odd drive. They just got the absolute strangle on here.
Mulder will be pleased to have the right hander to bowl at, I think. Outswing, you always prefer to be bowling to a right-hander, I think. Usually, in he goes and bowls. Price is solidly forward, back down the pitch. Goes the ball off the stumps, back down to Mulder. 3 slips, very staggered. In the echelon, Patel, Ackerman and Kimber. Point extra cover mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket, looking around to see if it's third man or long leg. Oh, it's long leg in the shadow of the pylon down there. Mulder is in, bowls straight, and again Price. The reaction from behind the stumps was as though it done everything except bowl him. It seemed to hit pretty close to the middle of the bat. I think a bit of pad might sort of been the inside part of the bat, but it was a slightly tentative forward press on the part of Price.
It was almost as if they were kind of crying in pain for him, as much as anything. I didn't know whether it had maybe come off inside edge onto sort of the inside of his leg or something, and then it was almost like the cry of pain rather than of, oh, how did that miss?
Mulder is in, that's more leg stump. Price more comfortable with that one then. Pushing out towards mid-wicket. Salisbury runs across and fields ahead of Hill, or in front of Lewis Hill. How was he out in the first innings?
Price was bowled.
Let's have a look, see.
Top
Yep.
off.
By Vian Mulder. 62 balls for his 11 in the first innings. Waits with bat raised as Mulder goes in. Bowls to him, swings past his outside edge. Price, having been beaten, wanders towards short leg, twiddles the bat in his hand.
I think it's this sort of game, as much as they always do, where Gloucestershire miss Ryan Higgins. Higgins is so well built for a game like this. Comes in, might have been a bit of a top order wobble, but Higgins is just going to counter punch, and sometimes you feel he might need that on this sort of surface.
Mulder
hello.
Bounces, and it's well left by Price. He was going to leave anyway, but it fairly took off and was taken around about neck high almost by Ben Cox behind the stumps. If that had been straight, that would have been a really nasty delivery, really nasty. Goodness me, that took off.
Got the umpires looking at each other, that one, not in any sort of real sense, I suspect, other than just, goodness me, look at that.
Mulder is in, forward somewhat, and unsurprisingly, tentatively, here's Price, and he manages to get on top of any bounce. It doesn't particularly bounce in any way abnormally, and steers it out to point where Budinger fields. Well, when we spoke to Tom Scriven yesterday after his excellent forfer, he said, well, you know, obviously we need to win this game, have to win this game, really. And they wanted a result wicket, and I think they've definitely got
Yes,
one.
I think it's fair to say it looks like we have one, doesn't it? But it's got to that stage of the season, hasn't it, when it comes to September and results have to be achieved, when you just can't afford as a county not to give yourselves that chance to prepare a pitch where it's very tricky to take 20 wickets. Would be foolish, really, in a way. Right bowls to Charlesworth. Again, it's well outside the off stump and there's no stroke. And it's something that sometimes I think gets a bit lost in terms of when people are talking about the calendar, in terms of playing Championship cricket in September. Not only so often is the weather actually better in September, but so much of it is just down to the very nature of trying to win a title, win a 4-day title, or stay up needing a win, or get promoted. It gets to a stage when you need pitches that do things. Right bowls to Charlesworth, who plays forward out to Covert, and there's no run. And I mean, just ask the women's international cricketers about 4-day test cricket. It's not easy to win games of cricket in 4 days without a little bit of help. So it does sometimes, I think, like I say, when you're just comparing raw statistics and raw batting averages by month, that sort of thing, a bit more goes into it. Right bowls, Charlesworth is hoping that he's finally going to get off the mark here, but he's not, because they've positioned Budinger at a very backward point. I don't really know what you would describe that position as. He's further backward than, or at least it looks to me as if he's further backward than a backward point, but he's wider than a gully. Sort of, yeah, horizontal point, but no, that's not right either, because that'd be the other way. I don't know what I was trying to think. It's like what's so backward it's lying flat, but that doesn't work. This is full, and Charlesworth drives the first ball that he's really, I think, found the middle of the bat to, but it still won't bring him a run because mid-off cuts it off.
Not quite sure whether Budinger, is there for the sort of skewed drive or the sort of cut, really. It would be a fairly full-blooded cut, wouldn't it, that didn't get on top of. So I suspect the former, but he is quite deep, as you say, so an interesting fielding position.
Well, yeah, maybe the cut shot to the ball that just takes off a bit, and it might flash through there. In goes right. He bowls, and this is worked into the leg side. Charlesworth hoping for a single, but Amin gets across from mid-wicket. 26 balls, is that, if I'm reading the scoreboard right?
25.
25. Hasn't quite ticked.
That didn't really get up, did it? It looked to be banged in a bit more than... It should have got up a bit, but it didn't really. Look at the replay, just see how short it was. It was well played, actually, by Charlesworth. Yeah, not much more than knee-high in the end.
Last ball of Wright's latest over. His fifth. He bowls now. Charlesworth, he's pushed that one in the air. A squirting attempt at forcing the ball away through the offside, but he gets away with it, and it's fielded at mid-off. 1 run off Wright's bowling, and that to, I think, maybe some inside edge onto pad, trickling out into the offside. They have this time literally not been able to get him off the square. 10 for 1.
Yep, 5 overs, Chris Wright. 1 for 1. 10 for 1 off 9, Gloucestershire. Chipping, I think it's probably fair to say, away at the deficit, which was 45, is now 35. Mulder is in to Price, bowls straight. Price on the back foot. Everything behind it there, drops it out into the offside. But again, Leicestershire won't be too unhappy at the moment because the scoreboard is going sort of nowhere, really. So, and they know that eventually there'll be enough there for them to engineer another breakthrough. Difficult one for the batters, how to gauge it, how to play it. Mulder is in, goes past the outside edge with an appeal for a catch behind. Mulder's not sure. The umpire says no. Oh, he's saying it's bowled him. Cox is saying it's bowled him. I'm sure it is, and I think the off bail is off. It is. It has just bowled him. It went past that. There was a little clip. Mulder sort of turned an inquiry to the umpire, Ashraf, and then Cox came running up and pointed at the off bail, which was off the ground. We have whinged in this game about the difficulty of seeing the bails against a green background and from this distance. And I could then see that the off bail had just been clipped off. So that was a heck of a delivery from Mulder. We will have a look at the replay in very short, as close as we can, bending up to our computer screens. Well, it did just clip the off bail.
Yeah.
And then Mulder too pointed at it. Looked for a minute as though it had missed it by an inch, but no, it clipped the off bail. And well, Ollie Price, there isn't much you could do about
Well,
that,
I mean,
really.
it's both innings. He's been bowled top of off, and that time bowled top of off by just obviously such little that it only just about removed that off bail. He couldn't really believe it. He was standing there looking at the umpire, knowing that he hadn't nicked it, and had assumed that therefore they were appealing for caught behind, whereas in fact the slip cord and the keeper were celebrating because they could see that the bail was off. Pretty bizarre looking dismissal. And Mulder didn't see it either because he was obscured by Price.
And then turned in sort of polite inquiry almost to the umpire. But Coxswain then came running up pointing at the off bail, and then suddenly Mulder realised the off bail was off as well. Must have just almost blown it off as it went past, just flicked it off.
Coat of varnish.
But please, can we have... I wouldn't actually... I'm a traditionalist, but I actually wouldn't probably mind fluorescent, those ones that light up when they're hit.
The zing bells, at least we'd see them, even on a bright day.
Absolutely.
Any colour other than green, I think, would do. You
Painting
see them in the one-day cup with the red ones.
You could see that, and you could see the white ones when they were, the traditional stump colour, but these are a nightmare. Anyway, nightmare for batters out there at the moment. 10 for 2. Hammond comes out to join Ben Charlesworth. Round the wicket goes Mulder. Bowls to the left-hander, who's working the in-swinger out into the onside. Scriven gets across to make the stop, and Hammond has to stay there. We mentioned this morning, and I'm going to say this quickly because things are moving on so quickly, about his forenames. And the third, which was...
Hullhead.
Hullhead. Is it a family...
To be honest, I'm sure I've found this out, but I've forgotten, I'm afraid. It's Miles Arthur Hullhead Hammond, isn't it?
It's a very traditional name. In goes Mulden, bowls to Miles Arthur, who turns him into the onside, and this time he is going to pick up a run because Chris Wright, not the fastest at mid-on, has to run up towards mid-wicket, and Hammond is off the mark to his second delivery. 11 for 2. Charlesworth yet to get off the mark, and he's faced 26.
I mean, does what we've just seen from Ollie Price there kind of bear out the argument of you're going to get a ball with your name on it?
You feel that a little bit, don't you? And a quick 30 or 40 here could be worth its weight. Mulder round the wicket to Charlesworth, who is defending as ever, solid. Out into the offside it goes. Hill has to run to his right at mid-off to field. It does.
And perhaps, especially if it even continued to get more erratic, Gloucestershire just have to tell themselves, even if they could just get 120 on the board, something like that, to defend in the final innings. It could be tricky.
Mulder passed on by Ashraf. Bowls, Foolish, swings in, dabbed out into the offside. If this throw hits, it didn't hit. But that was a desperate call from Ben Charlesworth, and Hammond, was nearly sold down the river. Had the throw hit from Salisbury, who is not the quickest, but he picked it up first time, threw at the stumps. We saw the puff of dust as the ball landed in front of them, but it missed the stumps. I think had he hit, umpire Hartley would have raised the finger, and Hammond, having completed the single, looked back somewhat reproachfully at Ben Charlesworth, because Charlesworth just wanted to get off the mark there.
Yeah.
And it was more or less straight to Salisbury's right hand, and that would have sort of compounded the difficulties that Gloucestershire's batters are facing at the moment. 12 for 2.
So it'll be a 6th for Wright. Whether they'll push him further than that, they might not have to, really. Wright is in, very wide of off stump, and Charlesworth doesn't have to have anything to do with that. But given the way that Scriven and Salisbury have bowled, you're not going to really lose very much with Wright out of the attack. At the same time, I guess you probably hope that maybe if it's happening at a slightly lesser height than Wright sends it down at, maybe it does just change, but it is so hard to see very much changing because it hasn't, to be honest, in this game so far. Wright is in, Charlesworth drives elegantly but picks out cover, so that's why they've got the cover in place for Charlesworth then. That field position has been borne out so far, the decision from Hill to have a man there rather than somebody down on the third man boundary like they did for Dent. And again, Charlesworth he's middled 2 drives and he's found 2 fielders, but maybe fielding a little bit better that he's not on naught, but I can't imagine he'd still feel magnificent. 1 off 30 balls and you've seen 2 of your partners go. Right bowls, Charlesworth works towards the leg side, but it can't beat Amin this time. Moving across to forward square leg. Every run that Gloucestershire can eke out feels so tricky. It's such hard work out there for them. I do wonder whether Hammond is just going to decide that he's going to be the one to go on the counter-attack. He is Gloucestershire's most likely batter to try to counter-attack. See if I can find his overall strike rate this season. Right bowls, Charlesworth works leg side, but there's no run there either. I mean, this time moving to his right-hand side. Hammond this year, strike rate of 68, which is not low. Some of his innings have been played really very much in the Bazball mode. Looking to play big shots, confident shots. He's got 8 50s, but hasn't got a century, but I think that's a little bit harsh on Hammond. Right is in, Charlesworth turned around, then wants a single, which Hammond doesn't, as Budinger fields to his left-hand side. Might have been a sprinted single there, but I can see why Hammond decided that he didn't want one. Ultimately, it was Hammond's call as well, just backward of square. So he sent his younger left-handed partner back. As Wright sends down the last ball of his 6th over, it's full, and Charlesworth comes forward. Wright again doesn't quite manage to tip the ball onto the stumps, but mid-on will get across, and that, if that is the end of Wright's spell, is an extraordinary spell of bowling. 5 maidens out of 6 overs, the 1 run to an edge and a wicket as well. 12 for 2 after 11 overs, Gloucestershire, and it has been every bit as hard work for them as that score would suggest.
Vian Mulder, whose figures pale into comparison. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11 for
profligate.
Mulder, who's leaking runs like a sieve. We're coming up to an update. Mulder around the wicket, 2 miles. Hammond, who is beaten on the outside edge by a ball that bounces and straightens, and again he misses it by a goodly margin. Cox claps his hands, wondering what he's got himself into, I suspect, Ben Cox.
I didn't think pitches were like this when I signed that contract.
I haven't played on a pitch like this at Grace Road, he's saying to his teammates. He has actually, he's made runs here in the past as well. But as we've been saying, it is a sort of result pitch. Mulder is in, bowls, Hammond leaves, and leaves well. Doesn't do too much to delivery, shapes back in, perhaps a touch to the left-hander. 2 left-handers at the crease, of course, at the moment. Rather dies into the gloves of Cox. Burst of pop music in our headphones tells me it's almost update time. 12 for 2. So the deficit 33 at the moment. Mulder turns, bowls, driven to mid-off, no run. Yeah, absolutely baking down here, but it's all happening out there on the pitch because having been unexpectedly bowled out for just 204, giving them a lead of just 45, the Foxes have already struck twice in Gloucestershire's second innings. The pitch continuing to offer the seamers plenty of assistance. Chris Dent was bowled by Chris Wright, Wright's 40th wicket in his 40th wicket of the season in his 200th first-class game of his career. He chopped on a delivery, Dent from just outside his off stump, and then Ollie Price was bowled absolute beauty from Vian Mulder that just nibbled off the off bail for 1. 10 for 2 at that stage. They've moved on to 16 for 2 Gloucestershire, which means they still trail by 29 runs. If the Foxes can dismiss them with a lead of not much more than 100, 120, then they'll be confident of going on to record victory. Any more than that, and things could get very interesting indeed down here. Gloucestershire 16 for 2. Even the presenter sounded quite interested there,
didn't he? I think he sounded like he might want to come down later on.
He said, as Mulder goes in and bowls to Hammond and meets the middle of Hammond's bat. You missed just one scoring shot. Hammond clipping the in-swinger off his legs down to fine leg for 4 a couple of deliveries ago while I was doing the update. So he's on to 5 now. 16 for 2.
Do they do a sort of an after tea type thing here?
They have a bigger sports bulletin from 4:30. Is that what
Sorry,
you mean?
I was meaning in terms of the ticketing. Sorry,
oh, I see. Sometimes it's free after tea. In goes Mulder and bowls, turned again by Hammond. This time there is a long leg, so it'll be just 1. I will check with the club whether it is a post-tea free zone, the Uptonsteel County Ground. Whether it is today, I'm not quite sure. No doubt somebody from the club is listening and will be able to let me know. 17 for 2 after 12 overs.
I must say, I did really like that, was it 1 innings rate for the semi-final? There's people who might not be able to get to
with a 2 o'clock start, so a post-work / school.
I thought that was really good. But I know for Gloucestershire, even for the games at Cheltenham, it's free after tea. Just trying to get as many people in as possible, and it's been actually a pretty decent crowd here the first couple of days. I was wondering whether maybe not hangover is the right word, but especially as we're right before. I mean, today is back to school day, isn't it?
It is.
Wondered whether we might see a few fewer for a couple of reasons. Change of bowling, and it's Salisbury into the attack, replacing Chris Wright, and Hammond with a bit of a poke off the back foot out into the cover's first ball. It's not the kind of committed shot that you so often see from Miles Hammond. I've said this particular spiel before. I've said probably basically everything I've said before, but such is the nature of commentating on your side across every form of the game throughout the season. Salisbury moves in and bowls to Hammond, who plays into the leg side, goes up to mid-on, and there's no run. I mentioned that he's got 8 50s and no hundreds, but it does not tell the story. He was 87 not out against Sussex when he completely ran out of partners. He was 92 against Yorkshire, which was, I'm afraid, his own fault, but also 86 against Durham when again he ran out of partners. So it's not as if Salisbury is in and Hammond flashes a drive this time. It's fielded at cover and there's no run. That's certainly the shot of a man who actually just wants to try and transfer a bit of pressure back to the bowlers and give them something to think about, but he couldn't get it through that offside. So it's quite tempting to say, well, can't convert, but actually, and it's not just this season, it's last season as well. He ended up not out twice in the 70s and 80s on feather beds. Salisbury is in. This is edged wide of the cordon by Hammond and down to the boundary for 4 runs. 3 slips but no gully, and Hammond would have been a goner if there had been one. And he moves on to 10. Gloucestershire, of course, taking them any way they come, but that was a moment of fortune for Hammond.
It was. Might actually have gone between gully and third slip. It was sort of around about fourth stroke fifth slip, wasn't it? Something like that, but at a perfect catchable height. So Hammond is going to be positive, and might be the right approach, you know. 10 off 12 for him.
Salisbury in. Hammond steps down the pitch and gets squared up, and it's gone again through that gully region, this time a bit wider, and it's down for another 4.
Completely. I mean, that wasn't a drive. It was defensive, wasn't it? Looking to play it on the onside and skewed away again at a catchable height, almost exactly the same place. What are Leicestershire going to do? Hammond's boldness, if you like, at the moment is paying dividends. 14 off 13.
Yeah, well, perhaps that's the way to do it. Just
well, somebody's got to have
nick
a go,
them through the
yeah.
through the gully.
Well,
That's not. Yes, I know what you mean, though.
But if you go hard, if you know, then you've got a chance of getting away with it.
Yeah. Last ball of the over. Salisbury in over the wicket, bowling to Hammond. Hammond this time will get runs in a more controlled fashion. He'll come back for his second run. It's quickly run as Cox takes a good throw over the bails, but Hammond judged the second run, and having secured 8 runs off the outside edge, such as cricket, he only gets 2 for a shot that he completely meant and just tucked away fine on the leg side. 16 for Hammond, 27 for 2. Gloucestershire behind by 18, and in some ways I know why the game sort of moved to get rid of some of these more low-scoring games, but I must say I've missed this sort of game a little bit, because there hasn't been one that Gloucestershire have been a part of where every run is so valuable like this. For a long time, it feels that basically every game I've been commentating upon is, even if Gloucestershire have gone on to lose, it's tended to be towards the final session in a high-scoring game. But here we are.
Bristol especially, isn't it?
Yes, exactly.
It is an issue there, the pitches.
I suppose we had, at end of last season actually, that Warwickshire game at Bristol was probably one of the few such games when it really was a result pitch at Bristol. It was turning, there was actually some bounce in it as well, believe it or not. But there haven't been many over the past few years.
So Tom Scriven is in from the pavilion end, goes past the outside edge, and the way that Charlesworth played and missed at that and then looked backwards, I thought
he
he'd
must
edged
have nicked it.
Thought he'd edged it, and you saw Patel going up into the air, but no, he gets away with it. He remains on 1 from 30. Should be 36 now, shouldn't it? Deliveries. Let us see. No, 35 apparently. Hammond 16 off 14. 27 for 2 off 13.1 as Scriven, hair glinting in the sun, runs in and bowls, and he's going to pick up a second run there, Ben Charlesworth, as it swung back in. In fact, he's going to pick up 2 more. He managed to get enough bat on it to squeeze it away through the sort of wider long leg area, backward of square, long leg. Salisbury had to come running up to field, and by the time he got there, Charlesworth had picked up a couple. He moves on to 3. 29 for 2. Scriven first class best figures of 4 for 30 in the first innings. Turns. Quite a longish run and bowls, a little bit short of a good length, and Charlesworth on the back foot waiting for the in-swinger, just blocks it out towards mid-wicket. Some Evans out there. It is. Looks around to see if I can see right, and I can't. So Chris has gone to have a little towel down, perhaps, after remarkable spell. 6 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 1.
Sweaty work.
Yeah, moving at all. His sweaty work today. In goes Scriven and bowls. Better length on off stump, just pushed out into the offside by Charlesworth, and then he sees it's gone just between Budinger and Amin, who ran to his right, picked up and hurled the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Mulder was backing up. Charlesworth had made his ground anyway, but I guess keeping the batsman on his right has appeared back below us, ready to come back on and replace Sam Evans.
If the ball just gets driven straight, he'd just go over it, field it. I'm sure nobody would notice.
You wonder, don't you, sometimes? Scriven is in. Bowls to Hammond, who's forward. Bit inside edgy as he blocks it out towards mid on. Mulder fields.
Still an intent to score there, wasn't there, though, from Hammond? He was trying. I mean, he's rehearsed a shot which has gone between mid-on and mid-wicket. He's looking not just to be the old sitting duck, if that's the way that he might be looking at it. He's looking to use his feet. He's trying to put the bowlers off a bit.
Scriven bowls to him. He goes for the big booming drive. He inside edges it a little bit. He's got it away somehow through mid-wicket, and it is going to run down this slight slope here to the deep mid-wicket boundary, almost wide long on 4-4, but that is not where he was looking, I suspect, to hit it, but got enough on it to get it away, and once it's past the infield on that side of the ground, especially running down the slope, then it's really hard to chase it down. So Hammond continues to thrive in a way. He's moved on to 20 off 16. Charlesworth 4 off 38, very much playing the anchor role. Gloucestershire 34 for 2 now. This partnership worth 24 for the third wicket.
I think it still underlines that for the most part it's unlikely to be pretty succeeding on this. It was pretty for Patel, but it wasn't for Dent. Those are the two half-centurions that we've seen in this match. In comes Salisbury for his second over, bowling to Charlesworth. This is clipped down to fine leg. It will just be the single as a bit of a welcome breeze just kicks up. 5 to Charlesworth, 35 for 2, the deficit 10.
Tide must be in at Skeggy. That would have been your...
Tide's always out at Skeggy, I think, isn't it?
Your coastal resort of choice, wouldn't it, for growing up in Lincoln?
Yes, well, we used to go to a beach a bit... I shouldn't give away the secrets, but there's plenty of beach to go around, actually, just north of Skegness. There's really wide beach. Salisbury bowls now to Hammond on 20. Hammond comes forward and blocks this one more confidently out towards cover. There's no run. Yeah, it was... I can't remember when we discovered it, but because it used to go actually round the Norfolk coast towards Hunstanton, Brancaster type area.
Wells.
Yeah, exactly. Those sorts of places tended to be. Because I mean, when you go for a day out at the seaside, I suppose the boring journey there is part of the experience. Salisbury bowls to Hammond, who prods to cover again, no run. It's sort of, I don't know, perhaps it teaches you a lesson as a child to just, good things come to those who wait. But yeah, last time.
So what was the speech called, by the way? This
it's called
just making mental notes.
Mog's Eye.
Is it?
Yeah. Or Marsh Yard, I think, is the name of the sort of the car park that you park in. And last time I went there, when I was visiting my dad, Salisbury is in, and Hammond is searching for a single, but he's definitely not going to find one there, as he's hit it too close to the fielder at cover. They were actually basically digging up the beach. It's a slightly odd beach in that you have a sort of a top layer of sand that basically never gets used, then a layer of a lot of shells and that sort of thing, and then you've got the more kind of smoothed out beach, the thicker sand. Forward goes Hammond to Salisbury, I should say, and defends towards mid-off, and there is again no run. Bit of cat and mouse this over between Salisbury and Hammond, and they were doing this sort of dredging operation, basically. This Dutch company was going all up and down the beach and taking some sand from further out at sea in this long pipe, and we're piping it onto the beach. Salisbury bowls, Hammond flashes outside the off stump at a drive and does connect with it and hits it quite well, in fact, but once again he's picked out cover. This is, as the over's completed, it's one of those situations where in club cricket you're getting somebody saying, we might as well all just go home. We only need you three, because I think basically every ball in that over was played straight to the cover fielder. 35 for 2 are Gloucestershire. We've had 15 overs, and with Hammond out there, it's just changed the dynamic of things a bit. 20 off 21, not all of them by any means controlled, but one way or another, he's got some runs onto the board for Gloucestershire, got them moving.
Scriven is over the wicket to Ben Charlesworth, who's just shuffling forward a little bit to that one before defending out to mid-off, where Hill awaits the arrival of the ball before throwing it to the acknowledged expert, Chris Wright. You can see it glinting on one side in the sun as Wright holds it up for inspection. Keeping the 3 slips in, of course, is Hill. All about wickets. Plenty of time to go before tea. Good hour of play at least. In goes Scriven, and bowl swings in. That's a decent shot. Maybe did too much, and Scriven sees umpire Ashraf immediately sort of raise his head in a negative way, probably saying not out as he did so. So perhaps it just did a touch too much in terms of swing. Perhaps there was an inside edge. We'll have to wait and see the replay. Either way, the appeal turned down.
I think with your high-tech laptop shield there, you're probably in a better position to see than I am. It's reached the stage where with sunglasses on it's very tricky to see any sort of screen.
Yeah, going down. Scriven is in again. Charlesworth gets a delivery on leg stump that he plays, having shuffled down the pitch very competently down towards long leg. Might just have to, I'm going to say, hurry a little bit there, but took it on the throw from Salisbury. Quick to judge which fielder was getting to the ball. And picks up 2, moves on to 7, 37 for 2. The partnership up to 27 now. Invaluable runs to the Gloucestershire cause.
Charlesworth for that delivery almost made out like Hammond in terms of his little shuffle down and across.
Scriven is in to him. He leaves, always slightly dangerous. The in-swinger started outside off stump, did shake back in a little bit, but not by too much, and there was good bounce on that occasion. So, although it was taken by Cox to his right-hand side, missed the stumps by a good 3 or 4 inches, I would suggest. Tense now at the Uptonsteel County Ground, in as much as you can be tense in these sort of weather conditions. Element of basking in the sun as well for many of the crowd, as Scriven is in. Bowls, tempter outside off stump, floated up a little bit. So they go on drive, Charlesworth reaching for it. Managed to restrain his attacking instincts, such as they are, and got on top of it, steered it out to Buttinger at backward point, but then rehearsed a more full-blooded drive, which in different circumstances he might well have played.
Yeah, the short boundary must, well, short-ish boundary out to the offside must be so tempting if you're thinking about it from a white ball point of view, but you just can't target it.
Scriven is in, bowls on off stump, and Charlesworth solidly forward, playing it out to Umar Amin at extra cover, end of the over. Perfectly respectable one from Tom Scriven, but respectfully and respectably played by Ben Charlesworth. 37 for 2 off 16. Match intriguingly poised.
Still, what, 46 overs left today?
I would not like to predict the score.
No.
At the end of those 46 overs.
I mean, you know, we floated the possibility that we might not be back tomorrow, and with 46 overs left, there's still enough time for that still to be the case, that we won't be back. But equally, knows? Could be the other end of the scale. 2 slips now. Salisbury bowls to Hammond. It's full, and Hammond drives, and then as he's found mid-off, kind of continues the motion of the bat with the drive, and almost ends up slapping himself on the backside in annoyance as he's picked out the fielder up at mid-off. And I think this is the thing. If you can just try and dot Hammond up, even in a championship match, kind of think about it from that point of view, might just get a rash one. Salisbury bowls, Hammond drives in rather less secure fashion as it is fielded out at cover, but not a half volley, and quite a way away from his body as well. It's a shot when Hammond does play the drive like that, which has got him into trouble in his career. He's such a good driver of the ball through the covers when he's on his game, but if it gets a little bit, I've used the term handsy before, it's a shot which gets him into a bit of difficulty. This time he's put his foot to the ball and it's gone careering away through cover point for a boundary. So he picked the gap that time, and 41 for 2 the score. Hammond has gone back to a runner ball for his 24.
Yeah, and it's good stuff from Hammond. He certainly rode his luck early and may have to continue doing so, but he's given the innings some impetus that it just didn't have.
Yeah.
That sort of 10 for 2, and gone a long way now towards wiping off the deficit, and can think about sort of setting the sort of target at which Gloucestershire seamers can have a little bit of leeway, if you like, a little bit of elbow room. A little bit of elbow room. If they can get a lead of 150, 180, who knows?
And he's already
it's
forced...
take some getting.
Yeah, definitely. He's already forced Leicestershire to do some different things here. Salisbury's round the wicket to Hammond, who drives into the ground, and it's cupped by Salisbury in his follow-through. Not only forcing Salisbury round the wicket, but also deep point back, as attacking a player as Hammond is. I'm not sure that he's going to find a way, he says. Don't believe in such things. I'm not sure that he's going to find a way to get out caught at deep point. And also it's
the defensive
2 slips rather than 3. Salisbury is in. Hammond comes forward looking for the gap that he's created, but he's hit it too far in front of square. There's a very positive looking defence from Hammond, but it finds the hands of cover. Not for the first time in this innings I should say. That's what I was after. It feels like a game in itself, but it's just the innings. Salisbury to finish off his 3rd. He's there now to bowl, and Hammond drives, holds the pose, and he has managed to beat the fielder at cover. There's a huge sprint on for deep point, but he's not going to get particularly close to it. And it is 4 more runs to Hammond. That brings the scores level. So 45 for 2. You did feel as though there was a fair chance Gloucestershire were going to have to pay some sort of a price to knock off the deficit. They'd have been hoping probably for just the 1, but it is 2 wickets down, and any run Gloucestershire score now, they are into the lead. Hammond 28 and Charlesworth 7.
And I suspect had they been offered being level with just 2 second innings wickets down when Leicestershire were 150 for 2, not so very long ago, they would definitely have taken it. So
yeah, and although I don't think they would have thought that it would be 45 for 2, they might have thought they would have to be about 100 and 130 for 2.
Exactly. So they'll be pretty pleased, I suspect, with the way things have gone overall today. Leicestershire facing a partnership of 35 now between Ben Charlesworth and Miles Hammond. They know that they have to stay patient. It's what they did in the first innings, and eventually it paid off. Scriven is into Charlesworth, who almost walks into a forward defensive push out into the offside. Amin is the fielder, and there's no run. Pitch has certainly changed colour since yesterday, but it's fairly shining in the sun. Ackerman is swinging his arms at second slip, I think probably just to keep... I don't know, that was a...
But then, if the over rate was -4, it's not going to have got much better.
No, and that was a definite bowling action from him. It wasn't just sort of keeping his shoulders loose. As Scriven bustles in and bowls foolish. A pleasant drive, most pleasant drive from Ben Charlesworth, and it steers it between extra cover and mid-off down to the long off boundary for 4. No chance at all for Hill. May not have been quite at the pitch there, but it was a little bit floated up from Scriven. It was over-pitched, and Charlesworth gratefully put it away. He moves into double figures now, on to 11. Partnership grows to 39, 49 for 2, or 4 for 2 if you like.
He does have a gorgeous technique, does Charlesworth. He's not in this form. This is not an atypical innings for Ben Charlesworth, but in T20 cricket in his early career, this is his first year in the Blast, is a strike rate of over 150.
Scriven is into him again. He's driving. This time he's not going to get it past Hill, who just has to... I beg your pardon, Mulder, who just has to fall to his right to make the stop. Where's Hill? Is he? He's gone off temporarily. Just looking right. Yeah, because Sam Evans is on. So, yep. He's at mid-wicket, his sort of specialist position, if you like. Mulder's at mid-off, Wright is at mid-on, so Hill must have gone off for perhaps a little comfort break and or tactical discussion.
Whereas Ackerman taken the opportunity to,
yes.
to warm himself up then.
All right, I'll bring myself on now.
Yeah.
Scriven is in, bowls left extravagantly by Charlesworth outside off stump.
I'm sure he wouldn't do that.
Interesting if he does. I don't know if there is a... Well, Hill has appeared back below us, so if he was going to do it, needed to do it fairly promptly. Hackers. But he's rehearsed plenty of... He's bowled a fair few looseners during this over.
It's Hull and Hill down there. Or Hill and Hull, I don't know which way around you put it.
Scriven turns, runs in and bowls, ooh, thick inside edge, and it goes between the batsman and the stumps, well wide of the leg stump, but down to long leg. And the in swing again, this continues to be, ow, my seat is hot.
This is mostly why I've stood up.
Ow.
Yeah.
It has been in the sun, and the work surface and everything around it is red hot.
Yes, I've decided to stand because, yes, sitting on that seat was getting a little uncomfortable.
Last ball of Scriven's third over of the second innings. Bowls, forward goes Hammond, steers it past Amin, who turns, runs after it. I don't think he's going to chase it down. Yes, he is. He managed to take it over with him, yeah. He got there comfortably, actually, in the end as he slid, got his left hand to the ball, stopped it, but then with his right hand following up, knocked it back over the line. So, not great work. It's not been a brilliant day so far for Umar Amin, out for a duck on debut. And now he's given away a couple of runs. Well, they'd have probably picked up 3, so maybe just the 1 run. But Charlesworth has 12, now into double figures, 12 off 50, beginning to play with, just whisper it, a little more freedom. Hammond has played with freedom from the off. He's 32 off 28.
I don't know, it always feels a bit unfortunate when that happens, but I'm not sure that if you're a coach, or especially not a fielding coach, that you're allowing that as a sort of a temperance.
We are going to see Ackerman. First over of spin.
Well.
Too hot for the seamers, perhaps.
So they've just decided that they might get Hammond to run past one. So Ackerman with his off breaks round the wicket, 2 left-handers to bowl to. It's quite a quick delivery to start things off, and quite a short one as well, which Charlesworth potentially just having a little look at the first ball there, and he just plays it to cover off the back foot. Fielder out at deep square. and another at deep cover. Ackerman bowls, Charlesworth comes well forward to play up the surface. It certainly wouldn't be beyond Charlesworth by any means to try to use his feet to Ackerman. It's something that I've noticed more and more in his first class game this year. When he stays put there and prods it to extra cover. Equally, there's the school of thought of, well, if the spin's not going to do so much, then actually maybe we don't want to hit him out of the attack. I don't know what you think in this situation. Ackerman in on the back foot. Charlesworth works it square on the leg side, picks up 1. Short fine across. 13 to Charlesworth. Lead now sits at 10. Charlesworth 13 from, my laptop's frozen actually, 54 deliveries. And this is potentially the real battle to watch, Ackerman versus Hammond. I just don't see Hammond staying put all the time. Does here, flatter delivery is knocked into the leg side, straight to short mid-wicket.
Might just get this last delivery
Yeah.
in.
Would be wise, I think. Oh, sorry, I thought you meant you might get it. I misinterpreted that. Anyway, the ball is played to short fine.
Well, Gloucestershire fighting back here. They've moved on to 55-4-2. They looked in real trouble. They were in real trouble at 10-4-2 when Ollie Price was bowled by Vian Mulder, still 35 behind the Foxes on first innings. But Ben Charlesworth has dug in. He's made 13 off 54 balls. Miles Hammond has gone for it from the start, and he's made 32 off 30. They've taken Gloucestershire on to 55-4-2. Still in trouble. They've only got a lead of 10, but they are in the lead, and all runs will take some scoring on a still tricky pitch. The Foxes need another breakthrough or two before tea. Gloucestershire in their second innings, 55-2.
Didn't sound quite so enthused that time.
No, it was the newsreader rather than the presenter, if you know what I mean. In goes Scriven and bowls to Charlesworth, who is driving, getting to the pitch, but didn't quite middle it. But he's going to pick up a couple as Budinger pursues the ball back to the cover boundary, picks up a couple of yards inside the ropes. Charlesworth does take 2, moves on to 15, 57 for 2.
Is it about time for a ball change?
Leicestershire would like to think so. What is it? 19.1 overs, but
might have to
they
wait
need another
10.
10.
Yeah.
Plus they need something to happen to a certain extent, don't they? But all that said, it was Hammond, wasn't it, who managed to
Yes.
to show umpire Ashraf that, well, yeah, but if you try and put it this way, it doesn't fit through the gauge, because umpire Ashraf dropped it through the gauge successfully 3 times. Then Hammond said, yeah, but just turn it a bit, and then it didn't go through. Scriven is in to Charlesworth, who's on driving for 4. Lovely shot. Swung in, didn't do too much though, and Charlesworth, tall left-hander, stepped into the firm push and drove it between the stumps, and Chris Wright at mid-on. All Right can do his jog back and pick up the ball from the advertising hoardings. And this partnership has gone past 50 for Gloucestershire and is becoming a real factor in the game. It's taken Gloucestershire into the lead and more. 16 now, the lead. Scriven kicks up his heels, runs away from us, and bowls on driven again for 4. Overpitched again, and these runs are beginning to flow for Gloucestershire. This, you begin to feel, is a really vital session. Potentially a game-changing session.
We've still got another 10 and a half overs to go until tea, which could be a long 10 overs, but could be a long 10 overs for both sides still. If one falls, there's every chance it brings another couple, which is what Leicestershire have to keep telling themselves.
That has been the pattern of the game so far. Ben Cox has donned a helmet and is standing up to Scriven now. trying to prevent Charlesworth walking into the shot. Scriven is in. Charlesworth cuts and cuts nicely. May be cut off. It won't be cut off, you know. Budinger was at backward point running along the rope towards a sort of cover boundary area, almost extra cover. Couldn't get there. Charlesworth is at 3 consecutive boundaries.
Yep.
To him,
and
they've
the
all
two
been
off the first ball as well.
They've all been beautifully played as well. Nothing lucky or streaky about any of them, and his early diligence and application is beginning to pay off here. He's moved on to 27 from 58 balls, 69 for 2. The lead now 24. Is that one? Yes.
Yes, that's right.
Yes. Scriven, so successful in the first innings, he's going the distance at the moment, goes in and bowls on driven, but straight driven really, in defensive mode really. Charlesworth and Scriven put down his left hand and made the stop. But now for the first time Hill has to do, or will have to do, some thinking. 1 ball left in this over, but 32 from 3.5 overs for Tom Scriven in the context of the game is a lot of runs to concede.
And again, I just go back to what I said before. It's the first time that Gloucestershire have forced Leicestershire to do some different things. Keeper up, field shifting, that sort of thing.
Scriven is in, bowls, and stepping forward and sort of driving, but steering it. Got on top of the bounce there, Charlesworth, and sort of worked it through the backward, the vacant backward point area out towards Sol Budinger. Under the sun hat out there on the backward point boundary, takes 1, keeps the strike, moves on to 28, and suddenly Gloucestershire thriving under the Leicester sun. They're 70 for 2, and the game has swung.
Having wrestled a little bit of control of their own destiny back here, Gloucestershire, actually wondering whether it would be particularly wise to try and hit Ackerman out of the attack. I think milking might be the way to go. Ackerman bowls. Charlesworth will play this one carefully back to the bowler.
Hasn't been any real turn for him.
No, he's been bowling quite quickly and seemingly quite flat so far. Ackerman round the wicket. Charlesworth does use his feet. He does want to try and hit Ackerman out of the attack, and he succeeded in hitting him for 4 back over his head. He's got long levers, does Charlesworth, so he can, even if he doesn't get to the pitch of the ball, he's got the ability to make an adjustment to still use his hands and his arms to hit over the top. 74 for 2. He's got 32. And Ackerman bowls once more. Charlesworth trying to tuck that ball off his pads for a single, but finds the hands of short mid-wicket. Mid-off and mid-on still at mid-off and mid-on. The mid-on fielder was a little deeper when Hammond was on strike, but it may only take another blow like that to see them go further back. Ackerman bowls bit short. Charlesworth rocks onto the back foot and then drives back to the bowler. Might have been hoping for gap on the offside. Who was that loosening up there? Mulder at slip. Ackerman bowls, better delivery, and draws Charlesworth forward, but he's able to play the ball out on the leg side again, fielded it mid-wicket. And already Ackerman at least managing to rattle through this over. The last ball of it to come. Ackerman bowls, and again Charlesworth is leaning forward into a defence that goes back to the bowler. Certainly no hint, as you say, of turn at all for Ackerman. 2 overs for 5 runs. Charlesworth using his feet for a boundary, and that over. 74 for 2, with the partnership now worth 64 between Charlesworth and Hammond. Both have 32 to their name. Lead of 29, goodness me.
A very loud motor car goes up the Milligan Road.
Speed trap on that.
And I suspect, yes, what's it called, a decibel measurer.
Yes.
Might not meet requirements, but these days anything seems to go sometimes. Mulder does replace Tom Scriven. So, yeah, Lewis Hill having to make decisions now. How many overs until tea? 9. Leicestershire just looking a little bit weary under the sun. Mulder around the wicket to Hammond, who's advancing down the pitch, then turning it off his legs down towards Salisbury. Well, wide of Salisbury, who has to run around from long leg to deep backward square. And so Hammond can pick up a couple. And Charlesworth having caught him up on 32, Hammond sneaks ahead onto 34 off 31. In the context of the game, invaluable runs from Miles Hammond. 76 for 2, partnership 66. Mulder has a little stutter at the start of his run, then he gets into it and bowls thick inside a part of the bat from Hammond as he stretches forward and turns his wrists on it, deflects it this time more directly to Matt Salisbury. Takes 1, moves on to 35. Lead continues to build. 32 now. Leicester will be saying to themselves, remember, 1 wicket almost has in the game brought another. And that would give the scoreboard a very different feel. Mulder is in again, it's swinging onto the legs, and this time Charlesworth picks out Salisbury, gets to the ball sufficiently quickly and gets his throwaway likewise to ensure that it's just a single rather than 2. 78 for 2.
Desperately searching around for my pencil there. I need something to keep the hands occupied. Can't possibly just stand still.
Right.
Oh dear.
Mulder turns in past umpire Ashraf, staying around the wicket. Bowls outside off stump. Ooh, awful shot from Hammond. He went for a big booming sort of cut or off drive sort of combination shot, both through the hands at it, through the kitchen sink at it. It bounced and left him, and he missed it. Could easily have edged through, and Charlesworth has a little word, and Hammond just raises a hand in acknowledgement. So, sorry.
Yeah, he knows, does Hammond, but it doesn't necessarily mean that he's not going to do it again.
No. Just a little rush of blood there. Loss of patience as Mulder goes in, bowls to him, and he's much more patient there, stretching forward, thick outside part of the bat along the ground, through the vacant backward point area, down towards Budinger. And 1 is taken.
I do still think, though, that even if he had edged it, yes, you would have said not a good shot, but equally, Hammond has created, by coming out with the intent that he did, has created this situation that we're in now. So
yeah, no, he's changed the game.
It's difficult to have it both ways again.
Yeah, no, absolutely agree. Mulder is in. Charlesworth leaves outside the off stump, lets it go through. 79 for 2 off 22. Partnership 69. Remember, take off 45 for the lead. It is now 34. Right, he's talking to Hill as he walks back.
He's trying to talk himself into a burst before.
Or
tea,
not,
maybe,
perhaps.
Or yes, just let me rest over tea and I'll come back then.
It's a bit hot, Skip. I'll come, yeah, after tea.
Hamstrings
like
a bit tight. Ackerman into his 3rd, and Hammond uses his feet and blasts it away. Not that far away from the bowler, actually. Maybe it was a bump ball.
Not sure.
It looked as if it was in the air past Ackerman, and it's fielded by a fairly deep mid-off, and they don't get a run. That's how hard it was hit, and Ackerman just didn't seem to have time to react to it. Ackerman is in to bowl, and Hammond is on the back foot, tucking this one to deep square and collecting a simple single. 36. No, it's 37, yeah, 37 now to Hammond. 80 for 2. Lead up to 35. pigeon is expending an awful lot of effort in this heat to make its way all the way over the ground. Down the pitch comes Charles, whether he's going to go here. He's caught. He's caught at backward point. And Ackerman has struck. The partnership is broken. Ben Charlesworth has looked to use his feet down the ground for a second time. Did not get to the pitch of the ball. Skews it off an outside edge. And a very simple catch taken at backward point. And he's walking back disgusted with himself as Charlesworth. He's battled so hard. Again, I think you could say a little bit like in the first innings, he did the hard work, but he's caught by Budinger at backward point, and Gloucestershire have just let Leicestershire back in there. 80 for 3, and the lead is 35.
Yeah. Must have turned a fraction, must have done, straightened, because it skewed up. He was trying to hit straight, but, well, Ben Charlesworth, having admonished Miles Hammond in the previous over for throwing his bat at one from Vian Mulder, is ironically the one who gives it away. It was a pretty good effort from Charlesworth. He was just sort of starting to get going, but the risk did not pay off on that occasion. So 80 for 3 equals 35 for 3. Is that right? Yep.
Yeah.
The lead. So, well, is it going to be another swing? Will one bring 2? Harry Tector comes to the crease to replace Ben Charlesworth. I think that, does that come into the category of bonus wickets as far as, well, they all kind of a bonus wicket, but you know what I mean, whether they were trying to get through a few overs to improve the over rate. I don't think so, but Ackerman, as he has done on many occasions in his 7 years at Grace Road, manages to pick up an important wicket.
It was certainly what he was brought into the attack to do, as well as, you know, forgetting the over rate. That was exactly how you felt the wicket might happen, be it Hammond or Charlesworth. It's Ackerman bowling to Tector, who gets an inside portion of the bat as it goes out to backward square leg. And we haven't, I don't really think we've seen Tector playing spin that much in his Gloucestershire career. He certainly would have had plenty of experience of it in the winter with test matches in Bangladesh and Sri Lanka for Ireland. As a flatter delivery from Ackerman is clipped into a gap on the leg side by Tector, and he'll get off the mark. 81 for 3. Lead is 36. But how Tector goes about things will be... I can't exactly predict how he's going to try to combat Ackerman, or if he is just going to decide to milk. Ackerman is in round the wicket to Hammond, who drives, and Ackerman casually leans down to his left-hand side and stops there being a single. End of the over. 3 overs, 1 for 7 for Ackerman. He certainly bought himself a few more overs with that wicket, and there's every chance that Hammond might offer up some opportunities, as well as potentially trying to go on the attack as well. Again, it's a conundrum for Hammond now, having seen Charlesworth get out like that. Does Hammond go, well, actually, I hit Dan Moriarty for 7 sixes, I think, in an innings at Headingley this season. I'm actually quite happy using my feet and backing the fact that I'll hit it. But then when you see your partner get out in that circumstance, there's got to be a part of even somebody like Hammond, with the game that he's got, the natural attacking instinct, that says, I can't do the same thing, can I?
So Mulder has the new man to bowl at Tector, as Mulder is in, bowls to him, and he won't have him for long to bowl at, because Tector leans forward to that one on off stump, plays with a angled bat through around about 6th slip, between sort of 3rd slip and gully, and third man has to come into field, so Tector takes his second single. Brings Hammond back down on strike, so Mulder will go round the wicket to the left-hander. 37 at a runner ball. If he can double that, something like that, Gloucestershire will feel they're very much in the game again. They are very much in the game again. Kimber's gone in at short mid-wicket as Mulder goes in. Hammond drives pleasantly. through backward point out towards Amin. Takes one. Hill is calling for some protection for another close fielder to be brought out, so I'd imagine when Ackerman is next, Bowles is next over, the batters are going to have a bit more company. Mulder into Tector, who's playing pleasantly away through mid-wicket, delivery off his legs. Mulder raises his, in fact, he might pick up more than one. No, Buddinger's going to get back, slide, drag it back. So Hammond puts on the afterburners just to make sure it's a safe three. It was a pretty safe three in the end, and Tector's played nicely. The 4 balls he's faced, actually. He's moved on to 5, 86 for 3.
Yes, it probably took him about 40 balls to get 5 in the first innings, something like that. He was kept down in terms of his scoring remarkably in the early going.
Mulder into Hammond, good delivery. Hammond equal to it, defends. Back down the pitch to Mulder, off stump. No run.
Four test matches for Tector, 4 half centuries, including one against England at Lord's this season on what was a pitch which was certainly quite batting friendly.
Mulder into Hammond, leaves, swivels round, sort of follows it round with the bat against his left shoulder.
I think they've got at least another couple of tests this winter of Ireland. They've got a home test against Zimbabwe next summer. So
this game coming up against England, haven't they? Or was it a one-day?
Yes, one day is the 3-match ODI series. I think it was the 20th of September, the first of those, and game at Bristol, which is on the 26th.
Mulder into Hammond, who is forward, bit inside edgy. Mulder implies as much with a ooh as he picks up the ball. Hammond having played it back down the pitch to him. 86 for 3 after 24. Tector 5, Hammond 38. The lead is then 44? No. 41. Yes.
Yes.
I don't know where I got 44 from. 41.
The other number 38 is the number of overs that remain in the day, so we've still got another 6 before tea, so it's potentially going to be a late tea even by 11 o'clock start time, so Ackerman can do a bit of a job taking us there, although it's going to be slowed down now by the shin pads and the helmet coming out. So Tector's going to have a short leg, potentially. I would guess it'll be a short leg rather than a silly mid-on or a silly mid-wicket or something.
Budinger is that fortunate man.
Indeed it is short leg. Tector facing up to Ackerman, reverse sweep, he's missed it, and that cannot have missed the stumps by very much. Cox has whipped the bails off as well. Not that again we can see the bails, but the fact that the stumps are splayed gives somewhat of a clue.
That was an interesting shot.
Yes, I think it was a surprising option from Tector, given the fact that the ball's turning into him and the score being as is. A very tight ring here for Tector, who is forward and over the ball this time, playing out to cover. But they really are saying, Leicestershire, although they've got one fielder out in the deep mid-wicket, they've brought the sweeper up from the offside, basically saying you are going to have to hit it through us to get runs. Ackerman in, Tector turns it firmly towards mid-wicket. There's a dive there, and Tector, initially I thought that was going to be pretty tight, but he must have judged that quite quickly that the fielder was going to have to dive if they were going to stop it, and so they're through for 1. 87 for 3, leaders 42. So again, it's a question of what's Hammond's idea of how he's going to go about things. Ackerman has come into bowl and then not released it, and I think there was one spectator who thought that a man-cap was being attempted. Ackerman is in, and there's a flatter delivery which he tried to fire past Hammond, and it's caught Hammond a little higher up on his bat, but there's no close catcher other than slip for him, so he's had a little bit more freedom, played it to cover. And goes Ackerman, bowls, trying to work to leg his Hammond, but finds the fielder at short mid-wicket. So another over is potentially about to tick by, but Ackerman has kept the runs down so far here. He bowls once more, it's flatter, fired in, but Hammond can't find the gap on the leg side for a single, and that is the end of the over. One from it, 87 for 3, 42 for 3, once the deficit is wiped out.
I don't know how many times I've seen Ackers bowl that quicker ball, but I've never seen him take a wicket with it. Just doesn't really work. Just chucks it in every now and then, but it just fires it in. But it's too flat and fast, and it's sort of very readable somehow. It doesn't work. Mulder to the right-handed. Tector is in. It swings away. Tector wisely, perhaps, lets it swing through into the gloves of Ben Cox. Takes it falling to his right in front of Rishi Patel at first slip. Budinger 4 and 5 here, lads. Tells his teammates if that were to happen quickly before tea, Leicestershire would be a much happier side. They have perked up a bit as Mulder is in. Again, Tector leaves. Good questions there.
I was trying to remember, yeah, we did find this out in the semi-final, didn't we, that Mulder and Tector had been to the same school.
St Swithians or something, isn't it? Or
Stithians.
Swithians. That's like the Doctor films and books, yes. St Swithians, no. St Stithians. Mulder is in, bowl straighter, but his fellow alumni of St Stithians is equal to it. Plays it firmly out into the onside.
St Stithian, I suppose, yeah.
Fellow St Stithian, yes.
I don't know, they would probably be close enough in years that they would have been there at the same time, only a couple of years between them.
Yeah, what's 23, isn't he, Harry?
Yeah,
Tector, Mulder 25, so they'd have been familiar with each other. Mulder is in. Tector's advancing down the pitch, then turns it out towards mid-wicket. Budinger makes the stop. It sort of bounces off him, and seeing that, Tector calls Hammond through for a safe single.
Yeah, I mean, given that Tector was, I think, kind of there for his cricket, you would imagine that they would have been in the same team.
Unless Mulder would sort of not necessarily left early, but you would imagine he was quite early into club cricket as well. Round the wicket he goes to Hammond. Gets a straightish delivery. Zeroing in on his stumps, but he's equal to it, blocking it out towards mid-wicket. Louis Kimber is the fielder. His left third slip, but he is still in a catching position at short-ish mid-wicket. Salisbury's been sent back from fairly conventional square leg to pretty deep. Mulder into Hammond, down the leg side. I think it came off the pad, thigh pad, and it bounced a couple of times. Cox sprawled away to his right, made a half stop, and the signal is indeed leg bite. So it doesn't spoil Cox's as yet unblemished record behind the stumps for Leicestershire. I think he's didn't concede a bye in the first innings and has yet to do so in the second. End of the over, 90 for 3. Hammond 38. Tector, who has sort of maintained the impetus, if you like, established by Hammond and latterly Charlesworth to a certain extent. Is 7 off 11. 45, the lead for Gloucestershire. Well, that's it. Ackerman's off.
Oh, okay.
4 overs, 1 for 8.
Is they're changing ends,
They are.
maybe?
Scriven's going to have a... Yeah, no, that's reasonable.
Scriven
Suggestion,
will
I
have,
think.
2 overs.
Yeah, but maybe Ackerman will have an over from
Yeah,
this end. Just to
Mulder's
see.
worked hard, hasn't he?
Has.
Yeah, we'll find out. 2 slips in a gully for Tector. Facing up to Scriven. And he races in past the umpire now and bowls, and a ball which Tector has certainly played as if it hasn't bounced as much as he might have been hoping. The ball trickles out into the leg side for no run. I briefly in the first innings mentioned this sort of thought in terms of I wonder what, having never seen a ball of first-class cricket in Ireland, what the pitches were like, because you look at the test record of Tector and the first-class record, and there's quite a difference really between a man who's scored 336 runs in 8 test innings. Scriven is into Tector, who tries to dab a single into the offside, but it's fielded at cover. I think I probably better finish that thought after the update.
It really is, and our commentary position on top of the pavilion is double glazed all round, so all the windows are open. We are in something of a hot house. Well, the Foxes have made another breakthrough, an important one as well. Ben Charlesworth, he took the attack to Colin Ackerman, but he gave him the charge once too often and went for the big hit straight off the off spinner, got a sort of leading edge, skied it high to backward point, and Sol Budinger took the catch. They needed that one. The Foxes. Charlesworth gone for 33, 80 for 3 at that stage. They've moved on to 91 for 3. Harry Tector, the Dubliner, has joined Miles Hammond. Hammond has 38 off 46, Tector 8 off 14. They lead now by 46, Gloucestershire, with 7 second innings wickets intact.
Scatters somewhat as Hammond prepares to face Scriven, Tector having clipped a single through forward square. Scriven is into Hammond, who drives into the ground, and it's caught out of the air by Budinger, but having been very much a crowd catch, being a championship match, nobody's falling for that one. Just to complete that thought on Tector then, 336 test runs in 8 innings, and then in his other 17 in first-class cricket, he's scored just under 400, so almost as many runs in his test career as in the rest of his first-class career, as Hammond drives, but will find the fielder up at mid-off. And it's tricky to know in a way where, without seeing more of Tector, is he, and I think I know the answer to this just by looking at him, but is he closer to the man that averages 30 and a half in first class cricket, or is he closer to the man that is averaging 42 in test cricket? And given how classy he looks at the crease, you would say probably closer to the latter. Scriven bowls to Hammond, who's on the back foot and driving again into the ground. And a couple of bounces this time, Budinger stops it, so there are now just 3 overs left until tea. 91 for 3 Gloucestershire. But you do then, I guess you automatically wonder then, is it just playing on some potentially quite tricky surfaces in Ireland where the ball's likely to do quite a bit, you would have thought? That is the reason for that discrepancy, or maybe those first-class matches were played earlier on in his career, and when he was maybe just a teenager or something, and actually hasn't played so much first-class cricket over the last few years when he's been more in demand around the world.
Oh, Captain Seaborn called it right. Ackerman on at this end, the pavilion end. Bowl straight to Tector. Ball doesn't turn, it's just pushed by the Irishman back into the onside. Picked up by Kimber. Slip and short leg for Ackerman as he comes in and bowls. Tector goes back and works it nicely. Behind square down towards Amin, running in from the square leg boundary. Takes his single. Moves on to 9. 92 for 3. Hammond will surely be conscious of the proximity of tee, you would have thought. Unlikely, therefore, to give Ackerman the charge. You never know. Hill is sending his extra cover, back to the boundary, but that's not a catching position, obviously. He himself drops back at mid-off, 10 yards or so, as Ackerman goes in and bowls, and Hammond just leans forward and calmly pats it back up the pitch to Colin Ackerman. Taps his bat, waits. Ackerman steps in and bowls, a little bit short, and Hammond went back, but contented himself with defending the ball. Back down the pitch on the onside, Ackerman himself fields. Hammond asks him just to wait for a second while he composes himself. He's ready to receive now. Ackerman tosses that one up. Big puff of dust as the bat and ball come together close to the earth in one of the footholds. He's bowling into sort of footholes, but they're quite wide as Ackerman is in. Back, that isn't into the foothold. It's a straightish, slightly short of a good length, and played on the back foot by Miles Hammond. Back up the pitch to Ackerman. Respectable, but not really threatening. First over from the pavilion end for Leicestershire's South Africa-born Netherlands international. 1 for 9 from 5 for him. 2 to tee. 92 for 3 is the score. So 7 wickets in the session. And yet there seems to have been quite a longueur between the 6th and the 7th.
It has been a quite a long session. Scriven sends his last over of it down, and Tector opens the face, glides the ball down to deep third for 1. 93 for 3. Tector into double figures. He's on to 10. And I mean, in the last over, you really did feel as if Hammond was very much playing for the tea interval, but I've watched too much of Miles Hammond in my career to say that he'll definitely do that again next over. He's on strike now to Scriven, though. Keeper up, 2 slips. As Hammond drives towards wide mid-off, Tector's a little bit slow setting off, but there's a comfortable single there. Hammond to 39, 94 for 3. He was very fortunate not to be involved in a run-out in the first innings, was Tector. He was also run out in a game at New Road, where he got basically halfway down and then stopped, which is never the greatest thing to do. I mean, if you're gonna run, you may as well see if your partner might want to run themselves out for you. Scriven into Tector, who that ball does leap up a touch, and Tector was trying to play that same shot as he did earlier on in the over and just work it down fine on the offside, and that's the danger with that shot on a pitch which is still to be respected for its capability of producing the odd ball which doesn't bounce the way that the batters are expecting it to. It's the first one in quite a while which has really taken off as opposed to staying down. Scriven in, and again Tector's lunging outside his off stump, looking, I think, again for a very much one-day style shot. And Scriven has almost got his man the last couple of balls. It's just a very dangerous shot to be playing with 2 slips in place to a man who swings the ball away. And especially given the situation that Gloucestershire are in. They can't afford to lose another wicket before tea, really, or even right after it for that matter. Forward goes Tector, head right over the ball. Much more classic four-day batting there from Tector as he plays it back to the bowler. Change of ends seems to have done Scriven some good, or maybe just time out of the attack and then coming back into it as he was set upon rather by, I think it was mostly Charlesworth actually, wasn't it? Charlesworth hitting for 3 consecutive boundaries, 14 runs in 4 balls at one stage. Scriven to Tector, strays a little onto the leg stump, but Tector can't take advantage. He's clipped it to mid-wicket. But other over is ticked off, and it's just one left now until tea, with Gloucestershire 94 for 3, the lead sitting at 49.
Well, one more before tea, and Leicestershire would be happy. Gloucestershire are just inching their way into a decent position though, but I mean inching at the moment. Ackerman around the wicket to Miles Hammond, who is forward. He is not going to give it away in this over. You feel, just the way he's played in the last 3 or 4 overs, looks like he's determined to be there at the interval. Ackerman steps in and bowls. Back goes Hammond, playing slightly more firmly but still very defensively out into the onside. Fielded at mid-wicket by Tom Scriven, who claps his hands together. Ackerman bowls. Forward goes Hammond, middle and off. Out into the cover area goes the ball. Kimber picks it up. Ackerman bowls, tries to get a few extra revs on it. Little bit of a drag down, but not too much of one. Back went Hammond and just played it firmly out towards mid-on, where Mulder feels a hill. The over rate of -4 notwithstanding, slows things up by coming to have a word with Ackerman. We are 32 minutes past the official tea time, because there's some air that time, pleasantly driven by Hammond. Checked it though, he didn't really try and lace it, made sure he just got it sufficiently wide of Hill, who is quite deep there anyway, to ensure that one could be comfortably taken, and was. Hammond into the 40s now. One ball to go before tea. 30 overs into the innings it will be after this ball is bowled. Ackerman is fiddling with his field. He's bringing his backward squarer. Over the wicket he goes and bowls to Tector, who's forward on off stump, blocking it out towards point. And that is tea. Another fascinating session. 7 wickets fell in it. 4 of those in Leicestershire's first innings, 3 in Gloucestershire's second. But they won't be displeased with this situation. I suspect the visitors, they'd like to be only 1 down or something like that, but they've got themselves, they've nosed ahead in the game. They're 50 to the good now. Miles Hammond is still there, he's 40 not out. Harry Tector's with him on 10. There's been a wicket apiece for Chris Wright, Vian Mulder and Colin Ackerman, but the game continues to be very nicely balanced indeed. Ed and I will be back with you in around about 17 or 18 minutes time. Good afternoon again from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road. Third and final session on this second day of the LV Insurance Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Gloucestershire. Safe to say the game moved on in the second session. 7 wickets fell for Leicestershire's first innings, 3 in Gloucestershire's second innings, which they will resume on 95 for 3. A lead of 50 exactly, which may not sound very many, but in the context of the game as a whole, may be quite a lot. I'm Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, Ed Seaborn, BBC Radio Bristol and BBC Radio Gloucestershire. My co-commentator in the game, update coming for BBC Radio Leicester before we recommence, pleasingly. They're about to resume the final session after tea that was delayed because of Leicestershire's not spectacular over rate. 95 for 3 Gloucestershire in their second innings. 7 wickets fell in the afternoon session, 4 of them, alas, from Leicestershire's point of view in Leicestershir's first innings. That all means that Gloucestershire now lead by exactly 50 with 7 second innings wickets intact. Miles Hammond is the danger as far as the Foxes are concerned. He is 40 not out of 59 balls. Harry Tector is with him on 10. If the Foxes, as has been the pattern of the game, can make a couple of breakthroughs after the interval, they'll feel they've got a good chance of forcing victory. Gloucestershire in their second innings, 95 for 3. Tector wanders to the crease, having looked a lot more positive in this innings than he did in the first innings. Hammond likewise, although he just reined himself in pre-tea to make sure he was still there after the interval. But as I was just saying to the BBC Radio Leicester newscaster, the pattern of the game is that wickets have fallen after intervals so far, and Leicestershire will be hoping that pattern remains unaltered. And it's going to be Chris Wright who's going to open the bowling to Miles Hammond. Partnership of 15 between he and Tector, just the 2 slips for Wright as he comes down the slope as ever from the Bennett end, and Ed Seaborn will tell you all about the over.
Yes, I've just realised that I've managed to dap my sunglasses down in the other room. So that's right.
At the end of the over?
I'll manage for this over. Here comes Wright bowling to Hammond. Oh, is that a slower ball? Or has he just looped one up very full? I think he just bowled one right up in the block. It just seemed to have a different trajectory.
Yorker, yeah. It just seemed to almost floated through and didn't quite.
Yeah, in a way, Hammond has managed to squeeze it out into the offside.
But it was that delivery that Dent jammed into the ground in the first innings that led to the ball change.
Ah, is that what they were after?
30.1 overs,
yeah,
so
same pattern.
Maybe it didn't take a chunk out of it there.
Here's Wright in over the wicket to the left-handed Hammond, and Hammond plays back towards the stumps at the non-striker's end. The ball is just sidestepped by Peter Hartley, who is aware of his duties as an umpire, not to interfere with the passage of the ball, however slowly it might be travelling. So, as you said in your update, really, you would feel that, at least in the short term, Hammond provides the real danger as far as Leicestershire are concerned, and for Gloucestershire he provides the opportunity to rattle their lead along. Wright bowls to him and he comes forward looking for a gap on the offside, but the field has very much been tightened as Budinger fields at point, and it's been tightened, I suspect, as much because it's Wright who's bowling rather than necessarily because they've all sat down at tea and gone, okay, we actually can't just allow Hammond these singles, at least force him to show that he can smash the ball through the infield a couple of times before you then put the field back. Wright is into bowl, and again Hammond comes forward and just defends out into the covers.
Just thinking, looking at the list of umpires, Peter Hartley must be one of the most experienced now first-class umpires.
Yeah.
He stopped playing for Yorkshire Well, for Hampshire actually, wasn't it? His career was Yorkshire and Hampshire and Warwickshire actually, 1982 to 2000. Must be into 20 odd years of. It wasn't long after when he began umpiring.
No, it feels as if he's been umpiring almost as long as I can really remember watching county cricket. Right, bowls to Hammond. He strokes this one away into the covers, but getting across to his right to stop it is Scriven. Let's have a look who else might come at all close.
Nigel Long stopped playing in
Bailey.
1999 after 10 years at Kent.
Bailey would.
Bailey 2001, so that's a year after.
Yeah.
If we're going on the basis of when their first class career ended.
Yeah, it's probably a safe-ish indication, isn't it?
Kettleborough 1999. Malander 1994. He might be Neil Malander's most experienced.
Yeah. Of course, he was officiating here the other day for the semi, wasn't he?
Mm.
Right to Hammond. Deep point drop back for that ball, but he's not called into action because the ball's played back to the bowler. And guess what? Wright's bowled another maiden. 7 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 1. So even coming back later on, bowling to the attacking Hammond, he's still not conceding any runs.
O'Shaughnessy, Steve O'Shaughnessy, 1989.
I don't
Finished at
think
Worcestershire.
that he's been umpiring quite as long,
I
though.
don't think so, but I'm not certain. They used to in the Cricketers Who's Who. They did used to feature in it, the umpires, but now there's just a list, so it doesn't tell you quite as much. Well, not as much information is to be gleaned from them as it used to be, or from that volume as it used to be, concerning the umpires anyway. It's to be Vian Mulder. PWA Mulder, Peter William. I can't remember what the A stands for, I'll look it up. Over the wicket he goes and bowls to Tector, who's driving a little airily. I don't mean literally airily, I mean a little bit head in the air. He was along the ground all the way. Skewed off a thick outside edge down towards third man. And he picks up 1, moves on to 11. Vian is not Vian Mulder's name, which sounds an odd thing to say, but it's actually a nickname. His parents combined it from his first 3 names. Peter Willem Adriaan Mulder, PWA Mulder. They made it into Vian. Don't know why. In goes Mulder, outside off stump and allowed to go through by Hammond with that extravagant swivel of his.
So it's not an uncommon Afrikaans name, though. I can think of rugby
Well,
players
Vian.
called Vian, yeah.
So it's a combination clearly of William and or Willem and Adriaan.
I don't think it's always got a double A, though. I think sometimes it might be just with a single A. So, yeah, anyway, it's a name I've seen elsewhere, but I didn't realise that was not one of his names.
His given names. Anyway, in he goes round the wicket and bowls, driving pleasantly, is Hammond. There is a sweeper out there on the offside boundary. He's turning for the second. The throw comes in, and it's a good throw as well from out there, Salisbury, over the stumps. And Cox, who will get used to it, but he often takes off the bails, although he knows the batter has made his ground, but he does it without looking at the stumps. You see what I mean? To try and fool the batter into some way dawdling, perhaps, or as though it's not coming to him.
I think it was Dhoni was the first keeper I noticed to do that. I'm not sure whether he really was. I mean, Cox might tell you he was the first in the world, but Dhoni was the first keeper I noticed doing it.
Mulder is in. Hammond is turning the delivery off his legs to mid-wicket as it swings in. Scriven, the fielder. Scriven always reaches to the sort of nape of his neck to get a little bit of sweat put on the ball. So that's his. Most bowlers use the foreheads, don't they? Just
So
sort of
yes, you've
wipe a
got
finger
Jack
on their
Leach's
forehead.
sweaty head used in the
Yes.
winter, but
Scriven is
Scriven's
the
almost
back
got a
of the
sweaty neck.
Back of the neck. Square leg has gone out to the boundary as Mulder is in. Hammond is driving for 4. Lovely shot. Full outside off stump, got on top of the bounce, cracked it away, an authentic cover drive. And, well, was suggesting the possibility of wickets falling post-interval, but Hammond showing that runs can flow as well. Lovely shot. He moves on to 46, 100 up for Gloucestershire, 102 for 3.
Really must be time to get this ball changed.
Yeah, but it's got to change shape. You can't just demand it. In goes Mulder, bowls and clipped out towards mid-wicket, wide of mid-on, but with sufficient force to get to right sufficiently quickly to prevent a single, though right sort of tumbled. There would have been one, certainly in a white ball game. But Hammond and Tector chose to stay where they were. 102 for 3 after 32. Partnership 22 between these two. And they have taken Gloucestershire to 57 ahead. You will have to excuse I will always be hesitant unless it's a really obvious sum. But Leicestershire supporters are used to it. Apologies. Thank you to the Friends of Grace Road and our kind benefactor for sending up some cakes during the tea interval.
Yes, so you had a fruit
big
cake,
fruit cake, yeah.
And I'll tell you about mine in a moment. Not that people at home are always amazingly interested, but never mind. Right hangs one outside. Tector's off stump, no shot as it swings away from the right-hander through to the keeper. So I had this, it's called a blondie, which is, from my understanding, is basically just a brownie made with white chocolate. But this particular one had a sort of jammy dodger embedded in the top of it. Extraordinary creation, and absolutely delicious it was too. Here's Wright running in past the umpire. Tector drives. He gets his weight fully into that one and sends it crashing away through cover point. And he picks up his first boundary. He's on to 15 and the lead is 61.
He's ruined Wright's figures.
Of course, that's only the second scoring shot off him in 7.2 overs and the first with any real authenticity. But some shot it was from Tector, never mind that particular context. Really classy drive. Never looked like getting himself in any kind of trouble playing that one. Wright moves in. His riposte is another full delivery, but very straight. Tector would have had to have absolutely boshed that one down the ground to have got any runs off that. It's always a great sight watching Chris Wright running in with that dark hair flopping about, and his run-up doesn't seem to have got very much shorter in his career, although a little bit. I remember when he first came on the scene for Essex, it seems as if he was running almost from the sight screen. He bowls now to Tector. This is clipped into the leg side, beats the fielder at mid-wicket, so it should be a couple of runs. And indeed, that's the result. 108 for 3, Tector on to 17. It should still be underlined, though, how important this partnership, not just Hammond, but Tector as well, because batting to come, Bracey, who left one alone that knocked out his, well, not knock out his off stump, but it knocked back his off stump in the first innings. Zafar, who hasn't looked quite himself with the bat this season in the Championship, and then the bowlers, Shaw, Actor, Goodman and Luke Charlesworth. Right into bowl. Tector, once again, a sturdy looking defence as it goes out to cover. So, even if these two would say to put on another 50, Leicestershire should still believe that there really is the chance that they could rattle through the rest of the Gloucestershire lineup and still be chasing, say, 150, 160 even if Gloucestershire did get this lead up above 3 figures. Right in, bowls, Tector with a thumping drive, but he's not got it as straight as he would like, and it's fielded at mid-off, and that ends an over from Wright that has gone for 6 runs, 6 whole runs, 8 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 7. So he's going to have to well, he's going to have to tighten up his line. There's no two ways about it. Having been having been driven beautifully through the offside for a 4, and actually, I suppose the only ball where there was anything wrong was the clip for 2. Still, such a fine bowler is right, and looks as though there's a chance that he'll have a chance to play his former county next year.
Mulder is in, beats the outside edge, a jab from Hammond that really was not very far from taking the outside edge, and not a great shot from Hammond. Wanders down, prods at the pitch. It did straighten, but not dramatically. Doesn't have to be dramatic, of course, but it was a little bit of a flat-footed jab. It could only have resulted in an edge. It certainly wasn't going to result in any runs. As Mulder is in, again, bowls down the leg side. Hammond steps inside the line and tries to sort of help it on its way down to fine leg. Doesn't get anything on it, taken by Cox.
The reason in particular I say that is because of what's happening at New Road, where Worcestershire have taken complete control of that game. Now, they bowled Glamorgan out for 170 in response to their 284, and they're 55 for 1 in their second innings, so a lead of 169 with only 1 second innings wicket down. It's as if Worcestershire are taking control of that second place.
Mulder bowls to Hammond. It's a decent shout for leg before he's got his man. It was swinging in. He turned almost just simply for affirmation to umpire Ashraf, who holds his pose, the umpire, with the finger high for a good 3 or 4 seconds, as Hammond, who'd kind of gone into his shell, but he was just struggling to find the fluency that he found shortly before tea, and he didn't quite find it in time. He goes for 46, leg before wicket to Vian Mulder, and well, another little swing in the game. 108 for 4. The lead is 63.
Yeah, well, in the end, it hasn't taken too long. After tea, 13 runs added since tea, and Hammond on the brink of what would have been a vital half-century. Of course, he would have, again, loved to have taken it on further, but he's fallen short of the 50 mark this time. 46 really valuable runs, and not just in the fact that they are 46 runs to the cause, but because of the fact that it was him who really changed the tempo of things in that partnership with Charlesworth, just to get Gloucestershire a bit more onto the front foot. They really needed it, but he'll be livid to have fallen, having done a lot of work there for his 46. But again, is another a player who's walking off feeling, well, it was a straight one, and I missed it, moved. Yeah, he didn't really seem to do a massive amount wrong.
Be interested to know what someone like Peter Hartley thinks, really, as a swing and seam bowler of some sort of renown in his career. Umpires, sometimes they'll give their opinion if asked, if you catch them in the right mood.
Yes.
Which isn't always easy. Mulder is in to James Bracey, who's playing across his front pad a little bit as that one swings in. Yet another left-hander, of course, Bracey. But he manages to get plenty of bat on it and turn it out to mid-wicket, where Tom Scriven is the fielder.
Bracey
in need of
on the
runs.
pair.
Yeah, in need of runs for his side. James Bracey haven't put in the extra slip, Leicestershire, still just the 2 as Mulder is in. Bowl, slightly shorter, Bracey plays it well off stump, compactly, out square to Salisbury, who's at backward point, having a chat to umpire Hartley.
He still felt if they could see off this Mulder right spell, they had the chance to turn it into quite a long evening for Leicestershire, but now that wicket's fallen, it's right back to survival.
Mulder is in. Bracey leaves outside off stump, this time safely, goes through to wicketkeeper Ben Cox, and it's the end of the over. 108 for 4 off 34. The lead then 63. The over 8 -5. Really struggling a little. I know. Well, anyway, that's what it is.
Might have been even more then if Ackerman hadn't bowled those few overs.
Just suddenly appeared, didn't it, at the start of their innings?
They seem to have been really quite... It does seem to be quite harsh given the weather conditions, but then I suppose they can't take those into account. I don't know. I was amazed that it was that much. You sort of thought, well, -2, maybe -3, given that it was -1 at lunch, but didn't seem to have been any leeway given. Wright is into bowl. Tector has dabbed that one towards point, and there's no run. You also kind of wonder whether, you know, especially nowadays with the determination to get more overs of spin into county cricket, whether that's one of the driving forces behind this extra severity for the captains and the seamers to get through these overs. It's a hefty price to pay. It's 5 points. Here goes Wright, bowls now to Tector, who's playing that shot that it's a very 50 over stroke T20 habit, that to dab a ball down towards third man. And so far, it has to be said, he's probably missed almost as many as he's made contact with, and you're only ever getting a single for it, but this time he did make contact with it and does get a single for it. 109 for 4. Lead up to 64. Bracey facing up to Wright, doing his customary dance move off towards square leg, facing the man who bowled him in the first innings. Right in to him, and he comes forward and just pushes this one through the gap on the offside to the left of Budinger at backward point. They should be able to turn this into 3 with the length of the boundary, and so Bracey is off the pair and off it in quite pleasing fashion. 112 for 4. So that should ease what nerves there were for Bracey. He's had a bit of time at least to put his feet up since keeping, which is really the main reason why he has moved down the order, and especially when he's captaining as well. Right, Tector, he tries to clip this one into the leg side. There's a shout for leg before. It's been turned down by umpire Hartley as he walks off towards his position to judge a run out, but that must have been pretty close, because the reason I think especially is that Tector didn't particularly run to start with, and when the batter doesn't run, I think they know they're in trouble. 113 for 4 with what was signalled as a leg bye.
It was a reasonable shout. Wright's appeal was very slightly delayed. Cox was sure it was going to go on into leg stump rather than go down.
That's exactly how he was out in the first innings. Right to Bracey, who taps away towards cover point. Good work from Budinger to get to his left and prevent a single. He was out both in the semi-final and in the first innings of this game trying to clip a ball off his pads. I think there were probably differing deliveries, but it's the same thing which seems to have got him into trouble. The one in the first innings he went a long way across to, but it does seem to be potentially a little bit of a weakness of Tector's if a sample size of 3 now is enough to go upon. Bracey up onto his toes and just drops the ball into the ground, and it's gone to mid-on, and another Chris Wright over is negotiated one way or another, not without alarms, but they managed 5 runs in total off that over, and 113 for 4 the score, the lead 68. And as I said before, only Zaffer, Shaw, Actor, Goodman, Luke Charlesworth remaining now These two, the last really specialist bats.
And Mulder continue his endeavours to part them. Comes in over the wicket to Harry Tector, hits him on the pads as an appeal four-leg before. It was shaping back from looked to be a roundabout leg stump, but although it hurt Tector, it sort of it looked to be fairly square on the pad rather than above it. But discussions going on between Mulder and umpire Ashraf, but he's explaining why he didn't give it.
Not that he has to, of course, but
No.
everybody does now.
Seem to, don't they? They seem to be to readily engaged, encouraged to do so, and it's probably a good thing. Mulder in again to Tector, who's driving slightly unconvincingly, and it's stopped in the covers by Tom Scriven, moving to his left, who rehearses the shot. He just suddenly looks a fraction unsettled. Harry Tector just needs to recompose himself, dig in again, get a few out of the middle, even in defence, and then you can hear the volume from the Leicestershire fielders. They sense his unease at the crease. Mulder is in, bowls two. Ooh, blimey, that lifted a bit. And it was left, and well left by Tector, but it was taken head high by Ben Cox behind the stumps. It just seemed to bounce and accelerate off the pitch. And wow, again a fraction straighter. That would have been a really horrible ball. Mulder's just had that ability to find that spot or whatever it is in the pitch to give him that extra little bit of oomph. Goes in and bowls. Tector is forward on off stump. No run, he says, as he sees point in the shape of Louis Kimber closing on the ball.
One of the many, many things that I don't understand how professional batters do is when you get a ball that just takes off like that, how on earth do you then, how do you put it out of your mind? How do you stay in line for the next one? I certainly never could do that if I got a ball like that. It's incredible how they have that ability just to forget.
Mulder is in, Tector is playing and missing, and actually Cox didn't take that cleanly. First time we've seen that. It went past his outside edge, so it's as well for Ben Cox that he did not edge it, because that was a straightforward drop.
Did he drop it?
Yeah, but that said, he knew, I think it hadn't been edged, and he was in the process of sort of shoveling it rather than catching it and throwing it up in the air. So in fairness,
shows you it's already getting to the stage where I'm squinting and trying to work out whether something's bounced or not.
Fairness to Cox, he knew it hadn't been edged. Mulder bowls. Oh, that's an inside edge, I think, has saved him there onto the pad. And, well, he's had Harry Tector in all sorts of trouble in that over. Somehow or other, Tector has survived it. And that's about the most positive thing that can be said of it from his point of view.
Yes, I mean, it is starting to get really testing now, this spell of Wright and Mulder, and there's still going to be quite a bit of it, you would feel, to negotiate. The reward is maybe there in a way that perhaps it wasn't earlier on, in the spells this innings of Scriven and Salisbury didn't have the same penetration that they did in the first innings, but there's no guarantee that they wouldn't be able to do exactly what actually the Gloucestershire bowlers did today and come back and correct that. For now, though, it's still Wright bowling to Bracey, who's turning back at a square on the onside, and Amin steps across to his left but can't prevent the single, which gets Bracey onto 414 for 4. And there's also the kind of classic sporting thing at play here, in a way, in that you've got a side in Gloucestershire who have not got over the line this season in 4-day cricket, and it takes something quite special to reverse trends like that. Sort of forget how to win is a phrase that's often used. Tector's clipped this one away past the fielder at mid-on? No, only partially. It's stopped, in fact, almost completely by that hill at
It is.
mid-on. And it's just a single when it looked as if for a moment it might have been 4 runs. 115 for 4. Tector timed that one sweetly. And he gets a single to move on to 19. Every stop like that feels as if it might be really valuable. 3 runs in a low-scoring game. Extra confidence it might have given Tector. 2 slips in a gully. Bracey is turning this one to mid-on. And trying to work with what movement there might be. It's reached the stage where it's even an effort just to glance over to the laptop, so I can't actually tell whether it has moved appreciably or not, but anyway, Bracey managed to cover it. I should say also what's going on at some of the other games around the country. Lots of excitingly poised matches as Bracey leaves a rising delivery outside the off stump, goes through to Cox. In fact, I think really there's some significant level of intrigue on basically every game at the moment. There are some crackingly poised games in Division 2, particularly the game between Yorkshire and Derbyshire, where there's only a 50-run gap on first innings, although Yorkshire have got off to a good start in their second innings, 46 without loss, so actually lead by 96, but Derbyshire can still work their way back into that. And Scarborough, right is in. Bracey is guiding this one away towards backward point. The fielder's back on the boundary, so they'll get 2 runs for that, and that feels like 2 runs which Bracey didn't have to work particularly hard for. He moves on to 6, 117 for 4.
Update coming. BBC Radio Leicester. They've lost another wicket since tea, that of Miles Hammond, who was going pretty nicely in moving on to 46 before he was pinned leg before wicket by Vian Mulder. 108 for 4 at that stage, the lead 63. They moved on to 117 for 4. Harry Tector, the Irishman, is 19 off 39. James Bracey, Gloucestershire's skipper, is 6 off 11. Tector's struggling a little bit against Mulder. Leicestershire could do with another breakthrough though. If they can part these two, it's the last 2 specialised batsmen, and they'll be reasonably confident of cleaning up the Gloucestershire lower order for not so very many more. But these runs are going to take a bit of getting. The lead is 72. If they can get it up to 170, 180 Gloucestershire, this could be an intriguing game. Either way, it looks like it's going to be a quick one, with Gloucestershire 117 for 4 in their second innings. Mulder is in to Tector, who is clipping very nicely away off his legs to the square leg boundary for 4. It's what he was trying to do previously when he was perilously close to being leg before wicket, but that one, just that extra little bit of leg side bias, so to speak, and a sweet piece of timing from the Dubliner sees them move on to 23, 121 for 4.
Maybe also just a little bit further back of a length than the really full ones. I mean, it was a very full delivery that got him out in the first innings, almost a Yorker length.
Sweeper goes back now as Mulder goes in to Tector, who leaves outside off stump. Well, there's a single to be had in the leg side. Mulder wants him to keep playing across his pad, as he would term it, I'm sure, the bowler. And there's a single anywhere on the leg side except to Hill at mid-on. Amina's gone out into the shade. I'm sure he's grateful for that. Over there on the square leg boundary, and there is a long leg as well. Mulder is in. Tector is forward, head right over the ball on off stump. Back it goes towards Mulder, and there's no run.
Yeah, I wonder if he was setting himself up, Mulder, with kind of away swing, away swing, away swing, and then either second last or last ball of the over might just try and spear another one into those pads. So it does, the field does give him license for that. Leicestershire, even if they didn't know beforehand, they've seen Tector get out a particular way a couple of times now.
Bowls, Mulder outside off stump, Tector leaves, swings further away, taken almost in front of first slip by Ben Cox.
Some of those other scores, Durham have taken control against Sussex. They lead by 39 runs, in fact 44 runs, with 5 wickets down. Sussex 266 all out, and Durham 310 for 5. A century for Alex Lees, who continues to churn out the runs. 67 for Ollie Robinson, likewise.
Mulder bowls, looking sort of to drive, doesn't put any weight into the shot. Tector doesn't time it, hits the bottom of the bat, looks very disappointed with himself. Tector, shoulders droop as he swings around and then rehearses the shot. He doesn't exude confidence in his body language, Harry Tector. Needs to, arguably, even if he doesn't feel it, just look a little bit more assertive at the crease. I don't know whether that's a fair comment or not, really, but it only encourages the bowlers, you would have thought. Mulder is in, bowls to him. He's turning it a little inside edgely, out towards mid-wicket. Mulder, hands go to the head as he thought that one was going to sneak through onto the pads. Hill has to run round to field. Tector takes 1, moves on to 24. He's clearly got a lot of talent. You don't score test runs of any kind, really, without a good level of talent, and he's shown it here in 1 or 2 of the shots he's played, but as yet you wouldn't describe him as a sort of definite sort of must sign by one of the counties, or, you know, is that fair? Or
yeah,
am I being a bit harsh on him?
I don't know. I
here?
mean, obviously I've seen him in 50 over cricket as well,
Yeah,
where he
yeah,
really did look,
assert himself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, he played his first innings. He came out for Gloucestershire and just absolutely dismantled the Derbyshire attack. And to be honest, it wasn't a very good Derbyshire attack without basically all of their frontline bowlers apart from Connors. So it was basically Connors plus a lot of medium pace and then a bit of spin with Mark Watt, but it wasn't an attack that was really up to Tector's level in 50 over cricket. Right bowls to Tector, and he takes a hand off the bat there as he plays that one back up the pitch. Right, tosses the ball away towards mid-wicket. Air of a man who had just about had enough, but he'll be back. But perhaps it is just the difference between playing 50 over cricket and playing first class cricket on a really, well, I mean, a pitch which has been testing, but mostly, as you say, it's been just consistently doing a bit in the air. Right bowls to Tector, and that's let go wide of off peg. The other game in Division 2, well, I kind of mentioned that earlier on. Worcestershire 74 for 1, lead of 188 now against Glamorgan. In Division 1, Warwickshire are absolutely subsiding at the Oval. Surrey 396 all out, and that was a pretty steep collapse from them, but they've bowled Warwickshire out for 161, and they've already got them 19 for 2 following on. Right in, Tector with a defensive shot, which he almost plays in a disgusted fashion. It's just a kind of a ugh, as he just about lets the ball hit the bat out into the offside. So Surrey seem to be marching towards defence of their title. There was a sort of a Gloucestershire Old Boys dismissal earlier on with Craig Brathwaite out to Dan Worrell for 16. Those two players playing together as overseas players in 2021. As Tector comes forward, plays another less than comfortable looking defensive shot which trickles out towards backward point. 4 wickets for Roach, 3 for Worrell, 2 for Laws, 1 for Jordan Clark in the first innings, and half century for Burgess, but not much else to write home about from Warwickshire's point of view. And if I could find my mouse, I could tell you what had happened in the second innings. I've lost my mouse and I can't find it. It's gone back into its hole. Right is in. Tector's played again. It's sort of a pokey looking defence. He does not look happy out there, does Tector, even though it's the case that he's just about managing to keep right out. But there's another defensive shot that's played quite late and gone out towards backward point, and he kind of plays the shot, and then I think again he so often looks down after he's defended, doesn't he? He's looking down at the ground, at his feet. He's just got to think, I'm getting through this. I've got to get through this spell. Last ball of Wright's 11th over of the innings. Tector struck on the pad, looks out, gone. He's not managed to get through it. Wright gets his man, his second wicket, and Gloucestershire are once again really staring defeat in the face. 122 for 5. The lead is just 77, and they've lost both components of that Hammond-Tector partnership. The pressure on James Bracey now is considerable.
It's been an extraordinary innings, really, because he began quite assertively and positively, Harry Tector, but the longer it went on, and especially in the last 4 or 5 overs, he just looked as though he didn't expect to be there the next ball almost. And he became increasingly sort of defensive in attitude, if you like, and it was really hard to understand, but it was very obvious as I talked about. The body language just went from being, yeah, I'm okay here, to I'm going to be out any ball. I'm going to be out any ball,
yeah.
And in the end he was, and it was coming. It had to be coming, and Wright improves the figures, which had taken such a battering from 1 for 1 off 7. He was suddenly 1 for 15 off about 11, but now he's 2 for 15, and the lead 77. Match back, sort of in the balance at the moment. You would say what, 70-30 Leicestershire, something like that. But yeah. I wouldn't say you'd go a bit more than that, would you? Or?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly where the runs are coming from this point,
right?
You know, because I'm not saying that it couldn't happen. It's just you've lost players who've scored considerable runs this season in the Championship, and then you've lost another top order player in Tector. So as I say, it feels as though so much rests on the shoulders of Bracey yet again. And he's so far not been on form in the Championship.
Mulder goes round the wicket, bowls to him. He steps forward and leaves. It bounces through perfectly normally into the gloves of Ben Cox behind the stumps.
I mean, what they need is another, as I said in the first innings, really, another kind of trademark Zaffer knock from last year, where he scores a 40 or a 50, and that's all it would take to leave Gloucestershire feeling pretty happy about things. It's just, is he in the kind of form where it might come?
Mulder bowls. Bracey is turning it off fairly straight out towards mid-wicket, closing the bat face as it runs out to Scriven. The floodlight pylon shadow has now extended beyond the pitch, and the shadow of the pylon column itself, if you know what I mean, rather than the lights. Although that does obviously extend across the pitch, as sort of come back, so it's behind. It goes between Bracey and the stumps, curiously. He's just looking onto a perfectly sunlit pitch as Mulder is in, bowls to him. He plays firmly back down the pitch on the onside. Mulder springs across, gets a left hand to it, slows it en route to right.
I always think those shadows look a little bit like a sort of a giant fly swat about to sort of swat all of the players out of the way.
They are brilliant floodlights here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, installed by a previous regime. As in goes Mulder, and it's worked down to third man nicely by Bracey, and that's going to bring him 4. It was outside off stump, looking to bring it back in once again was Mulder. It didn't It started wide, it didn't really come back in, and Bracey on the back foot just worked it through the vacant gully, and without a third man, it ran all the way down next to the aforementioned floodlight pylon. And Bracey goes into double figures. He moves on to 10 from 15. 1, 2, 6, 4, 5. And as Ed said, an awful lot on the skipper's shoulders at the moment.
Are you going to push to have a floodlight pylon named after you? I mean, Alex Hartley managed to do that at Old Trafford, so I think you should be pushing for the Richard Ray floodlight pylon as well. Or perhaps there's something else at Grace Road that you'd like named after you.
In goes Mulder and leaves by Brace. There'll be a few fruity suggestions.
Yes, I'm
now
sure.
Heading my way, I am sure. None of which I will read out. But, well...
The Richard Ray toilet lock.
Well, it'll all be about memories when the day comes, rather than memorials. 1, 2, 6 for 5. Halfway here. So there's someone out there as Mulder is in. Bracey's driving for 4 nicely. He's played a couple of really nice shots in this over. It was Fuller that time. Bracey stepped out, got right on top of the bounce and hit it in front of point, square to the boundary for another 4. So 2 4s in the over. He moves on to 14. 130 for 5. He's going to be positive. He's decided, and he has taken the lead on as a consequence. 285. 40 overs bowled in the innings.
Well, there's a shot that would ease some Gloucestershire fans' jitters, because it is something that you always kind of feel when Bracey is driving the ball through the covers, that he's got that level of confidence at the crease which he needs, but as confident as you can be on this pitch, Miles Hammond has shown that it's still tricky. Well, I say on this pitch, I should be saying really in these conditions, shouldn't I? But and in this situation, Hammond has shown even then big runs are hard to come by. They've seen off right for now at least, and it's Salisbury bowling and almost getting the edge first ball of Zafar Gohart, who stepped into the drive, and it was a really confident looking shot. Everything about it looked quite good, and then he missed the ball, and it has gone through to Ben Cox.
Didn't miss the off stump by much either. Cox took it on the run to his right.
Salisbury starting off round the wicket where he finished in his brief previous spell. He's in now to Zafar, who again is coming well forward and looking to push the ball quite firmly into the offside, and the ball trickles up towards mid-on. The ice cream van is doing the rounds somewhere nearby.
I bet he's been back to the depot a few times today.
Yeah.
You would imagine.
Leaving a trail of melted cream behind him on a day like this, I'd have thought.
Well, because he'll have sold out, I would anticipate. You would think a few times, but
Yeah.
I don't know what the capacity of those things are.
Salisbury round the wicket in, and Zafar's, has he not played on there? I was expecting to see, or probably more accurately infer, that the bails had been removed. But no, the ball has squeezed, I think, off his inside edge and maybe onto a bit of pad as well, and then trickled wide of off stump. I have no idea how that missed. Just looked as if it was going straight back. So already Zafar is looking far from secure at the crease. Salisbury is running in again past the umpire, and Zafar has squeezed that one out onto the onside, somehow inside edge, I think mostly, but maybe some pad as well. He's got off the mark somehow, and it's 131 for 5. Lead is 86. Salisbury's got to be thinking, what do I have to do? Everybody else seems to be getting in amongst the wickets, and what have I done wrong?
Yeah,
Answer's not much.
No, he hasn't had much luck, that's all really, or good luck.
0 for 35 in the first innings, but more than played his part. And then He did have a couple of looser overs up front this time, but when you bowl 3 overs, he's in round the wicket again to Bracey, who reaches for a drive, lunges at it and plays over the top of the ball. I think in the end it's gone through to the keeper. And it was temptingly wide for Bracey, but possibly just a bit too wide, if anything. Salisbury is causing all sorts of issues this over. So not really much change from what Wright was doing. Here he is again. He bowls to Bracey, who comes forward and defends up the surface, who gets the middle of the bat or close to it, onto it, and Salisbury fields and turns on his heel, trying, I'm sure, not to show the frustration that he must be feeling after an over like that. 131 for 5. Gloucestershire with the lead of 86, but definite doubts over exactly what's to come. But if Josh Shaw could maybe come off, he's had a score of 44 this season. In fact, in a game against Durham, he scored 81 runs combined in both innings and was not out in the first. So he's certainly got the ability. It's just, it's a different thing in this sort of situation, I think.
Scriven wicketless so far after being so good in the first innings. Hasn't quite hit those heights so far in the second, but an opportunity to break his second innings duck here. He's going to come on from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to the new man, Zafar, who has not looked secure in the 4 balls he's faced. In goes Scriven, bowls to him, and in swinger started a little bit wide though, and it was fullish, and Zafar getting to the pitch of it and prodding it out into the offside. And there's no run. Dangerous batter. As Ed has been explaining, Leicestershire would love to get him early.
Again, another whose instinct is to try to counter-attack.
Scriven is in and bowls. He leaves outside off stump, and there is no run.
I mean, not that he hasn't played different innings. Actually, I mean, these two, you go back to the beginning of last year, and these two put on a huge partnership against Yorkshire in the first game of the season. Bracey made his career best score of 177. Zafar kept him company for a long time, made 40 himself. So it's a combination which has produced runs in the past, but it is quite a long time ago now.
Scriven bowls. Zafar is forward pleasantly. Forward defensive, getting to the pitch of the ball again. Successfully.
Very different pitch as well, that one. I mean, that was a fairly typical flattening 4th day Bristol pitch. Gloucestershire behind in the game and managed to get something on the board for Yorkshire to bowl at. Sorry, to Yorkshire to chase. Ending up just being over 200, but Yorkshire never looked like not getting there.
Scriven is in, bowls, in swinger, thick inside edge, and Pad sees the ball trickle out towards square leg. That isn't a square leg. There is just Kimber, who is at mid-wicket-ish, trying to cover both positions. He gets across to his left, picks it up, but Zafar, is he given that as... Ah, there we go.
Run,
it was
yeah.
just, it was, I assumed it was a run, but then Zafar's score hadn't changed, so I thought for a minute I'd missed him signalling a leg by, but you could hear the inside edge from, almost see it, let alone hear it from up here. Scriven to Bracey then is in, bowls. Bracey is everything behind it, walking forward into the defensive press. Out to Lewis Hill, his opposite number runs the ball. 20 overs after this delivery. So we will go into tomorrow, unless there is an extraordinary collapse. We've seen one of those already today, Leicestershire, going from 150 for 2 to 204 all out.
The
8 wickets for 54.
Extra half hour could come into play.
It could if, as I say, we're going to need a serious collapse though, as Scriven goes in and Bracey strokes the delivery, the fullish delivery off stump out towards mid-off where Hill fields, grabs it at the second attempt. And that is the end of Scriven's over. He's just taking a little advice from Ashraf about where his landing his front foot, Tom Scriven. 7 overs, none for 37 there. So still waiting for his first wicket of the second innings. There's that noisy exhaust going around Ayleston somewhere.
Time trial up and down Milligan Road, I don't know. Salisbury is running in again, bowling now to Zafar, who reaches for that one and tries to help the ball into a gap into the covers, but it is not there as Budinger fields a point. Actually didn't in the end get through what's happening in some of the other Division 1 games, but I'll tell you now that Warwickshire are 21 for 4 in the second innings. 2 wickets each for Worrell and for Jordan Clark. Oh, to have Dan Worrell available in your bowling attack. Salisbury is in, reaching again, and for that one is Zafar, and he has a... I mean, you know, he's loath to criticise somebody who is basically a bowling all-rounder stroke... Well, no, I think he would like me to call him a bowling all-rounder, so we'll stick with that. But he does have the habit when he's playing defensively sometimes, and particularly at the moment, the bat just seems to leave this gap naturally between bat and ball, and it looks as if it might squeak through. Next delivery, he's playing a nice looking drive. It's straight into the pitch and balloons up in the air for Salisbury to take in his follow through, and still no run. The game between Northamptonshire and Lancashire. Lancashire have taken control thanks to an unbeaten 173 for Josh Bohannon, who continues to churn out runs. He's been joined by George Balderson, who's 53 not out, and those two have closing in on a 150 run partnership. As forward goes Zafar, and that's probably the most secure looking defence he's played in his innings so far, as he sends it to the fielder at mid-off. Northamptonshire have used 7 bowlers there. Lancashire lead them by 103. Essex and Middlesex, that game starting today, and Essex 275 for 8. 50s for Brown and for Sir Alistair. And I think it's fair to say that pitch is probably already turning, as Zafar gets the ball on a good length and will get this one out towards cover with another sturdy looking block, because of the Middlesex attack, which is usually fairly seam heavy. Josh De Carey's has already bowled 34 overs. 34 overs, 8 maidens, 6 for 100. Good luck against Simon Harmer. They might have gone out and signed Umesh Yadav, but Essex still know the way that they win games. Salisbury is in round the wicket bowling, well wide of off, and Zafar lets it go. And that's the end of the over. 132 for 5 here. And the lead still sitting at 87.
Top of the hour, there'll be an update Eftoons. Better over that from Salisbury, certainly. Asking questions on or around off stump. That's what brought Leicestershire success in the first innings. Scriven striving to emulate his teammate. Turns at the top of his mark, runs in and bowls to Bracey, who's playing again slightly across the line, and hands in the air all behind the stumps. Cox, Patel, Ackerman, but he squeezed it away down towards deep-ish mid-wicket stroke long gone. Chris Wright has a long chase, and he gets a smile from Louis Kimber, who sort of followed Wright and was gaining on him with every passing stride, but Wright still managed just to get there before his younger and more fleet-footed colleague. Scriven is in, bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through by Zaffa, 3 having been taken by Bracey to move on to 17. 135 for 5, the lead up to 90 now.
Well, I think it's a good thing that we're probably not going to be here on day 4 either way. If it's supposed to be even hotter,
I think Thursday, yeah, Wednesday's supposed to be the hottest day, and then begins just to subside a little, but still pretty pleasant, I think, until next week, and then it goes back to slightly more normal temperatures. Scriven is in, very full outside off stump, and a foot or so outside off stump. A little bit of shape back in, but not too much. Allowed to go through by Zaffa. And there's obviously no run. Here comes the update. They have picked up 1 wicket since tea, that of Harry Tector, who was at leg before wicket to Chris Wright. Wright playing his 200th first-class game. Tector dismissed for 24, left Gloucestershire on 122 for 5. They've moved on to 135 for 5. That's a lead of 90 with those 5 second innings wickets in hand. The captain, James Bracey, is battling away for the visitors. He's 17 not out. Zafar Gohar is 2 not out. If the Foxes can pick up a couple of more wickets before the close, and there are just 18 overs remaining, they'll be confident of going on to enforce victory tomorrow. But they'll be difficult runs to get, with Gloucestershire now 135 for 5. Round the wicket went Scriven, and that was defended on the back foot by Zafar, out into the onside. Kimber, the fielder.
Really starting to feel that these shorts were a mistake in terms of, I mean, obviously wearing shorts was the right thing, but they don't seem to be responding particularly well to the hot weather. There doesn't seem to be much wicking action going on, which I think is the term that seems to be used.
Right. Scriven, slightly bustling run up on his toes, goes in and bowls, goes past the outside edge of Zafar's bat, playing down the wrong line really, playing for more in swing than there actually was. There was in swing, didn't really straighten, and it went past the outside edge. End of Scriven's 8th over, none for 40, having taken 4 for 30 in the first innings. So Leicestershire having to chisel out at the moment. Gloucestershire in their second innings.
It's a very good thing there isn't commentator cam today, because I'm kind of having to roll them up a little bit higher than anyone should ever have to see my legs.
No, the commentator cam doesn't seem to be a thing anymore. It's sitting there, glowering balefully at us, but
it's got a sort of angry red glare with that.
Without any lights on it. It's
Salisbury in, and off the back foot, Bracey looks to punch into the offside, but, well, I mean, he does, but he's just not found the gap that does exist for him, finds cover.
Too many complaints, as you said, probably about it. We have faces built for radio, don't we, really, by and large?
Exactly. Well, I mean, on the whole, it is who's, well, certainly employing me anyway, so there we go. So there is that gap in the offside for Bracey to find. There's also a gap square on the leg side. Salisbury bowls to him, and he comes forward and once more finds cover as he pats it away. So nobody between cover and gully, and then nobody between mid-wicket and long leg. But so far, Bracey finding it a little tricky to force things against Salisbury, trying to be patient and wait for his opportunity, hoping that having seen off that spell of Wright and Mulder, that he might be able to cash in. He looks to try to cut or back foot drive, one of the two, but doesn't get any timing on it at all, and it trickles out in front of square, doesn't even end up in that gap on the offside for a single.
This is good from Salisbury and Scriven, really. They're doing what Leicestershire, they've gone back to doing what Leicestershire did well in the first innings, just get control of the scoreboard, squeeze,
yeah,
throttle.
where is the next run coming from?
Yeah.
You do start to wonder that. Salisbury bowls to Bracey, it's not coming there, and he's left the ball alone again, with Salisbury coming from round the wicket and Cox diving to his right, and they're trying to put that dismissal of Bracey's in the first innings into his mind, feeling that actually they might get Bracey playing at that next time, and that actually might cause the problem as much as a repeat performance of the ill-fated leave. Salisbury runs in, he bowls, Bracey drives and somehow squirts it up towards a short mid-on. Another ball which threatened to be a drag on. We've not seen too many of those in the match, but it feels like it's round the corner, particularly from the bowling of Salisbury. There was that one over, was it the over before last that he bowled, where he found about 2 inside edges, past the edge as well. There's all sorts going on. Salisbury runs in, he bowls. This is driven by Bracey, but on a couple of bounces to cover. And still, Gloucestershire are stuck in the mud at 135 for 5, leading by 90.
Outstanding over that from Salisbury in the circumstances. Really fine. The last couple have been good ones, really. 6 overs, 2 maidens, and none for 20. But the last 2 is really dropped into a really good line and length and rhythm. Bracey trying to be positive. Tied down. Zaffer 2 off 19 to face Scriven, coming around the wicket from the pavilion end. Bowls, and Zaffer is forward, walking into the defensive push. Back down the pitch it goes to the fair-haired Tom Scriven. Big red patch on the bottom of his shirt front, where he's been polishing the ball. Ditto Chris Wright. His is slightly to the sort of left of centre, because he uses his left hand. He gathers his bottom of his shirt in his left hand and then puts the ball into the folds of his shirt and polishes that way. Scriven is in. Zaffer gets one coming back to him. Quickly adjusts on the back foot, turns it out to mid-wicket. Louis Kimber, the fielder. I've seen Ackerman just swing his shoulders a few times, but I haven't as yet seen him bowl any looseners. Over 8 still -5. I think they just have to, up to a point, put that out of their minds, Leicester, that the key is to get the game sort of won, and it's far from won at the moment. Scriven is in, bowls, a leave outside off stump, swinging back in again. Cox taking it, falling to his right behind the stumps. Rishi Patel would have you believe it kissed the off stump. In fact, it missed it by a good 3 or 4 inches, but he is absolutely incorrigible. If the ball is allowed to go through, or certainly if it beats the bat, but anything in the vicinity, Rishi will give it the beans from first slip if he's there. Actually, if he's in the covers, or if he's a third man.
He's still no Adam Lyth, though, I would say.
In goes Scriven and bowls. Zaffer is forward in defence. Out to mid-on this time. Chris Wright, the fielder. Ice cream van sounds in the vicinity of the Milligan Road somewhere. Of Milligan Road, I should say.
I didn't realise they had such strict laws about the ice cream vans. Apparently they're not allowed to play their tunes within a certain number of yards of a school.
Oh, right.
And they're also only allowed to play it for a certain number of seconds.
Scriven is in, bowls, Forward on the walk. Again goes Zaffa, bat in front of Pad, pushing the ball back down the pitch. Just little bursts then, so it doesn't become too annoying.
I think so. I think I can't remember how many seconds it is. I think I heard this on The Unbelievable Truth.
Count them.
Highs.
I would say about 5 or 6 seconds.
Yeah, like
something like that.
Somewhere, maybe it's 10 and he's being on the safe side. I don't know.
But there might. I'm sure it'll be pre-programmed.
Yes, that's true.
So I'll go with a 5 or 6 on that basis. Interesting. Scriven. Could this be his first maiden? Bowls. It will be his first maiden outside off stump to Zaffa, who lets it go through very safely. Indeed, but once again, the scoreboard goes nowhere. Gloucestershire 135 for 5 off 46, 16 remaining. So if Ackerman bowls a few of them, probably going to be about 6:15, the usual 45 minutes after time.
Yes. Has to be said, even though there's still a lot riding on the situation, and there's tension over. In fact, Gloucestershire can't afford to lose another wicket here. This is a key partnership. At the same time, just purely because of the fact that it's so hot, it does kind of feel as if Salisbury bowls to Bracey, and this is worked away towards mid-wicket. I'm sure people are totally absorbed in this, but I think there's only a certain amount of mental energy you can really have to be absorbed on a day like this. Potentially those who are in the shade over on the far side of the ground might be feeling a little more comfortable, but they're feeling the full force of the power of the sun. This is left again by Bracey as Cox takes and then just runs a few extra steps to his right hand side to show Bracey that it passed over the top of leg stump, never mind off stump. And to be honest, it was a ball that he could have left on length as well as on line, although he'd be a brave man, I think, to leave too much on length on a pitch which has shown that there's the occasional delivery which might stay down. Lead still remains on 90. Salisbury to Bracey, who comes forwards. Weight there. Might as well have said no because it's gone straight to cover again. Front foot. It's getting closer. Oh, there it is. The ice cream van has been spotted on Milligan Road. The spectators are going to have to vault the fence, though, in order to go and get their ice cream. Just trundling its way up the road, hoping for some passing traffic. I can't say that any spectators are likely to be doing the sprint in order to catch it up in these conditions. This is outside off stump from Salisbury, and away swinger this time, so an even more comfortable leave for James Bracey. I think it's been, what has it been? It's been about 20 minutes since the last run, something like that.
It was 43.1 overs when it was the 3 was hit, so that is 3.3 overs ago. So yeah, probably isn't far off. Sort of feels.
Well,
that
I thought
way,
I was
doesn't it?
exaggerating. If I were really exaggerating, I'd have said more, but exaggerating a touch. Salisbury round the wicket in, and oh my word, he's drawn Bracey forward. He's come a long way forward to that one. He was kind of on the walk and then moving outside the off stump, desperate to try and get some bat on ball, and then the ball's just left him further past his indeterminate prod, as it turned out, and through to the keeper.
Ooh, that was a brute of a delivery. Not much Bracey could do about that. He knows it.
The problem is, again, you kind of feel in this situation, where's the end goal for this? As Bracey plays off the back foot back towards Salisbury, who fields with his foot and then throws the ball away to cover. Ends another maiden over, 135 for 5, because you know what, you can't. You're not playing for the next Wright Mulder spell, because we've already seen that's produced wickets.
I make
That's
it
always going to
29
happen.
consecutive delivery, 29 dot balls in a row.
You know, it's you don't want to give your wicket away. Obviously, you don't. But with Scriven and and Salisbury on. As much respect due, especially to a man who's just taken his first-class career best in the first innings, but there's not an obvious end in sight here. I don't think things are going to get massively easier tomorrow morning either. So, yeah, something might have to be done.
Scriven is in, goes past the outside edge of Zafagoha's bat as he pushes forward, hopefully, rather than expectantly. And although everything looks nice, he misses the ball.
It's not the first time he's done that, isn't it? There was that one particular textbook cover drive that he played, which just didn't happen to make any contact with the ball, and same thing there.
30 balls. 30 dot balls. I make it now. Scriven, staying around the wicket, is into Zafar, who is forward in defence, solid enough. On off stump, out into the covers it goes. 31.
And we haven't needed a ball change, at least, unless it happened right at the interval, but I don't think so.
Absolutely not. In fairness, as I say, they have been better this season.
Yes.
By and large, the new batch. Or if they make them in batches of so very many, I don't know. Scriven in bowls. Advancing down the wicket is Zafar, more or less getting to the pitch bit, but then, rather disappointingly, just playing a defensive shot. Having gotten there, just bunts it out towards Hill.
I've found with the balls this year, it's tended to be if you get a game where it's changed once, then it seems to be changed quite a bit. Whereas if, there have been several games where I don't think we've had a single one, so I guess it must be about whatever batch is sent to various grounds.
Scriven is in, bowl straight. Zafar presents the straight back in defence out towards mid-on.
I suppose there are other factors as well, like particularly abrasive square, conditions on the ground will affect that as well, I guess. So it's not entirely about the ball, but that does seem to have been what I've noticed this season. But, Mickey Edwards, the Yorkshire bowler, was on the stream with us. He said he'd never seen a ball change till he got here.
In goes Scriven, outside off stump, left by Zafar.
Might have been tongue-in-cheek, knowing the character that I think Mickey Edwards is, but at the same time I can't imagine that the balls do get changed very much down under.
4 in a row. It means maidens. I thought we were on 5. We're certain we're more than that. I made it 43 point. Well, yeah, I suppose so. In goes Scriven, bowls onto the pads of Zafar, and I think that's a leg by. Let's see if there's a signal. Yes, there is a signal. So it is a leg by. It was just dropped out to square leg, or it bounced out towards square leg. So it is a maiden to Tom Scriven. We have had, we've gone from 43.1 overs to the last ball of the 48th, between runs being accrued by Gloucestershire, but they have one there. 136 for 5. Bracey 17, Zafar 2. That bit of it is unchanged. Individual scores, that is. The lead then is 91.
Zafar's strike rate has dropped to basically 6. Here goes Salisbury bowling to him, and he's... goodness me, again the ball has gone absolutely nowhere near where my initial gaze went. It was another shot which was aimed through the covers, and it's come off the inside edge and would have fallen short even of a short leg. I mean, not just fallen short, but it stopped short of a short leg.
And he wasn't sure where it was either, was he?
He wasn't
was
the only one.
Looking around.
I mean, it's tricky enough trying to find a dark ball looking into the, well, obviously not right into the sun, but looking towards the direction of the sun at this point of the evening. It doesn't help when the batter themselves doesn't give you any sort of a clue where the ball's gone. Salisbury in bowls, and Zafar reaching for a drive, but even a ball like that, which you suspect had Hammond been there, that might have been crashing away towards the cover boundary. But when you're not timing the ball, when it's been, well, in fact, when you haven't really struck a ball, same thing as we said of Ollie Price in the first innings, you haven't really struck a ball out of the middle of the bat in your entire innings, when the opportunity presents itself and you're so in the frame of mind of just not getting out that when you get the ball to score off, you just don't. Salisbury bowls now to Zafar, who's beaten outside the off stump as he again plays slightly away from his body, and you have to wonder also whether the previous ball that he didn't put away starts to play on his mind, and he starts to think, I've got to play at that, I've got to feel some bat on ball, and then you lose track of even just staying out there.
Straightened though beautifully, didn't it? He's suddenly found a really nice line and length.
Yeah, it's finding the same sort of spot that's been working consistently. That's not there though. We'll have a run off the bat as it's been clipped down to fine leg by Zafar Gohar, and he moves on to 3, and the lead shoots forward to 92. Just straying onto his hip, and even for a man who is not looking comfortable by any means out there, that was a delivery which he could help away. So Bracey to resume the battle with Salisbury, who's to the crease and he bowls, and that's a pleasant looking drive from Bracey. It's only going to get him 1 because Leicestershire have kept that fielder out at deep point, but something certainly resembling ball on middle of bat. Maul on middle of bat. It's reached that stage of the day. 138 for 5.
It's been a long day. There's still 13.1 overs left to go.
I probably shouldn't admit to such things, but as I was walking back yesterday, I read something on the road that it said M-O, moles? Moles? What on earth is that? Oh, slow. You're looking at it the wrong way up. It really was a kind of, yeah, okay, this day has obviously been a lot longer than I thought. Salisbury bowls to Zafar, who comes forward and plays a stout defence out into the covers, and the end of an over which has gone for 2 runs. And it looks as though we're actually going to have a full-on drinks break here.
Yeah, they've earned it.
They certainly have.
Batters, bowlers, fielders alike, and umpires. They have certainly earned it. 13 overs to go, so best part of an hour's cricket still to be played, unless we get Ackerman, you would think, or Kimber turning their arm over towards the end of the day. Leicestershire would like 1 more wicket before the close, I feel sure. Out comes the Gloucestershire 12th man, who looks about 14.
Yes, I think that might be Joe Phillips down there.
With drinks for the 2 batters, Bracey and Zafar. They've faced almost the same number of balls, 35 for Bracey. Zafar, who has taken most of the strikes since coming in, the majority of the strike anyway, has faced 36 for his 3 runs.
In fact, I'm not even sure I don't think that's even Joe Phillips. I think that might be one of the academy lads.
I would assume so, given his appearance.
I mean, it just has to be said, Joe Phillips does look about 14 as well, but it's not him.
Josh Hull, Leicestershire's 12th man. You wouldn't say he looked 14, although he's sort of youthful of visage, but he's such a giant. He's young Josh. He's 19 fairly shortly, I think. Have to check his birth date. Sporting sunglasses and something, whisper it, of a mullet. And a sort
or
of
a hullet, maybe.
A hullet, yeah, good one. And a little bit of a dyed hair as well. The odd blonde streak. As in goes Scriven, and Bowles goes past the outside edge, caught brilliantly by Cox. Oh, super catch, diving away to his left, and finally the breakthrough comes, and Leicestershire, after the drinks break, strike straight away. It's straightened on Bracey, who has been ground down basically by the accuracy of both Salisbury and Scriven. It was Scriven who took the wicket, got one to straighten on the left-hander, took the edge, and Cox took it almost sort of behind him to his left. I thought for a minute it had just slipped past. Let's have a look, see. No, it didn't actually, took it fairly it was just the way he sort of dived away to his left, but it was a good catch, low to his left, made no mistake. 138 for 6.
Yeah, and again, yes, you say Bracey's not been kind of, well, he's been got out. He's not given it away. It's just there was, I'm afraid, in the last half hour, just a sense of absolute inevitability about Gloucestershire losing a wicket at some point by just never really changing anything. Leicestershire had nothing to think about again, just as they did before Hammond came out, and sooner or later one of those plays and misses was going to be a nick, and I just think we've seen enough on this surface now to say that it's incredibly difficult to play that way. There's, and again, I say the surface, but you know what I mean. It's a longer thing to say each time, in general, to do with the conditions. But it really didn't seem as though there was any sort of end in sight. The light had gone from the end of the tunnel for that pair. There was nothing to move towards other than just more of the same. And so now it's Josh Shaw out, and we'll see how he looks to go about things.
Scriven into the right-hander, who stayed a touch low, and he was on the back foot. We saw in the first innings how he likes to stay on the back foot, and it's a slightly dangerous game if the odd one is going to keep low. He managed to dig it out. So that's Cox's. He only took the one catch, didn't he, in the first innings? Zaffer off Scriven. One that straightened on the left-hander, so that's his second catch in a Fox's shirt.
It's fair, nearly all of Gloucestershire's wickets were caught in the slips, weren't they? Gully in one case and one caught behind, and nearly all of Leicestershire seemed to have been LBW.
Bowled or leg before. Scriven is in again, it stays low, but it was outside off stump, swinging a little further away and taken almost on the bounce by Cox.
Yeah, of course, quite a few clean bowls as well. Yeah, in both innings. I don't know whether that really says a huge amount, but yeah. Well, Shaw has got the ability to play a sort of maybe a sort of bruising innings, but at the same time, there's just not a great deal of batting left.
Scriven is in. Shaw is leaning forward into the gentle push, defensive push out towards right at mid-off. Amin bearded comes across and gives Tom Scriven a pat on the back, a pat of congratulations, a pat of encouragement. 1 for 40 now for Scriven, gives him 5 in the match. Turns, runs in and bowls outside off stump, not far outside off stump, good leave by Shaw.
I can see things are drying out there. There's a huge puff of dust every time Scriven leaps in to deliver. There's quite a noticeable dark patch actually just short of the wicket, the takeoff point of Scriven, and every time there's a great big puff of dust.
He now has his best match figures. 5 for. In he goes and bowls onto the legs of Shaw. Just sort of worked down too long leg. I think he got something on that. He took the bottom hand off the bat as he did so, but it went fairly quickly, so it was bat, and it was fielded at long leg by Matt Salisbury, who must be wondering when he's going to get a little break, a little edge, a little tickle. Scriven successful. 1 for 41 now off 11, 139 for 6, the lead 94.
You'd feel it's a decent time to be bowling with Gloucestershire now into the bowlers, and whilst Shaw and Actor have both shown ability with the bat this season. There's a difference between the kind of ability which has produced regular first-class centuries and those that don't as yet have a first-class half-century to their name. Not that they can't still have an effect on the game. Salisbury bowls to Shaw. This is pushed into the offside. Getting more toe with the bat, but it does bring Shaw a single. 140 for 6. The lead creeping towards 3 figures, but only that. 95 now.
Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. It's 1/2 the hour. They've lost another wicket, that of their captain, James Bracey, who'd been tied down by some really top-class bowling from Matt Salisbury and Tom Scriven. It was Scriven, the all-rounder, who picked up Bracey's wicket, got a ball to straighten on the left-hander, got the edge, and new wicket-keeper Ben Cox made no mistake. A tricky catch away to his left, which he held on to. 18. Bracey was dismissed for 138 for 6 at that stage. They moved on to 140 for 6. Zafar Gohar is 3 off 37 balls, finding it really hard going out there. He's been joined by Josh Shaw, who has a couple. 140 for 6 mean Gloucestershire's lead is just 95 now, and there is still the best part of 12 overs to be bowled today. Just missed a couple of deliveries. That one outside off stump from Salisbury, left by Zafar. Pushes that one out to mid-off. Hill throws the stumps and misses them. He lost his footing as he gathered that one at wide-ish mid-off Hill. It was still worth throwing, and 1 or 2 hands started to go into the air, but it wasn't much of a reaction, which suggests either that Zafar would have made his ground or that the throw was well wide.
I did think it was a bit of a dodgy single off the bat because he
a
hit
very
it quite
dodgy
firmly.
single.
It was basically the old run on the shot from Zafar. The run of a man who scored 3 off 37 before that.
It was tip and run a little bit, wasn't it? Just get something on it and go. Over the wicket comes Salisbury, and off the back foot as ever. Shaw gets it away, actually. He's got it into the covers. Umar Amin is in pursuit. His legs are moving quickly. He puts in the slide again. He doesn't gather the ball cleanly, but he does at least not knock it over. It's a poor throw as well, but it's Scriven backing up Cox, who had to go scampering across, couldn't get there. Scriven did manage to stop it, gets a congratulatory low double 5 from Ben Cox.
Not sure what part of Scriven's body he stopped it with. I don't think it was his hands.
Because the keeper, Ben Cox, had run right across him, so to speak. So he managed just to sort of get 2 hands to deflect the ball down. And I think it hit the sort of palms and onto the body and down into the ground. Salisbury is in to Shaw, who picked up 2 runs there, defends on the back foot out into the offside. Umar's fielding is enthusiastic, but somewhat eccentric and not always wonderfully accurate.
As I say, he's only played 2 professional games of cricket in 2023 before this, according to the oracle that I've got.
He's been playing Nottingham League, hasn't he? Nottinghamshire League, or I think. Scoring plenty of runs, but yeah, not fielding for a long time. In goes Salisbury. Bowls, super delivery, came back in inside edge and pad. Saves Shaw there, the inside edge. There would have been a loud shout for leg before, and Shaw indicates it's moving.
I'm sure that's really helpful for
yeah,
Zafar,
I've always thought that. Yeah, we know.
It's like, come on, why do you think I'm 4 off 38 balls?
And it doesn't help the guys in the dressing room either. They can see, that it's moving, and yeah, we know.
Oh dear.
Just
no, they can never help themselves though. No. And I think it's almost as if the lower order think that it's a batter's thing to do.
Yes.
To make those sorts of signals, so they do it even more. Anyway, is it my over?
It is. I probably
no, it's the update.
nicked yours because of the update. Apologies.
We just switched over. No, that's fine. Just wanted to make sure before I left a ball uncalled. Scriven bowling to Zafar, who taps towards point and does not pick up a run. One thing maybe now is that there is the right-hand, left-hand combination, which maybe might produce the odd error in line. They've been very accurate in these spells, Scriven and Salisbury, so it doesn't feel massively likely to happen. But then just the odd ball here and there, the odd boundary could still prove important. In goes Scriven, and coming down the pitch is Zaffer, but never really kind of looking as if he was in any position to play much of a shot other than just to keep the ball from cannoning into his pad. Plays it up towards mid-on.
Right, he's just starting to warm up again for a final burst of the day he's promised his captain.
It really does seem now as if the overrate is basically, oh well, just got to try and win the match. But if you're losing at the moment it's 5 of your 16 win points. Scriven in, bowls tucked away to mid-wicket by Zaffer, but a comfortable piece of fielding there will mean there's no run. Chance of it dropping even further realistically, because it was -5 and we haven't had a single over of spin since it was -5.
Although Ackerman is also warming up, so it could be a sort of double change, but Ackerman's speed is more than mitigated by Wright's lack thereof in terms of getting through his overs.
There's so much to
Never
make
hurries.
up. It takes a good half an hour of spin from both ends. Scriven bowls edged and
caught brilliantly.
Yeah, he's caught it at second slip, and Zaffer is out. 7 down, a second wicket for Scriven. He tried his best, Zaffer, to hang in there, but never looked comfortable. The writing, I'm afraid, seemed to be on the wall. He's out for 4 off 42 balls, 7 wickets down Gloucestershire. They've still not got that lead into 3 figures, and it would take really something quite extraordinary now for them, you would think, to get themselves into a position where they'll be favourites to defend a target.
Really, really fine catch by Colin Ackerman at second slip. It was low and it was travelling to his left, got 2 hands to it, made no mistake. That's what the bowler wants. Real backup from his fielders. Let's have a look at the replay. It was sharp to his right, actually. Arguably, it might have been sort of Rishi Patel or first slip's catch, or it might not have reached Patel though. He's standing a long way in front of him, and he had to go for it.
Exactly.
And he made no mistake.
I mean, it's not in terms of height. It's quite low. It's not sort of right off the floor, but it's just because you always kind of think a slip fielder moving to their right rather than their left. In this instance, with the left-hander, you're always expecting to move the other way, and like you say, he had to catch that, because I think it was dying at such a rate that with Rishi Patel much deeper back behind the keeper, it would most likely have fallen short of him. So Zaman Akhtar out in the middle. He actually played some quite nice shots in the first innings, but they'll need a bit more than a couple of nice shots, Gloucestershire.
Yeah, 4 off, what was it, best part of 40 balls. I'm not sure what, I mean, it was very good bowling, but it didn't really advance his side's cause as such.
Here comes Scriven bowling to Akhtar with 2 slips and a gully in place, and Akhtar's played a defensive shot that it was not quite going to get to right. Oh, it does. He was desperate not to have to walk 1 pace forward in order to pick the ball up. That was a strange looking defence in a way from Akhtar, because it's gone very straight, but I don't know, it certainly wasn't the middle of the bat. And wait, looks as if he's got to keep a ball like that out, that's for sure. Scriven bowls back of a length, allowing Akhtar to drive. It's been palmed by Budinger to that Mulder at cover, and that's a good piece of fielding from Budinger, because that was a ball which actually was again laced by Akhtar off the back foot. It was a rare opportunity to play an attacking shot off the back foot, and Budinger's done superbly, not just to knock it down, but actually knock it to another fielder and even prevent one.
So helmets are being summoned and pads and all sorts, so this isn't going to improve the over rate. Everybody's saying, where's the 12th man? All sorts of signals going on. Where's our kit? Where's our kit? Because it's just going to slow things down. And, well, Rishi Patel has been running to get some kit. I don't know what he's carrying out there. Here comes Josh Hull with drinks, looking sort of vaguely at the his teammates. So, well, Budinger won't go in at short leg because he's not getting any pads, although he wanted them. And this is, it feels like a somewhat unnecessary delay on the part of the Foxes, really. As they set the field, they knew it was coming. Shortish mid-wicket, short straight mid-wicket, Rishi Patel. And, sorry, not Rishi Patel, Umar Amin. Rishi is in at first slip as Ackerman bowls, and it's clipped straight to Umar by Shaw. Along the ground, all the way. Quickly adds. Ackerman in his sunglasses bowls, Shaw forward, out into the offside. No run. They're sort of like the sunglasses Geraint Thomas favours in the at the moment he's in the Vuelta, isn't he? With white frames as Ackerman goes in and bowls. Shaw goes back and plays it firmly back down the pitch to him. I'm sure they are a very famous brand, but I'm not sure what that brand is. Distinctive though, as Ackerman is in, goes past the outside edge, whips off the bails. Ben Cox leaves middle stump leaning back, makes a polite inquiry of umpire Ashraf, which is answered in the negative. He's standing a long way back, the umpire, to judge a stumping.
For the shade.
Yeah, he's almost in the shade of the trees. In goes Ackerman bowls. Shaw pushes through straight mid-on, down towards Hill, who's sort of 3/4 of the way back at long gone rather than mid-on. One is taken. Shaw onto 5, brings Actor down on strike. Ackerman goes in, bowls to him. He's going to pick up a run there as he prodded forward. Got a thick outside edge along the ground towards, oh, going for the second here. Saw that it was Matt Salisbury chasing after it, not the quickest, and Salisbury picked up, turned and threw, but it wasn't a good throw either. So Actor actually did make 1 in 2-2 there, and Leicester will be a bit miffed about that. 146 for 7, so the lead is over 100, 101.
Yes, well, I think they were probably right to go for the second run there, because Salisbury was sort of a panic throw, really, of actually, hang on, I've got to get this in the air, and it would have been a miracle if that throw had ended up over the stumps. So even if it's just the ability to pick up a few runs here and there against the spinner, Gloucestershire will take it. But they've still got to deal with Scriven, who's bowling to Shaw, who'll manage only to trickle this one up to mid-on as he turns the wrists on it. Might have been looking through a gap at the square leg, but we've seen so few balls hit in that area. I mean, think back to when Bracey was at the crease, those huge gaps that existed, particularly behind square or on square, everything going in front of square. So difficult, seemingly, to guide the ball into those gaps. Scriven is in and bowls. That has been edged and caught behind. It's another wicket. It's Josh Shaw who's the latest man to depart, and Scriven, having got off to a tricky start in his first 3 or 4 overs, but he's absolutely on fire now. 3 for 41, a thick edge, but Cox is not going to drop that. Gobbles it up. Shaw out for 5, and it's 146 for 8.
Another good catch by Ben Cox, falling stroke diving away to his right, low one as well. 2 hands to it, nothing flashy. Made sure he got to both hands underneath it. The lead is 101. Well, if these 2 wickets fall quickly, 6.4. They will not take the extra half hour. Leicestershire won't want it, I don't think.
Well, no, I don't
They'll
think
be
they
tired.
would.
Gloucestershire
There'd
won't
be
want
time,
it.
yeah.
They've been batting and what have you all day. And even if, let's say, they fell off the next 2 balls in that unlikely event, they would not, I'm sure, take it, because that would still be, what, 13 overs, something like that.
Yeah, to score
Over 100.
Yeah.
We will be back tomorrow morning, folks. I am pretty sure about that.
But probably not for a huge amount of time.
Scriven, no, possibly not. Scriven improving his first-class match figures all the time now. What's that? 7 for 71.
He's still got the chance for
Could pick
a
up a
fifer.
fifer, yeah.
Could better his efforts even in the first innings. Dom Goodman is out in the middle. And he's facing now up to Scriven, and he's not nicked that one. I thought he might have done just because of what we've seen before, but it beats Goodman. All ends up on the outside edge. Has it swung much?
A bit.
Just a bit,
Nothing
yeah.
spectacular. The pitch will come in for examination and comment, but it's not been that bad. It's a result pitch for sure, which is what Leicestershire will have wanted in the circumstances, but it's by no means a horror pitch.
No. Scriven bowls now to Goodman, who defends firmly up the pitch, and then Scriven hasn't stopped it in his follow-through. Thinks, hang on, maybe there was one there, but there isn't. So he'll have to stay put. And again, I find myself saying exactly what I said in the first innings, really. Goodman certainly has the ability to stay there, and you referenced that game at the Aegeus Bowl a couple of years back, which was just his second first-class game, and managed to block things out. But how many runs can he score? He's going to need to, and at the moment he's struggling to lay bat on ball, because that's 2 plays and misses out of 3 as he rehearses a leave. It's very hard to say to somebody coming in at number 10 that he didn't have to play at that, but yeah, just one way or another he's trying to get through it, but it just still feels really as if there's not much end in sight. But potentially with Ackerman bowling from one end, he did hit one huge 6 against New Zealand, did Goodman, in that T20 game. This time there's a nice thump of ball on bat as he defends to mid-off, and that completes the latest over from Scriven. 13 overs now, 4 maidens, as that was a wicket maiden. 3 for 41, so back-to-back wicket maidens for Scriven, which have just rammed home Leicestershire's advantage here. Gloucestershire fought so hard to come back into this game, with Leicestershire 150 for 2, just 9 runs behind Gloucestershire, but it does look as if their batting again is going to let them down.
Ackerman is into Akhtar, who is forward. Tall man, doesn't have to take a big stride. He can be getting forward with just a sort of half step, really. Ackerman is in. He does exactly that, just pushes the ball off stump out into the covers. Ackerman tosses that one up a bit, and it is given the treatment. It is smashed over the press box and into the stand. It bounces back off the roof, and well, a little bit of lèse-majesté there from Akhtar. It was in the slot, in fairness, and Hill wasn't back on the boundary at long gone, and Akhtar just whacked it. Goes back to that one, and he's missed it, and is, well, I'm not quite sure how he's not bowled, but it is taken by Cox just above the off stump. This could be entertaining. As Ackerman goes in, bowls that quicker, slightly flatter delivery that is steered off the back foot by Akhtar to backward point, and there is no run.
That's got to be the first boundary for over an hour, surely.
Certainly the first 6 for a long old time. In goes Ackerman. Saman Akhtar goes back and plays French cricket with it in front of his back pad, but manages to get bat on it, pushes it back down the pitch, and well, successful over as far as and Gloucestershire are concerned. With that 6, 152. The 150 is up, so closing in on that first innings score of 159. That was a defiant blow. Hit it really cleanly as well, didn't it? It was a big 6.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually. That might be his first in professional cricket.
I can tell you if it's his first this season.
From others. Yeah, it is. It's his first in professional cricket. His first 6.
Yeah, it's his first this season. So yeah, there you go.
Scriven is in, and he's striking Goodman on the pad, but it's gone down to the boundary for what will be given as 4 leg byes. So it's runs. I can only imagine, because it must have surely been swinging towards the stumps,
yeah.
which then means maybe it's more pitching outside leg rather than missing leg.
Did he actually pitch? It was really well pitched up, wasn't it? Let's have a look. Well, I'll grab a look at the replay. Yeah, you can't.
Or did
really
it just continue on its way,
clipped
maybe?
the pad, and yeah, you couldn't have given that.
4 leg byes, the lead sits at 111. In comes Scriven, bowls. Goodman turns this one confidently off his pads to get off the mark. He'll get at least 2 here as it's running out towards the boundary. It's not going to be a third though, but played pleasantly by Goodman through the leg side. 158 for 8. So, I mean, it's not, don't get me wrong, it's not as if Goodman doesn't have ability with the bat. There was one stage when it was, I mean, as is the case with everybody now, there was a thought that he might be an all-rounder, a bowling all-rounder. In comes Scriven, bowls to him, and he plays bat and pad close together in defence. Scriven is fielding in sprightly fashion, but I mean, he got 48 it was in the second 11 game just the other day. Came off a huge number of deliveries. Try and find out the exact number. 148 deliveries. He was out there for 204 minutes for his 48. He does have some runs in the bank. Here comes Scriven, bowls to him, well wide of the off stump, and it rather satisfyingly sort of bananas its way away from Goodman's leave and through low down to Cox behind the stumps. Yes, I'll go back to the previous over when Actor hit that 6, and I will admit, just before he did that, I was thinking in my head, now it doesn't have to be block or blast here. There are other ways to pick up runs. Never mind, bang, all the way. Scriven in to Goodman, who turns the wrists on it, but this time picks out the fielder at mid-wicket, Umar Amin, and there's no run. So already a partnership of, what, 12, which in the context of what's come before, awful lot of dots and ball beating bat, etc., but just something towards the end of the day. Goodman is waiting for Scriven, who comes in now, and he bowls, and Goodman is blocking towards point. Buttinger across to make sure there was no thought of a quick single, not that I suspect you're going to get a huge number of quick singles with the 2 tall fast bowlers, Goodman and Actor, out there, but that completes another over from Scriven. 14 overs, 3 for 43. Lead 113. There are 6 overs still left in the day's play.
Well, the Ackerman experiment, if that's the right word, is not long last. It is going to be Wright who's going to try and finish things off for Leicestershire. He's going to have 3 overs in which to try and take one or both these final Gloucestershire wickets. He comes in now and bowls, and driven by Actor through the point region out towards the boundary. Scampering after it is Umar Amin, scampering in vain because that was a rather pleasant shot from Akhtar. Got on top of the bounce and steered it away very successfully.
He played one of those in the first innings at least. didn't score very many, but I think there was another boundary through that cover region. He's a very pleasant driver of the ball, that we have seen before. Sixes down the ground, we hadn't.
Double figures. He is now in on 12 as Wright is in. Bowls to him and he slashes it away to the point boundary, but there is now a fielder on the point boundary. Umar Amin having been told by Hill to stay there after the previous delivery, and after seeing that shot, Hill will feel it was the right decision. Zaman on to 13. Dom with an M. Goodman has 2. He'll be on strike against Wright, who has 2 for 20 from 11.2 overs. He was at 1 for 1 from 7 at one stage. In he goes, bowls onto the legs of Goodman, very nicely tickled off his legs down towards fine leg. Running across from long leg is the sun-hatted Sol Budinger, appropriately named Sol, I guess, for days like this. And one is taken.
Isn't it weird? You had that partnership with Bracey and Zafar out there, just unable to pick up any sort of run at all, and then all of a sudden we've got, even if it's unlikely to last for a huge length of time, you'd feel, although Gloucestershire will hope it does, all of a sudden an outburst of runs.
Wright is in, turned off his legs in the air for a few minutes by Zaman, down towards square leg. The ever aggressive Vian Mulder picks it up, hurls the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but misses them, and Actor had made his ground anyway.
I wonder if Leicestershire fans are secretly wanting it. What is it now? Just another 5 runs for Gloucestershire, and that's it, so that they're chasing 126 again.
Oh, I see. Yes, yeah. They'll just settle for the win.
I think so.
I suspect, under whatever the circumstances. Wright is in, looking for the Yorker. Nicely played by Goodman. Dug out and clipped firmly out towards mid-on. This partnership is worth 19 now. And the lead, as a consequence, has gone up to 120. They won't want to be chasing 160, 170 Leicestershire. Although things often look different in the morning, don't they? And the sun out and so on and so forth. In goes Wright and bowls. Good bounce. Ooh, Cox doesn't take it cleanly. 2 hands above his head. It bounces out of his gloves. He looks at the gloves rather accusingly. So it's their fault for not closing on the ball. Didn't give away any buys. It just popped over his head and behind him. But having kept flawlessly in the first innings, there have been a couple of fumbles, neither of which have cost Leicestershire anything in the second from Cox. Might be a bit tired. He's played red ball cricket for a long time.
Yeah, maybe a bit of tiredness towards the end of the day. Just a couple of minor fumbles, but it's, I guess, all about taking the catches that have mattered. Change of bowling, and it's time for another burst of Mulder. At the end of the day, it's quite a long spell that from Scriven. Mulder bowls it short, wide, clattered by Actor, but he's picked out cover. Oh, he got a loosener there, which he'll be furious that he's not put that away, because that's probably the only one of those that he's getting. Short, wide, sat up, and at least a couple of Gloucestershire batters are sitting in the pavilion thinking, why can you give me one of those? Just one to put away. Deep square back, deep point back, as well as long leg. Mulder is in to bowl, and there's a handsome looking shot from Actor. It's gone probably a bit further behind square than initially he might have thought, but he'll get 2 runs for it nonetheless, with a fielder from deep point, Budinger, again called into action. 167 for 8.
Magnificent throw, actually, right over the stumps from, what, 90 yards? Yeah. Something like that. It's a long way.
Huge distance. Actor's got, has that ticked up? Yes, it has. 16 from 14 deliveries. Been hanging about, not been afraid to play his shots. You might as well in his position. Mulder is in full and driven, and another ball actually which Actor could have got hold of, but mistimed towards cover. Was it getting towards a half volley there from Vian Mulder? This is his 15th over of today, so it's not as if he's got through no work at all in the sun. Of course, he had some batting to do as well, out there for a little over an hour with the bat, and then 18 overs the previous day. Mulder bowls, it's driven to mid-off. Actor says no to a single. Might just about have managed it, especially because the ball then wasn't picked up cleanly by Wright. I think maybe he felt just because he'd hit it so firmly that probably couldn't come through, but actually perhaps Wright was just a touch deeper than he thought. Anyway, in this instance, I think safety first. The last thing he'd want is to give away a wicket with a run out. Shall I hand over?
See if you can time it.
Mulder bowls inside edge from Actor down towards fine leg. It will just be a single. 168 for 8.
We are 4.1 overs remain in the day. Leicestershire have reduced Gloucestershire to 168 for 8 in their second innings. The last 2 wickets to go, that is those of Zafar Gohar, who was nicely caught by Colin Ackerman at second slip off the bowling of Tom Scriven for 4, and Josh Shaw, who was caught by new wicketkeeper Ben Cox, again off the bowling of Scriven for 5, giving Scriven match figures of 7 wickets, comfortably at the best in his first-class career. A bit of late defiance now being shown by Zaman Akhtar, who is 17 not out. He's got steady support from Dom Goodman, who is 3 not out. They've taken the score onto 168 for 8, which means Gloucestershire's lead is beginning to extend. It's now into the 120s, and the Foxes don't want it to go past 150 if they possibly can. Gloucestershire in their second innings with 4 overs remaining, 168 for 8. Just missed that one delivery. The end of the Mulder over. This partnership, 22 now, not negligible in the context of the game.
Yep.
And it's right in from the Bennett end. Bowl short, pulled by Actor, and pulled successfully out towards deep mid-wicket. Mulder runs onto the ball. He was down at deep square. Actor takes his one. Happy to do so. Dom Goodman having shown a good degree of competence and keeping out the 14 balls he's faced, picking up 3 runs in the process. Third man goes back for Goodman. Mulder comes in from deep square to a conventional mid-wicket. Right is in and bowls down the leg side. Oh, brilliant stop, diving away to his left by Ben Cox. I think it flicked the pad and it got quite a big deflection, and that looked to be going straight to the fine leg boundary at a rate of knots. Cox flung himself to his left, made a fine one-handed stop. And with the greatest of respect to Peter Hanscom, I don't think he'd have stopped that. Genuinely, he did dive, but down the leg side, not often. Caught the ones that mattered. Absolutely he did. In goes right and bowls outside off stump, and Goodman leaves Cox a much more comfortable stop.
Seemed to be leaping about the crease a little bit there. Did Wright, just trying to fox Goodman, perhaps with a slight, subtle change in release point.
Yeah, they just need to stick to what's got them to this point, don't they, really? They
Yeah.
don't need to do anything different. Right is in, bowls to Goodman, leaves outside off stump, having stepped across.
Is Alfonso Thomas the bowling coach?
He is, yeah. Interim joint head coach and permanent bowling coach.
It's definitely been a fairly Alfonso-like in terms of his red ball cricket overall plan from Leicestershire. I mean, he had a he had a sharp bumper on him to Alfonso when he wanted to, but in general, pitch it up and use what's there.
Right, elbows jutting, runs in and bowls straight, slightly across the line from Goodman, but plenty of bat on it as he pushes to Mulder at mid-wicket. See Dips Patel, Leicestershire's assistant coach and second team coach. He's picking up a few things below us as...
Who is that with that moustache?
Our Leicestershire strength and conditioning
Need a licence for
guru. He is an Aussie, so
yes,
it passes as
me.
cutting edge. down under. In goes right bowl, slightly short. Goodman goes for an extravagant pull. Got a bit of it off the bottom edge, and it trickled out towards mid-wicket where Mulder made the stop. But he's clearly got a good eye, Dom Goodman. 3 off 19, 169 for 8, so the lead 124.
Yeah.
124.
And that also means that Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger are standing there somewhat easier, as they know that they will not have to go out there and bat this evening. They can be safe in the knowledge that there'll be no awkward over or two. Mulder, pardon me, bowls to Actor, who defends into the leg side, says no. Again, there was quite a distance for Mulder to have to move there, and he would have had to have pivoted and thrown, but they've decided again that there's no sense in taking any risks. Leicestershire are basically allowing Actor a single on the leg side anywhere longer than a foot away from where that ball was hit, because there's nobody saving the single. Even mid-on is quite deep. They look like they just really want to trap Goodman on strike. Mulder in bowls. Actor comes forward and drops the ball out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Slightly different story on the offside though, with just the one fielder out on the point boundary. Right is still, you would think, deep enough that there would be a single to him, especially if it were played softly. There is that fielder at extra cover, a fielder who's fairly deep in, I'm going to call that more gully, and then 2 slips. Mulder in, Actor drives handsomely, inevitably picks out the one fielder who could have stopped it in front of square on the offside. Or stopped, well, not stopped it, but probably stopped runs. Sweetly timed though, again from Actor. This is timing the likes of which we haven't seen really since Miles Hammond was at the crease, who still has the top score for Gloucestershire in this innings. Mulder to Actor, and he taps that one away through point and will collect a single. So they've not really managed to get too much at Goodman this over, if that's their plan. The 2 balls they'll have at him. 170 for 8, so the lead creeps forward to 125. A rather painful number if you're a Gloucestershire supporter. And it's Goodman to face as the field tightens somewhat. Mulder to him, full and turned down the ground. Mulder's not stopped it, and so they'll get a single. Again, it's one of those where I think he's more looking to deflect it onto the stumps to try and get the run out at the non-striker's end, but as a consequence he's given up 1. Goodman moves to 4. And there's 1 ball remaining in the anti-penultimate over of the day. So Actor back on strike, but the field is the same as it was for Goodman now, with fielders in not allowing the single, and Actor has creamed another drive, which is stopped comfortably at extra cover by Scriven. So 171 for 8 the score, 2 overs remaining, so 1 more over before Luke Charlesworth, the debutant, can take his pads off and know that he won't have to come out and bat tonight. Well, I say tonight, it's this evening really, isn't it? Certainly not into the night yet, but I suppose in cricketing terms you tend to talk about it that way.
Yeah, 40 minutes over time. the over 8, well, they only change it as we've discussed now. They only alter it on the board at the intervals, so we won't quite know what it is, but I assume it hasn't improved particularly as Wright goes in and bowls straight to Goodman, who is forward, pushing the ball out to Hill, who moves to his right at mid-on to field. Look a bit weary now, Leicestershire. Been a long day out there in broiling heat, and they'll be about ready, I suspect, to come back refreshed tomorrow and try and finish off this Gloucestershire second innings, which has been extended by 25 runs by this 9th wicket pair already. Dom Goodman waits with bat raised as Wright goes in, bowls to him, clips in the air but wide of Mulder at mid-wicket. Hill again has to scramble to his right, this time a good 4 or 5 yards further. Hill, not sure, he looks shattered out there, Hilly, bouncing away to his right.
Some people, I guess, deal with the heat better than others. He was off the field at one point, wasn't he? Quite early on in the day.
Yeah, don't know whether that.
Yeah, he's not looking good.
They have a decision to take about the final, Leicester, in terms of who's going to keep wicket. And Hill obviously kept wicket for years for Leicestershire, so he could do it on a one-off basis, you would have thought, as Wright goes in, both short, up into the air, and it's going to drop safely at mid-wicket, exactly where Mulder was to Goodman, of course, and Hill, I say, he's not moving particularly comfortably and certainly not very quickly. Just didn't really move too much at mid-on, and it dropped exactly where a normal mid-wicket would be, and indeed where Vian Mulder is now positioned, but albeit for Goodman, because Actor took his single there, moved on to 20. Batted as well as anybody really in this game for Gloucestershire, that is. Short, and Goodman whips it away into the leg side for 4. Onto the hip, and Wright is making the mistake of banging it in short at trying to buy the wicket, but bounce these two batsmen out. Okay, it was a little bit of a top, well, it was a top edge from Actor, previous delivery, and he got away with it, but Goodman put that on away very nicely. Moves on to 9, partnership over 30 now for the 9th wicket. Are they giving a little sliver of hope to the Gloucestershire?
Well, it helps, that's for sure. Every 10 in a way, you sort of think, just helps slightly, a bit like a T20 game.
Right is into Dom Goodman, short, clubbed tennis style, almost in the air, out towards mid-off, not hit cleanly at all, and it bounces several feet, yards short of Scriven. Just went over Wright's head. He couldn't reach up for it. It was gone past him before he could react, and he was still in his follow-through at the time. But, well, Wright could argue that he's induced false shots from both Akhtar and Goodman with his short pitched bowling in this over, neither of which have gone to hand. Last ball of the day for Chris Wright. Comes in and bowls outside off stump, line and length delivery, or a length delivery outside off stump that Goodman allows to go through. Wright's work for the day is done. 14 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 29 for the veteran seamer. 177 for 8. The lead over 130 now, 132.
And so Luke Charlesworth can take off his pads, so he won't have his pretty special day, it has to be said, ruined by having to go out there and get out right at the end of it. A day which has seen Luke Charlesworth pick up his maiden first-class wicket, caught by his brother. This is down the leg side from Mulder, and again Cox is the human vacuum back there and keeps it not only in front of him but right in his gloves, tumbling away to his left. I thought actually initially the Actor had got something on that as well. I don't know that he did in the end. I mean, in terms of pad rather than bat, but I'm not sure whether it deflected or not. The shadows of the trees are encroaching somewhat. Mulder in, another ball down the leg side, and Cox has taken that down a bit lower, I think, than he thought it might have been, but Actor will potentially feel that's a couple of balls he's he's missed out on now, which could have just been clipped away. But again, it's dangerous to be thinking in those terms. He's done a magnificent job, it has to be said, with the bat here as Actor, and in fact for him it's been a tremendous day as well. Another 4-wicket haul, and now these runs with the bat. Mulder in, Actor pushes out to cover, and there won't be a run there. 4 for 46 for Zaman Akhtar, figures only bettered by his 4 for 33 in the reverse fixture. And Luke Charlesworth finishing with 3 for 54. Goodman a couple of wickets and Shaw one as well. You could argue really that Shaw was quite unlucky that he only got the one, but it was a terrific fight back from Gloucestershire's bowlers. Mulder in and bowls. This is driven handsomely by Akhtar. This time it's gone to the left of extra cover. Should be a pretty comfortable 2 for Akhtar, with Budinger sweeping up out on the boundary. 179 for 8. Akhtar do 22. The lead is up to 134. But then after a couple of early wickets fell, and at 10 for 2 without the deficit even overhauled, things were looking quite tricky at that stage for Gloucestershire in their second innings. Mulder bowls a loose shot outside the off stump from Akhtar, but I think given the position that he's batting in, we can forgive him the odd one as it passes his edge through to the keeper. Hammond in particular changed the tone in the company of Ben Charlesworth, and when those two were going, Gloucestershire had designs on rattling that lead right up at either side of the tea break. Things have again fallen away for Gloucestershire's middle order. Hammond 46, he was out. Charlesworth 33. Starts for Tector and Bracey, but then Gloucestershire just got totally bogged down. Last ball of the day is Mulder has gone past the edge again of Zaman Akhtar, but he is still there somehow. Mulder bent over forward, staring at the floor in disbelief that he's not managed to pick up his 3rd wicket. But Akhtar somehow has made it through to the end of the day. And this partnership, which is, say, only worth, what, 33? I don't think that is even only, actually. You don't need to use that word at all. 33 runs, which, who knows, could be significant, could not be, but there's also the potential for them to add more now tomorrow morning, and they've given Gloucestershire just a sniff when it looked as though at 146 for 8 with the lead at just 101, it looked as if that hope had been fully extinguished. A really enjoyable day's cricket, I must say, albeit it's not been easy if you've had a bat in hand.
And it's been a tough day's cricket for both sides in the heat, and who knows what's going to happen tomorrow morning, possibly into the afternoon session. You never quite know. The lead 134 with 2 wickets remaining. Well, thank you for your company here at the Uptonsteel County Ground today. Ed Seaborn and myself, Richard Ray, will be back tomorrow bright and early, 10:30. Another extremely good forecast. I don't think we've seen a cloud all day, have we? And no suggestion that there'll be many around tomorrow. So I think whatever happens, this game will surely end early. But who will be the victor? We will find out tomorrow and look forward to your company then. But for now, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, it's a very good night to you all.